Kia ora e te whānau. Welcome to this meeting of Auckland Council's Planning Committee. Ko miti whakariti māhiri. It's the 5th of August. I'll open this meeting and welcome the councillors, Independent Māori Statutory Board member, our staff, members of the Auckland communities that are with us, and media. And we will commence our meeting. And I will firstly take apologies, and I have apologies received from Independent Māori Statutory Board member Leanne Namani for absence, Councillor Dalton for lateness, but of course she is here, Councillor Philippaina for lateness, Councillor Fletcher and the Mayor for early departure. Anything else I need to add, members? I'll just move accordingly then. Do I have a second? Thank you, Councillor Mulholland. It's seconded. All those in favour say aye. 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 Contrary, no. Declare that carried. I'll just, now we've got a request. The Deputy Mayor would like to attend electronically, and I'll move accordingly. Do I have a second? Councillor Sayers, thank you. And put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Any declarations of interest, members, on any item before us here today? I need to declare an interest in item 8, Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. It refers to our council plan change at Whanuapai. I'm a commissioner on that, so I will vacate the chair when we come to 8 and the deputy chair will take the chair. So declaring that interest. Any others? There being none, we'll go through and I'll confirm the minutes, the open minutes of 1 July 21. Do I have a second, please? Deputy Chair. Councillor Bartley will second. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no.
Mr. Chair, just a question of process at this stage, if you don't mind, and I'm looking
I'm just in the middle of a vote.
So you had the vote?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Declare that carried. Now we've finished the vote.
Oh, great. Okay, so just a question of process in respect of the agenda table of contents that we're working our way through now on page 7. You'll be familiar that at point 11 there's an agenda item appears under the heading Alteration of Previous Resolution from Planning Committee 5 March 2019, Approach to Marinas. Members will have seen that. In terms of process from here on in, I'm curious to know if you, and I assume you do, but if any of the other councillors are aware of the fact that there is in fact a report going to the 23rd of August Audit and Risk Committee detailing the findings and recommendations of an 18-month investigation into a raft of concerns related to council-owned marinas, none of which is referenced in the agenda item.
Can you come to the point that you're making? We're actually in the agenda and we don't have an item before it.
I'm bringing up at this stage, which is the appropriate stage under Standing Order 1.6.9 in terms of procedural motions, the appropriateness of this matter proceeding today, and if I could be just allowed to very briefly finish off the points I'm making in terms of process from here on in.
I need to stop you there because I'm not sure what standing order you're using right now to speak to something which we're not on. So I need to just check with our government's advisors.
I just quoted the standing order, 1.6.9, and if you had the courtesy to allow me to finish, Mr. Chair, I'll explain the position that may help you.
I know you're raising that standing order. For the benefit of all the members, I'm going to check with the governance advisor as to that standing order and get their advice on that standing order and how it's applied right now as you're wishing to apply it at this point in the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. So the standing order that the member is referring to is 1.6.9, other types of procedural motions. The chairperson has discretion about whether to allow any other procedural motion that is not contained in these standing orders. I think it's a question rather than a motion. However, it's at your discretion as to whether you want to allow it at this time or at the agenda item, given that we do have a signalled item on the agenda, so there would be appropriate discussion at that item of this matter as well.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. That's for the benefit of all members. Councillor, I will come to that when we come to the item, and I'm happy to bring that item up after we've dealt with up the agenda list, after we've dealt with public input, local board input, and yes, item 8. After the I vacate this chair, Councillor Bartley will deal with item 8, and then we will go to that item ahead of the National Policy Statement papers.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry if I can just check that, Mr. Chair. So what I'm hearing from you, it's your intention to bring this item and to have this discussion after item 8. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's on the agenda further down at the moment,
Yep.
isn't it?
Okay.
And
Okay. That will satisfies my concerns for the moment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll proceed, and first up we'll take Quiet Sky Waiheke, and we have Kim Whitaker with us. And Kim, welcome, and you're most welcome to bring any guests to the table. We've got 3 other chairs there, Kim, if they wish to come. And Kim is presenting a petition here today on the control of helicopter traffic on Waiheke Island and above Waiheke Island. Welcome, Kim.
Thank you. Yes,
5 minutes
it's quiet sky and dark sky from Waiheke today, so you'll hear a lot about Waiheke skies. Chairman and councillors, thank you for allowing me to present our petition on the control of non-essential helicopter traffic over Waiheke. In the few minutes I've available, I'll try to give you an insight into the helicopter situation facing the island, a brief details of our petition, and what we hope that you as a planning committee can do to help solve this growing crisis. And I use the word very, very deliberately. It is a crisis. The impact of helicopters on the amenity value of hundreds of households on Waiheke has gone beyond the tipping point. In the last decade, dozens of helipads have been consented on the island with no consideration of the cumulative effect and the potential safety implications. You can see from the map what the situation is. We now have on Waiheke an unparalleled situation in New Zealand and possibly in the world. There are 48 consented helipads, and more than 30 of them are at the western, more populated end of the island. Although these consents are all issued with conditions concerning maximum number of aircraft movements, flight paths, an arbitrary acoustic level, none of these conditions are monitored. I repeat that, none of them are officially monitored. And so they're routinely broken both by the helicopter operators and by the consent holders. The permitted levels of helicopter movements for individual helipads and the clustering of the busiest ones, particularly around some of our vineyards, effectively means there's no limit to the number of helicopters that could be using the same airspace and flight paths at the same time. We've worked out for just 12 of these helipads, if they received all of their permitted helicopter movements, there could be a total of 344 movements in a single day. Hence, I say it's an unparalleled situation in New Zealand. The consents are being given with no requirement to notify the properties close to the helipads and absolutely no consideration of the noise impact on the properties situated under the supposed flight paths. But since the helicopter operators pay scant regard to these designated flight paths, most properties at the western end of the island are constantly affected by helicopter noise. And this is particularly the case at weekends and in the summer months. What also shocks us, it appears there is no discussion between the planners and the CAA, the national organisation responsible for helicopter safety, in the giving of these consents. Under CAA regulations, all non-emergency aircraft are supposed to fly at a minimum of 1,000 feet over towns and settlements. As the airspace over Waiheke is totally uncontrolled, these regulations are also being ignored. Helicopters coming in and out of these 48 helipads are not even required to operate transponders, which would at least allow them to be, their altitude and flight paths to be monitored. This level of non-essential helicopter traffic has grown exponentially over the last few years. The helicopter companies are aggressively marketing heli-tourism to the vineyards and other attractions on the islands. And as has been reported in the press, the private use of helicopters for transport in New Zealand has shot up, particularly since COVID. As our petition shows, the impact of this situation on people's lives is causing outrage. In just 12 days, we collected nearly 1,400 signatures. 750 of these were online, and unlike some petitions, these were virtually all from people in New Zealand. But probably more significantly, we collected nearly 600 more in just a few hours on the streets of Waiheke. So this is an issue that really affects people on the island very, very seriously. The petition we launched is addressed to both Auckland Council and the Ministry of Transport because there's a dual problem between the business of the consents for helipads and aviation control. Our demands of Auckland Council are somewhat blunt, namely to stop permitting more helipads and to impose additional conditions on existing helipads to reduce noise and, importantly, increase safety for residents. We recognise that this situation has grown over a number of years and has been the result of many factors and planning rules that it won't be resolved in a simple way. But quite simply, the island cannot handle any more helipads. As some of you are aware, the Planning Committee has also received a notice of motion on helicopter consents from the Waiheke Local Board, which presents a more nuanced set of requests to address the problem. What this petition does is to demonstrate to you how strongly Waiheke residents feel about helicopters, and when this notice of motion comes before the committee, we hope you will recognise the urgency of the situation and the need to fully meet all of its requests. Auckland Council and the CAA must take urgent actions now so we don't have accidents in the future. We're not saying ban helicopters, we're merely saying correctly apply and enforce the existing rules and conditions to protect the amenity value of Waiheke Island and to ensure Te Motu Araroa is a safe and tranquil haven for both residents and visitors. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I think you're going to formally pass the petition over to Auntie.
Can formally pass it to you?
I
shall sprint around there and do it.
Staff will receive that on behalf of the committee. Thank you. Now, we'll take some questions here, members. Just to give you a little background, I've met with Waiheke, Quiet Sky Waiheke. I've also been in discussion with our planning staff on the regulatory side. On the planning side. And Councillor Coombe has also been in discussions with both Quiet Sky Waiheke and our planning staff as well. Can I just ask, in your questions, can we avoid discussing a helipad application which is in process at the moment? And that is, I won't even name it. I think if you don't know it, then you won't be mentioning it. But there is a regulatory process for an application at the moment, and we will not canvass that. Okay, we'll canvass the material that's been presented to us here today. Councillor Coombe, please.
Tēnā koe, Mr Chair, mō reina koutou, and kia ora Kim. Thank you for your advocacy from the whole team of Quiet Sky Waiheke. Done considerable research and investigation, and it's a very compelling case, and I know that's assisted the Waiheke Local Board as well with their notice of motion, so thank you for that. And for presenting the petition today. I just wondered if you could elaborate on Quiet Sky Waiheke has applied for a designation of the island as a special use airspace and mandatory transponder airspace with the Civil Aviation Authority, and what significance that would have in conjunction with the actions that we need to follow up as a council?
Yes, the second half of the petition, as I said, it's a petition to both the Auckland Council and to the Ministry of Transport, who are responsible for the CAA. The section that will, the request to the Ministry of Transport is to ask the CAA to make the Waiheke a special airspace. Basically, what this means is that there are certain rules and regulations which apply. Areas such as airports and so on have these routinely. What we're asking is not something extreme. The Helicopter Association has its own code of practice called the Fly Neighbourly Guidelines for helicopters, which asks them to do things like keep over water until, for as long as possible before you go into the helipad, approach at a steep angle, fly at an altitude which minimises the noise level, that when you're on the ground, turn off your rotors. They're very simple requests. They are requests which the Helicopter Association themselves advocate. So we're not asking for anything extreme. We're also asking for them to make it what is called a transponder mandatory zone. This means that the helicopters, all of which, well, they should all have them now, but by the end of this year it will be compulsory, that it's just a mechanism whereby people on the sky with a very simple app can see what helicopter is flying, what altitude, and what flight path is it. It's the same app that if you make a complaint to the CAA, they refer to see whether helicopters are breaking their own regulations. What we're finding at the moment is that most of, or not most, but many of the helicopters, including some of the helicopter companies, turn off their transponder as they approach Waiheke. The question is why? I suggest it maybe they don't want to have their routes and the altitudes they're flying regulated.
Thank you. Appreciate your work.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Coombe. Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you, Chair. Tanakwe, thank you for your presentation. It was really, really interesting. That's a lot of helipads for a small island. My question was just with regard to this could be minimal, but just any information around the impact of emissions, and I'm assuming that would be more at takeoff for the island. Is it something that is of concern, or is it unnotable because...
I mean, I'm not an engineer. I merely would apply common sense. These are one of the most fuel inefficient means of transport in the world. We are facing, as this council and the government has said, a climate crisis, or even a climate crisis. And it strikes me as a total anomaly that these helicopters are being used for people to jump over to Waiheke for a glass of wine. It is a most crazy situation.
Thank you for that.
Member Henry, please.
Right. What's the word from mana whenua? Have you interacted with mana whenua? What's their view?
We've got, I mean, not directly. We have had many people from the island. One of the things that's of significance is the marae lies right beneath one of the flight paths to one of the main vineyards. So we haven't. We have contacted as many people. We have not formally, but certainly that's some, a group that we would certainly like to bring in and involve in it. Because, as with the water, the air should also be something that we consider. Wildlife and so on are also areas that we think should be considered.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Simpson, please.
Thank you for your presentation. That's really very, very interesting. So would you think that the amount of helipads on Waiheke are more for people to take advantage of economic situations on the island? In other words, they're coming over to spend money on the island, or are they coming over as private helipads for residential? What's the majority?
If you look at the map, in terms of numbers, the majority are for private use, but in terms of usage and number of helicopter movements, the numbers going into the vineyards are obviously, that's where most of the flights are going. One of the issues, in fact, is that the benefit to tourism of these helicopters for Waiheke tourism is probably minimal. and in fact, I would even argue counter to tourism. The number of people you meet who say their lunch at one of the well-known heli vineyards was ruined by the constant arrival of helicopters is innumerable. So in terms of it being a benefit to tourism, I would argue it's the opposite. And in fact, it's the only people who are really benefiting from it are the helicopter companies.
So if you were to minimise that helicopter use, obviously the reason it's happening is because people want to get in them and go where they want to go. So if you were to minimise that use, are you saying that we have capacity enough by way of ferries and then transport from the ferry to the vineyards or wherever else they're going to take up the slack if we were to reduce the helicopter use?
I don't think that it's that the comparison, the number of people arriving by helicopter compared to the number of people arriving by ferry, there is absolutely no question that the ferries could take up that small increase in capacity. It's a very small number of people having a very, very large impact on the majority.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Hills. I need to call the questions after
thank you.
Councillor Hills closed.
Thank you so much. It's not so much a question for you, Kim, and thank you so much for the presentation. I guess for you, Chair, or maybe Megan, what would it take, and I know we can't put a resolution up here, but just to investigate a moratorium or a sinking lid or a stoppage to helipads? I don't know if that's in our immediate control or it should be, but I just would like to get some advice on if we are seeing a proliferation. Yeah.
So look, I think that's what the motion does. It's not for us to, we can't interrogate that right here,
No, I know,
right
but
now.
I guess.
And I don't think the staff are in a position really to suggest, the pros and cons of a moratorium or anything like that. We need to follow the direction that's on the screen there and do the work, because the staff are not prepared to respond. In fact, we'd have to have probably different staff, not suggesting that the Chief of Strategy can't respond to the questions, but I think they're answered in the work. Councillor Kuhn, would you like to move accordingly? Move, Senor Hirohi. Do I have a second, please? Second, Councillor Mulholland. Okay, we have the motion on the board there, and members will refer this petition to staff for their consideration and their response. It's probably going to go to a couple of different departments, planning and regulatory at least. So we will take it from there. It's moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And contrary no. Declare that carried. Thank you, Kim. And thank you to your team, Quiet Sky Waiheke. Now we ask Chris Dews, artist Chris Dews, to come up. Chris has developed some pretty amazing blue sky visual concepts for a brighter future for Tāmaki. And Chris, welcome to the Planning Committee of Auckland Council, and we've got your presentation here. And around the room and to be left here today, I think, if Chris chooses, some artworks that he has done in recent months. And Chris, I'll let you take us through why you've done that particular artwork and what you're working on in the future, and why are you telling this story? Your
Lovely.
hands.
Thank you very much. May I just ask Kalinda to skip to the last slide? Is that okay? And thank you very much, Kim, for that that last presentation. As we all know from recent events, it's best not to mess with Waiheke locals. Anyway, kia ora koutou. Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Dews, and as you can see, I'm an artist. And I think I have the privilege of speaking to you today because my art has spoken to people about something that many of us are longing for. These are hope, kindness, beauty, health, and caring communities. And a way for people of Auckland to work constructively with our city's decision makers to achieve this. Just take a moment to look at the paintings. Now, the biggest criticism for these paintings is that they are utopian, that they are any number of reasons that they can't work. But what is actually possible? In the words of Pamela Haynes, to be truly radical is to make hope possible rather than despair convincing. I'm sure that anyone living anywhere around the world in about the late 1700s, if we showed them images of our lives today, the very idea of hot running water, flushing toilets, emergency hospitals, our education opportunities, not to mention mobile phones, computers, and spaceships, even our political system with all its flaws, pictures of you guys listening to me would have seemed utopian. Just imagine what kind of shift in society would have to take place for all of that to happen. Yet, here we are today. And what makes the idea of such a beautiful, healthy city utopian? We've already achieved far more than we ever thought possible. Is there actually any reason why we can't lift our vision again? Anyway, Auckland Council Planning Committee kindness is coming your way, I can reassure you, if you would like it to. In the same way that within days of stopping traffic in Auckland during lockdown last year, the air was clear, the birds were singing everywhere. All it takes to bring about a huge change in conditions is to stop doing the things that bring harm, and all of nature, including us as people, who are also very much a part of nature, will begin to thrive again. What makes you thrive? Think of the last time you felt like you were thriving. What was it about that time that made you feel like you were thriving? And what gets in the way of you thriving now? How hard would it actually be to stop things that are causing harm and allow the things to bring health to thrive? We never imagined that we could make the rapid change into lockdown like we did for COVID, and yet we did it, leading by example across the whole entire world. We listened to the science, acted accordingly, and we have reaped the benefits ever since. What is science telling us now about the health of our planet? And what we need to do to make it thrive again? We need a more ambitious way of building cities. One that integrates nature and cares for everyone. And by everyone, I mean not only the homeless, but all of us in this room too. Maybe not the odd glass of wine over in Waiheke. In my letter to you, including Phil Goff, who it was mainly directed to, which I believe you have a copy of on your desk, I mentioned the online platform called the Taiwan. I am not an IT guy, therefore there are plenty of great IT people out there. Please look into that. It is a way for people to rapidly contribute to the creation of social policy, streamlining the conversation between community and council. With the huge challenges that our city and planet are facing, we need to collaborate and work together like we never have before. And we actually do have everything we need to face these challenges. In the words of French philosopher and scientist Voltaire, no problem can withstand the assault of sustained thinking. We can overcome the challenges that we are facing. We can be kind to one another. We can heal our planet and do the things that we need to do at a speed at which we need to do them. And what seems utopian now can become our new normal. So, if we could make Auckland a healthy, thriving, caring, beautiful, and inspiring city, a legacy for our children and all who come after us. I'll leave you with a quote, one of my favourites. "A society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they shall never sit in."
Kia ora, Chris. Wonderful.
Thank you. I would like to thank my support as well. Thank you for holding up the paintings. I know they're a little bit heavy on the oil and canvas side. I'd like to thank my support team for helping me present these ideas. I would like to also suggest that we promote the vision of a greater future. Thank you.
Kia ora, Chris. And thanks to the human easels. Chris, you want to just briefly take us, you've got 3 paintings here, tell us what's happening here,
Cool.
here and here.
Lovely. Well, one day I was walking down Queen Street and I was like, oh, this is a bit of a valley going on here. Maybe a river used to flow down here, which obviously it did, the Waihora 2. Maybe the restoration of this river would help impact the impact of climate change and those around it. I've also got the Queen Street Wharf Gardens, which, I mean, are looking good at the moment, but I mean, a few more flowers and that kind of thing would make it a bit more enjoyable, minimising the noise of traffic and pollution. And there's a third painting just over in the corner there, which is sort of preparing for climate change. Maybe the sea levels rise more than expected. There's a lot of science out there that is still misunderstood. And we have potentially some hydro-powered trains with Maui dolphins riding them down Queen Street. So it's all, yes, very utopian, but like I said in my speech, anything could be considered utopian. So,
Thank you, Chris. Questions for Chris members? Councillor Dalton first.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, Chris. Thank you for that presentation.
You're welcome.
And I just wondered if you were going to take the opportunity to share Utopia with all of the local boards, because of course we all here are representing all of Auckland, and it's going to take all of us to reach a vision like this as well. So I think if you can share the message with the boards around the super city, that would be another good start towards the end game.
yes.
But thank you so
exactly.
much.
Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful paintings.
It's a good idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, that started as a question.
Yeah,
ended as
it's
a
just
comment.
more of an idea.
Have you any plans to
Have
go
I any
out to the
plans?
local boards?
Yes, 100%. I think, yeah, my main purpose now is to keep promoting the vision of hope.
Councillor Dalton, we do have the art on electronic record here, and we could, if you'd like us through Kalinda to distribute that, get people excited, I think that's what we need.
Yeah.
We can do that. Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Thanks again. Obviously, we've seen these pictures around the internet, and everyone went a bit positively crazy about them. I guess you talk about utopia, but the Queen Street, if you have the examples in your head, you might want to tell the committee where this has been done. This is not an outrageous idea. It's actually becoming quite a common theme, turning roads back to their original rivers.
Of course, the restoration and regeneration of the natural environment has been done multiple times all around the world, and every now and then I sit down there and I'm like, oh, I've got a new idea, and I write it down, then I Google it, and it's been done 100 times everywhere, and I think that shows it's a good example to lead by. Queen Street does have a natural gradient, which would help the water flow, whereas often in other cities like over in Asia, they've built it where a motorway used to be, but it's flat, therefore the water gets a bit stagnant. So we've got to work with what we've got, which is obviously a nice, lovely gradient, creating a nice natural flow.
Councillor Coombe, please.
Thank you. Kia ora, Chris. Thank you so much for your inspirational presentation and beautiful paintings, and also some awesome quotes here. It is good to be think about utopia, but also a lot of what you're asking is actually we've already agreed to. For example, like the pedestrianisation of
In 2018, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So thank you for reminding
That's
us
all right.
about we've actually signed up to a lot of this vision. So also just my question is more, I see the Mayor was invited to your art exhibition, and I always get a bit jealous about that because it was in my rohe as well. So if you want to extend, and I understand you're having another exhibition, so I would love to get an
Yes.
invite to the next.
October
Next
the
one.
21st at Monster Valley on K Road.
Awesome. Great. I will be there.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
And Member Tau Hanarad, please. Member Hanarad passes. So, Chris, from me, are you telling us that we're a little bit handbrake heavy at the moment on vision?
Has been the case for a long time in Auckland, I believe. And I totally understand why, and it's because it is scary putting out these ideas there to a community that may not understand why. But I think nowadays, as the time is ticking, we all understand why this is very important. So
in your eyes, you're an Aucklander. You're here as a constituent and an artist, and you're wanting to excite the imagination of not just us but Aucklanders. So, how you've given us a sense of why, but what's in the way? How do you see what's in the way of getting excited? Because I have some concern about that too. I actually think there was a lot of vision, and we've sort of gone into implementation, delivery, and personally, I think we've become a little bit mechanical.
yeah,
And we need to get excited again for the next wave. And what do you think needs to happen? Are there any clear things that you have observed? I mean, we could all say, I just need to have vision, but that's easily said. How do you arrive? What needs to be nurtured to put in place the foundations for enabling, that imagination of the future?
Okay, well, I guess, yeah, as an artist, I have this special gift of being able to physically visualize something, and I feel like that is more powerful than any presentation or speech can cope. This is why I ask to help with the Auckland Council's help to promote these ideas and visions, to get it in all corners of Auckland and our nation, specifically to show everyone visually what's possible, because once you see it, it's easier to believe, whereas a painting says 1,000 words. And I feel like the main issue with people being held back is, she'll be right. That classic Kiwi attitude of letting it sit on the back burner for a bit. But as a nation, looking at what's happened during lockdown and things like that, and how the world is completely in awe of New Zealand and how we've done that, we need to ride that momentum and show and lead by example once again.
Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
And Member Henare, did you have a final question? No? No. Okay, thank you, Chris. Look, I'll move accordingly, and we'll send that presentation to the local boards as well. And the first motion is thanking Chris for these pretty inspiring works, actually. So thank you. We do need to get excited, and thanks for throwing the flame on us, and a gentle flame. And do I have a second, please? Councillor Coombe, would you like to second? Your artist constituent. And hope, kindness, beauty, and a caring community. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. So we will put that motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Chris and the Human Easels, thank you so much. I think the artworks, Chris, you're going to leave those here for the day and come back and... Okay, thank you. We'll now go to item 5.2, and it's from Warwick Home. I hope I get the family name right there, Warwick. And Warwick is from the Blackbridge Road Environmental Protection Society. And this is a concern about a possible planning loophole relating to the dumping of managed fill. Also want to acknowledge local board member from Rodney, Louise Johnston, who has been taking the political lead on this concern. Acknowledge Louise, who is in the room. Warwick, welcome, and in your hands for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My surname is Hoyum. It's Norwegian. I've got two hard acts to follow. It was my first time doing this. I asked Kalinda to ping me at 4:30, so I've got the extra 30 seconds to wrap up. I've sent out some pre-reading material. I'm just going to emphasize a few things from it rather than read the whole thing. Basically, we've identified, and this has been mentioned before, a large loophole in the ancillary earthworks aspect of the Auckland Unitary Plan. And that is that under ancillary farm works, anybody can dump, with the permission of the landowner, soil of any quality, of any contamination on the land. I think the intention of the plan was that a farmer could move land around within his property, build up a farm race, put in areas, once he's got permission to put in a dam, which is a requirement, etc. This is now being used for people who move earth from building sites. For example, the Albert Tunnel is taking in, is accounting for more than 2 million cubic meters of soil. And this has to be distributed somewhere. We aren't opposed to that. It does need to go. But there are legitimate, managed and clean fills which have gone through the appropriate channels, got the permissions, and they exist at White Hills, Wood Hill, East Coast Road, and even in our road. Those are legitimate. We have no problem with that. However, people are now exploiting this and dumping soil everywhere. In our road, 5 such fills are taking place. And what's happening, in each instance, The erosion and sediment controls that should be in place beforehand are only being put in place when council compliance has been notified that there's an issue, and the soil controls are then put in place. What it means is that erosion is taking place, complicating our waterways, putting in debris, sediment, etc. And this is affecting the quality of the water in those waterways. I've got some visuals up on the screen, just at how this remote works. The first one shows the earthworks going on at 326. Where the truck is seen dumping, directly in front of it, is what we would call managed fill. And it contains asphalt and concrete block, etc. You can see bits and pieces that have been dumped into the valley, and that valley in turn flows into the Rangitapuni stream. That stream is starting to become soiled. We can actually see foam and scum building up on it. We did do water tests and we did a fish count back in 2016. It would be interesting to see somebody come and do that same sort of test now and see if there are any fish still in the stream. The other impact that we as residents are feeling, but that's just a minor aspect, is the number of truck movements. We basically are a rural road, and at the hearing in 2016 and at the Environment Court in 2017, both the commissioners and the judge presiding at the Environment Court felt that 160 truck movements per day was the limit that the people should be exposed to in terms of amenity value. Currently, we're experiencing between 300 and 400 truck movements per day, more than double what was permitted by both of those entities. From our perspective, I think that there is a distinct urgency about bringing this before yourselves as planning committee to see if we can implement a plan change. I understand that some of these things do take time, but back in 2015 November, John McLean and Warren Flutie actually proposed that there was a moratorium in the Rodney district because we were taking in 50% of all the fill that is generated within Auckland. We still are, but now it's uncontrolled. And all we're asking for is that there be some level of control. I would propose a cap on the amount of soil that could be imported, whether it be 200 cubes or 1,000 cubes or even 5,000 cubes. That there's also a testing regime that's currently applied to clean fills and managed fills, because at the moment, these operators can dump asbestos, they can dump toxic material. There are limitations as to what can be dumped at various fill sites. Our landfill, just up the road from us in Derry Flat, that can take in asbestos. It's properly controlled, etc. Managed fill is allowed certain levels of toxins, so much lead, so much arsenic, etc. But clean fills are supposed to be clean, but there's no control under ancillary farm works. The duration of an ancillary farm work is ad infinitum. In terms of the pictures that have been screening overhead, there were 5. And that, for example, is a mix of what's happening in terms of a managed fill, which is legitimate on the left-hand side, and then a supposedly ancillary farm works on the right. The bund that we can see that was built was 8 meters high. The day that the person was given an abatement notice by council, because it should have been 4, all he did is he tipped the soil over onto the right-hand side of this picture. I think we've just seen from the previous speaker, Chris Dusey, what Auckland could look like in the future. As he said, a picture paints 1,000 words, and hopefully with these 5 illustrations, I'm trying to illustrate to you what is happening in terms of the work that has been undertaken, the debris that's been dumped there, the effect it's having on our streams. And unfortunately, our compliance officers are they tied in terms of what they can do. They have no enforcement authority other than to put an abatement where the soil and erosion controls haven't been met. That is the only thing they can do. They've got no control over anything else unless yourselves come up with some of those parameters. Thank you.
No, thank you. Appreciate that, Warwick. Now, we've got motions on the screen, but I think there's a slight amendment. Oh, not yet. But Councillor Sayers, I've taken a note here. Thank you. We'll come to that shortly because I think we need to take questions and leave the images on the screen first. Councillor Sayers with a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Warwick, and thank you for bringing it, to my attention as well as the councillor more recently and Louise. So, in a nutshell, there's legitimate ways for these development sites to get rid of their soil through consenting processes, and it gets tested that it's clean or not. What's happening in your situation? Correct me if I'm wrong. A farmer can have soil. Any amount, could be 50,000 tonnes dumped right beside a waterway that could be contaminated. The soil could run in as well as the contaminants, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yep.
So it's a loophole, right?
Yep.
It's a loophole that needs tidying up. So my question, so thank you for clarifying that. So as far as you know, have Auckland Council's planners acknowledged that there is a loophole that needs tightening up? And you've touched on the urgency as well. Just how quickly does this need to be addressed?
I'm not sure that the Auckland councillors are aware of the loophole, but obviously it's now known to them.
Yeah.
In terms of the urgency, we had a dump at 420 Blackbridge Road, and they took in perhaps 30,000 cubes. And only once the 30,000 was on the site did they put in erosion measures. And that means that for a period of a month, all that stuff, whenever it rains, and as we know, it's been raining quite a bit recently, that is washing off the fill, through the fill, into the Rangatapuni stream.
Okay. Oh, well, look, Mr. Chair, perhaps a question to you is that I understand that as an organisation we do enhancements to plan changes, kind of bulk tidy-ups of things. I just wonder if this may be able to be included in it, or suggested to be considered at the next one of those. Thank you.
I'll just go to Councillor Sayers' question there, Warwick. So the staff do acknowledge, so I might just put up the motions so that we can be very clear. The staff do acknowledge, following their initial investigation, they are uncovering issues that may relate to the need to amend the Auckland Unitary Plan. So without fully investigating, I can't say that we will be amending the Auckland Unitary Plan, but there is a strong indication at the moment, the feedback I'm getting from staff, and Warwick's received that as well, Louise, yourself, is that it appears a likely need. There is a question, and you'll see in those motions, there's a question about resourcing. The Plans and Places team is really stretched with the National Policy Statement, urban development responses primarily, but there are a number of other responses to government directions that we're stretched on as well. That's the planning team and the strategy team.
So the earliest would be July, September, that's what you're indicating because of that stretch and resource, Mr. Chair.
Yes, but my understanding is that the investigations would begin anyway. It's not like we just park up until that time, given the clear evidence that has been brought from Warwick, yourself, Louise. Question, Councillor Watson, please.
Yeah, thank you, Warwick. That's a very compelling and disturbing presentation there. I know that you have been involved in this in one form or another for a number of years now. I guess my question is, in terms of your society and the other residents around Dairy Flat, what is the effect of this cumulative building up of environmental degradation, truck movements, concerns with respect of what's actually going into some of these fills? This must be quite a devastating social impact over and above everything else. How are people coping with this accumulation of shortcomings in respect of what's happening here?
Thank you for that question. I think back in 2016, Penny Pirrett had the opportunity to visit 8 of the sites in our road that were taking in fill. And I would extend that invitation to any councillors who would like to come and see what's happening, and they will assess for themselves the impact. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but we've got a 1-lane bridge. It's classified as one of 2 in the country that are the most dangerous because it's on a blind corner and it's on a downhill, and it has trucks have to give way, and when you're carrying a load of soil weighing 11 tons plus the weight of the vehicle and you've got to brake at short notice, we're waiting for an accident to happen. There are traffic controls in place. I say traffic controls. It's a light that has to have a button pushed on it which then activates, but the solar panels don't work or the buttons don't work because it only works 50% of the time. We pointed out to compliance, and compliance says the operator has fulfilled the requirement of the Environment Court, and whether the lights are working or not, he can't actually impose any sanction on the operator on days it's not working. So for us, we're waiting for a fatal accident at the bridge. We've got photos of that. There was one in Hibiscus Matters, etc. It can happen. We've had accidents on the bridge previously. So that's one aspect of amenity value. The second one is the degradation of the road. We've already had to have the road rebuilt in 2 places. The cost to the ratepayer is obviously evident there. The potholes that develop, the undulations in the road. In terms of noise, if a truck has got loose flaps on it, it is making a noise. One of my slides showed mud being tracked out onto the road. This in turn, when it rains, washes off the sides, goes into the streams on either side of the road. So these are things that we're just asking, can they be looked at and as urgently as possible?
And I think some of that actually can be addressed without the need to go into plan change. There's actually controls on truck movements on public roads. We'll look at that. I'll take the final question from Councillor Fletcher, please.
Thank you for your presentation. Have you talked to your counterparts in Franklin? Because initially, actually, when I saw the agenda, I thought this was a reference to Blackbridge Road in Franklin. While we want to see enabling provisions and enabling farmers to go about their work, this has been an issue across Auckland, not just in your area, for some time. So my question to you is, have you been in discussion with them? And my question to the chair is, I understand that this matter has come before our rural panel, and I would be interested to know, I tried to assist with one of these situations a number of years ago, and at the time it was viewed as NIMBYism because people didn't want the truck movements, without perhaps understanding some of the difficulties that you're highlighting today. So it would be useful to get your reflections on that.
Thank you for that. I have been in discussion with him, but more back in 2016 when we were going through our commission hearing and then mediation and the Environment Court. And Franklin District probably takes in 40% of Auckland's fill, and the Waitakaris, West Auckland takes in 10%, with ourselves taking in 50%. And all of us have the same situation, and we're finding that there are operators out there now offering to level farming sections so that your grazing land becomes more grazable. It creates a better landscape, and all they're doing, they're actually paying farmers $5,000 to allow them to go and dump soil on them, and that $5,000 is covered by the equivalent of about 5 or 10 truckloads, and after that it's all money in the operator's pocket.
So, Mr. Chairman, it would be helpful, did we have any insight that came through from our rural panel on this particular matter? And can we be assured that if this is to be addressed, it's not just with regard the Rohi of the Rodney Local Board area, it will also encompass other parts of the region, because this is, I think, something that is impacting on other areas.
Okay, look, I think we'll uncover all of that as the staff work on it. I've got Councillor Sayers moving this, yes. Deputy Mayor, I know you've had some issues with electronic connection to where you're located. Are you on the call, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair, and I'm just bringing up a comment in the conversation bar. These issues are very real and prevalent. You know, half of the landfill coming out of the CRL dig is going into Brookby, and Warwick is correct that there is 40 to 50% of the fill going into Franklin's an increasing number, and there are illegal activities going on, and some of them are very undesirable. What we've done in Franklin has been proactive in identifying those and pushing the compliance buttons where need be. It's a matter of scale. So genuine rural works are still enabled, but if a farmer pollutes the environment, then there's a huge penalty fines. Some of these quasi-rural landfills that aren't, they're actually commercial landfills at scale, need to be made more compliant, no question about that.
Okay, look, thanks for that background, and I'll put you up here as the second for this motion, if that's if you're agreeable, Deputy Mayor.
That's fine.
And we'll leave it in your hands to ensure it's raised at the Rural Advisory Board, which you sit on, of course, and we will have our staff commence work on it. Sorry, I spoke over you, Deputy Mayor. Okay. Leave it there. Questions? It's moved and seconded. Councillor Sayers and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour say aye.
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 Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you, Warwick. Really appreciate the work you've done on this, and it's considerable. And thank you, Louise and Councillor Sayers, local board member Louise Johnston and Councillor Sayers.
And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Appreciate it.
Thank you as well, Mr. Chair. I'll vacate now.
Thank you, Warwick Hoyam. And we'll now go to Kathleen Welch under public input. And this is relating to item 11, the approach to marinas. And welcome up, Kathleen. Kia ora, Kathleen, and you've got your 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. 6 of Auckland's marinas are publicly owned assets, accounting for a significant share of the 6,000 marina berths in the city. All marinas are waterfront property. This is a finite resource and a source of beach access for the public. They are a community resource in regard to climate change. They are on the cutting edge of climate change affecting the coastlines. Marinas take years to plan, consent, and build. Kennedy Point Marina was consented in 2017. It will eventually have 180 berths, but 4 years later, they're only starting to build those berths. Meanwhile, Auckland grows. In 1980, what became Greater Auckland had a population of approximately 800,000. Now, it is 1.6 million, 2 times larger. I do not know how many marina berths have been added, but if it takes probably at least 7 years to get 180 berths on Waiheke Island, you can see that there's a disconnect here. I think a lot of boats are being put on trailers and contribute to the traffic. And actually, our marina, Gulf Harbor Marina, has a boat launch facility with parking for those trailers. But that's just a side. I sailed into New Zealand in 1991 from Hawaii. At that time, Auckland was truly the city of sails, with plenty of berths for visiting boats. By comparison, Hawaii had 8 berths for visiting yachts. In 2019, the Auckland Council Planning Committee resolved to develop a plan, a region-wide demand-driven plan for all of the marinas. Panuku is the council-controlled organization that, among other duties, manages the 6 marinas. Panuku's main role seems to be to identify and sell council properties that are in excess to council requirements to provide more funds for council operations. This has been implemented in some surprising ways. Most notably, Panuku does not advertise their real estate sales prior to sale. Now, what kind of a realtor does not advertise properties listed for sale? I don't know. The claim that sales are commercially sensitive is unsupported by facts and is ludicrous. Panuku itself seems conflicted. In today's meeting agenda, the phrase, quote, Panuku owned and managed appears repeatedly. As these 6 publicly owned marinas are in fact publicly owned, that phrase is misleading and inaccurate. Panuku also describes the current leaseholder for the management of Gulf Harbor Marina as, quote, the marina owner-operator. Now, he might own a lease, but he does not own the marina. The public owns that. I own a lease for just a berth there, and I don't pretend to own the whole marina, okay? The unselected staff supporting Auckland Council recommends revoking the 2019 resolution meant to aid the development of a region-wide marina strategy. I am unaware of any public notification or consultation on this. I think neighbors and the public need prior notification of plan changes like this. Otherwise, it smacks of rules and rulers making decisions and serfs just going along. The council has not made progress on this resolution of 2019, which is no surprise since the COVID pandemic came along and obviously took priorities. But this inertia is not sufficient justification to revoke this resolution, which is what is on the agenda. I would refer you to the letter submitted to the mayor and council members by the Auckland Marine Users Association, which lists specific breaches of prior good faith discussions and commitments among marina stakeholders, including the council. This Auckland Marine Users Association says that at the very least, any further consideration should be deferred. So my conclusion is that please do not revoke this 2019 Marine Development Plan. Number 2, please add this plan to those that other real estate properties requiring public notification and consultation before any changes are made. And 3, I support the Councillor John Watson and Auckland Marine Users Association in their more detailed comments and actions.
Thank you, Kathleen. And a question from Councillor Watson, please.
Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you for the plug at the end there. And thank you genuinely for coming along, because a lot of stakeholders and members of the public aren't even aware this is happening. So we just found out about this at the start of this week ourselves. In terms of that public and stakeholders and other people who might be interested in this this decision that's apparently pending today, and you mentioned Gulf Harbour Marina, we've had an analysis in this report that goes down to just berth holders. Could you perhaps give a little bit of an insight in terms of your knowledge at Gulf Harbour as to how the use of a marina goes way beyond berth holders? And I think of you know, transportation hubs, recreation facilities, boating, kayaking, general public use of the marina, but not via berth holders strictly.
Well, a few years ago, Panuku wanted to trade the marina, the physical marina, for the hammerhead. And it had something to do with various leases and this kind of stuff. I never did quite understand it. And when you go to the hammerhead, this is where the trailer boats can come in and park and be launched. Rodney Council used to control this before Greater Auckland, and they built a very good breakwater, which I didn't think was going to be enough, but it has been. It's wonderful. But people walk there, dogs. There's short-term RV parking there, vans, camper vans parking. There's, it's just used all the time.
And there's a yacht club there, so there's small sailing boating. The Waiiti River comes down close, and those people participate in the marina type stuff. And people walk. Everybody walks in Gulf Harbor. It's a bit of a green space, and some of that's on the water, you know? And when we talk about climate change and stuff like that, the berths and the boats, those all raise and float. There's supposedly rumors about another apartment house being built there, and that'll require a lot more sewage being pumped up high to sewage treatment plants and getting water. And we're all on water restrictions forever, even though it's been raining. I don't know, but it's a wonderful resource for the whole community.
Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, Councillor Watson. Further questions, members? Councillor Sayers.
Just got a question in the back of my mind that I'll take the opportunity to ask, and that's when this marina strategy was voted through originally,
2019.
2019, thank you. Did the berth owners have a chance to input into that process when that came before us in 2019? Was there involvement? Were you included in any way?
I think it was the Auckland Marina Users Association that had all the input. And it was, as far as I know, fairly informal, but they did consult with the Berth Holders Association for Gulf Harbor Marina.
Okay, and are you a member of that organisation?
Which one?
The Users Association?
Berth Holders?
Yeah.
Yes, but yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. No further questions. Just to let you know, members, as chair, I have not rejected any public input for this meeting today. I would have let you know that at the outset if I had declined any public input. It is a hefty agenda, but always trying to be inclusive and accommodating everybody. So, would Councillor Watson, would you like to move accordingly? Councillor Sayers, would you like to second and thank Kathleen Walsh? Thank you, Kathleen, for your presentation here today. It's moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you. Now go to the last request for public input, and that is David Abbott. David is here to represent, I think it's the name of the association has been broadened now, Freeman's Bay, Grey Lynn, Herne Bay and St Mary's Bay Residents Associations and Western Bay's Community Group. Things have changed, David, since we last met. Welcome. And you have a guest with you as well. I'll let you introduce your colleague. And you're here to talk about the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. David, in your hands.
Thank you. Let's see if I take that off. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Darby, and thank you, councillors generally. And I do appreciate the late inclusion of this item in today's meeting. Thank you also to Kalinda, who at the last minute managed to get the PowerPoint up for me, and I think has also distributed, I hope, just a single page sheet of my notes for talking to you today. The general topic is one you're going to be addressing later today, and that's the question of engagement of community, early engagement on the Council's response to the National Policy Statement Urban Development. And my particular push today is to talk about it from the point of view of the the inner city community organisations that I think we have coming up now. I'm not quite sure whether I'm going to get this right, Kalinda, in getting that over. I don't seem to. Let me. There we are. Thank you. And this is picking up on Councillor Darby's intro that my position is, and this is as chair of the St Mary's Bay Association, and I have been for some time. I have with me David Allison, who is a co-chair of the Freeman's Bay Residents Association. We have the support for this presentation from the other three associations and you'll recognise them as all being on the western side of the inner city part of the central divide from the western side of the central city. I'd also add that we have support also from the Parnell Community Committee. That came in late, but they've authorised me to mention that as well. It's not meant to be an exclusive group. It is just simply those that have come together thus far to work on common matters or areas of common concern. So if I can go to the next one. And I think and this is the request, and really what I'm saying, and I'm asking you as the committee today, is to give us support for early engagement with council's planners. We see it important to have a say at everyone thinks of, I think, as blue skies phase of preparing council's response. And certainly before the formulation of the council's proposals for public consultation next year are set in stone. Preferably starting now, and in essence what we're seeking is your support for this group being given key stakeholder status. Next slide. Why are we asking this? Now, I want to set one possible challenge aside at the start by saying we are not saying that we don't support intensification. We understand the reality of intensification within Auckland, and we need to recognise that. But what we say is that we want to make or contribute our response, a response that is appropriate for our communities. It takes into account the work that was done on the unitary plan over a very considerable period of time in which many communities invested heavily. It reflects amenity values currently protected by the special character overlay, and I'm saying reflect. I'm not at this stage saying we're going to take any particular position. I'm merely saying we want to have this in and be part of a conversation on that. And it provides for development of amenity values that are consistent with the early history of all of these areas, a key element of the development of any city, and certainly we see that important here in Auckland. So next slide. What can we bring? First point, a history of constructive community engagement, and I've been involved with the St Mary's Bay Association now for coming up to 6 years. We have worked hard, and the association generally has done this for a period of 45 years since it was formed to work constructively over the development of Westhaven Marina. It's had involvement in a number of things. Perhaps the most significant one in a wider sense is the development of the motorway motorway extensions and the Victoria Park Tunnel. And that was done by, as I've said, constructive engagement. That's what we're seeking to do and what we're wanting to do now. There's community knowledge and expertise specific to our areas in a number of people. And all of those people are saying, we want to be engaged and we're willing to put the time in. And that's an asset that should not be just ignored. And the group has a commitment to improving our communities and Auckland generally. We're not just simply treating this as a localised issue. And if I can just point out, and this is something that's come from recent engagement and heavy engagement over the development of a stormwater tunnel running through the cliffs of St Mary's Bay, we're very conscious of the intensification involving a number of infrastructure needs for the city. So you've got to reflect on drainage, schools, open space. All these things must be part of the exercise, and we certainly are very conscious of that in the inner city areas where space is at a premium. Last slide. Will we be preaching to the converted? Perhaps. And I'm not trying to decry or belittle in any way the work of the council's planners, but what I am saying is that focused community input will contribute to effective and a timely buy-in, and this will be achieved by being part of the formulation of proposals. Councillors, thank you for listening to us. A far more prosaic presentation than the ones that you've been having, but I hope it's going to, this particular request to support this group as a key stakeholder group will provide slightly lesser challenges than the presentations you've had earlier. Thank you.
Kia ora, David. Thank you. We'll take some questions now, David, and starting with Councillor Coombe.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Tēnā korua. Thank you, David, for coming along and presenting today and your active interest in this topic and all your advocacy for the community. So you're speaking specifically to item 10 on the agenda in terms of that we're resolving on getting feedback from Aucklanders and key stakeholders. Oh, no. Engagement with Aucklanders and key stakeholders on the council's preliminary response. So your concern is just to ensure that key stakeholders is broad enough to include residents associations generally.
Well, yes, I think that's. I'm not trying to exclude other organisations or groups.
Yeah.
I am merely here today to seek it for this group.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. And it's good that you've brought our attention to that because it's not in the report what key stakeholders is defined as. So maybe, Mr Chair, when we get to that item, can we get some clarification around that? I mean, I don't see anything in the report that precludes our residents' associations being key stakeholders.
When we get there, and we do have a key stakeholder list that we maintain.
So it would be the same one that we use through the LTP?
10-year budgets.
Okay, well, your residents' associations are on
you're
that.
definitely on that list, I can assure you. All would be. But we'll make sure we double check. Councillor Simpson, please.
Thank you for your presentation, and I'm following Councillor Coombe on this. So you've obviously looked at the paper that we've got. Were there any changes to the resolutions that would reflect more than what you wanted? So I'm looking at the resolutions and kind of trying to figure out whether you would go under B, note that a more detailed plan for involving local boards, with the addition of local communities and mana whenua engaging with Auckland and key stakeholders will be prepared under that one, or did you think that it was under the A3, which was the workshop involvement? Have you actually looked at what we're going to resolve on?
I read it through when I reviewed the agenda, and I must say that I didn't think specifically as to whether it was going to be an either-or position. But
it should be both, but I'm just trying to figure out where, if you'd looked at the recommendations, because from my perspective, I see what you're saying and I want to support you, actually, but I'm trying to figure out from your perspective, I've got my own view, but from your perspective, where you felt that in addition to the current resolutions would be useful.
Well, I have to say that I have not tried to think through any amendment to your resolution. What we do want, though, is to be able to engage directly with the council planning group. Now, that's not necessarily so just being part of workshop side of things.
Gotcha. So it's not just you want to go directly with the plan, not through local boards, but community to planning staff.
And again, yes, I think we'd like to do it direct rather than directly through the board. Not that we will continue to talk directly with the board, but we'd like to have an independent voice.
Thank you, David. No. There is a further question. Last question, please, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you for the public-spirited way in which you have brought advocacy to our city for many years, in various guises. I must admit, my question to you is how we should be, given your vast experience on these things, how we should be prioritising our time. I'm feeling really under siege. We've got Three Waters going on, we've got RMA reform going on, we've got the National Policy Statement. Wherever you look, and that's in addition to what I call the treadmill of just the creature of statute the LTPs and the this and the that and the next thing. Why is it, from your experience, this is so important that we should be allocating time to when you have a plethora of other issues and imperatives that are being driven by central government? I'd really like you to expand. I mean, I, like Councillor Simpson, agree that you do need to have access to our planning officers. But what guidance would you give us on the weighting and time that we should be giving this issue?
I sometimes ask myself that just on my far smaller brief, because I'm involved in many of those same issues. I don't know. I think it's a massive task for council generally being asked to deal with these things. All I can say is that this particular issue, and it goes back to the comments I made about building off unitary plan. We have been through a 5-year plus period of development of a very comprehensive plan. That is now being, Council's being asked to rethink that in terms of this national policy statement. I think it's critical to Auckland that we do and we get it right. We've got to get it right, and we've got to start that by thinking at the blue sky stage, not just working on details of specific projects. Now, if that means a bit more specific work at this stage, then I'm afraid I think it has to be met. I think it's quite a pivotal aspect of the planning for the city over the next 2 or 3 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. David from the denser Freeman's Bay side, anything to add, David?
No, we have had a lot of discussion together, and David speaks for us all.
Thank you. Just wanted to give that opportunity. Thank you both. Excellent. We've received your information. We take that on board. I think we've already identified that the absolute need to have pre-engagement and including with our communities and key stakeholders. We make that very clear. I will make sure that all the organisations are on that key stakeholder list, and you will be contacted. We do have a lot of technical work after our final policy directions, assuming, are set today on the other locations. Our teams have a lot of technical work, a lot of analysis to undertake from now through to March next year. And that's why we're bracketing March or April for the pre-engagement with communities and key stakeholders. We're just not sure when that work is going to be complete. But it will be, and we'll definitely be in touch. Councillor Coombe, you will move accordingly. Do I have a second, please? Councillor Simpson, thank you. All those in favour of the motions on the board say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. Declare that carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, David Abbott and David Ellison, for the communities in the bays there. Now, members, I will just go. We'll go to local board input and welcome Kath Handley up. And Kath is going to be discussing a dark sky application. And also Naliini Brito, I hope I get that right, and please correct me if I'm not right. Naliini and Kath are both, Kath of course we know is the chair of the Waiheke Local Board, and Naliini is from Dark Sky Waiheke. Kath, are you going to introduce?
Absolutely. Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Nalaini Brito, who is the Vice President of the Royal Astronomical Society of New Zealand, an ardent campaigner for protection of dark skies, who also led Aotea Great Barriers informed application to achieve dark sky sanctuary status. Some of you may already have met Nalini at other forum, but for those who haven't. She also lives on Waiheke, so aren't we lucky? Today we would like to talk to you. Which side do I go to press? That one? No, that one? Can somebody help me with this? Ah, we got it. So today we would like to brief you about an application we're making to International Dark Sky Association and to ask you please for a letter of support endorsing that application. And just to give you a background, somebody's going to press the slide on and isn't that amazing? In terms of background, the preservation of our dark skies and the limitation of light pollution is of benefit. This is really important to you in other settings as well. To native flora and fauna, as well as creating special attraction for locals and visitors alike. In 2018, we passed a notice of motion to protect our night skies following a presentation from Nalini, and we followed that with funding for the development of a lighting management plan, which has been completed for Eastern Waiheke. Due to limited public and private outdoor lighting, Eastern Waiheke has a special quality dark sky, which already falls into the International Dark Sky Association's guidelines for Dark Sky Park. The only difference are the same guidelines as Aotea Great Barrier, it's just that their remoteness makes them, gives them a different classification. We're currently completing an application to the International Dark Sky Association for Dark Sky Park accreditation. Next slide. It's very important to know how this sits within the local board plan, apart from having an objective, which is to protect our night skies. By doing this, we also have at the heart of that plan a core objective for everything that we do on Waiheke to meet the criteria of Waiheke as a sanctuary in the Gulf. Which does also direct our behaviours in all areas. This also has economic value, obviously, because we're looking for longer stay visitors to add better value for Waiheke's economy. During public consultation last year on the current plan, respondents were asked about this, asked for their views, and we're told that to achieve dark sky status, sorry if we go back one, to achieve that dark skies status, we'd need to control exterior lighting in a variety of ways, including installing shades, directing light downward, and using timers or dimmers, and that those actions would further the Dark Sky Initiative by decreasing light pollution, which would in turn help protect wildlife and enhance the visitor experience. Thank you. So of those respondents, which did include a number of groups, there was 91% support and only 4% no. So huge response, positive response, and we did consult at the eastern end particularly on this. Thank you. In terms of the boundary, next slide please. It's not quite the rural-urban boundary. It excludes a couple of village areas, but it is essentially what we call the far end or the bottom end of the island, the eastern end. Thank you. In terms of progress to date on this application, we've the Dark Sky Waiheke as well as the local board office have worked together. All of the pre-work has been done to lodge this. There's a couple of small things to be done in terms of council departments. We will be looking for community facilities to give it an approval as well. And then there are some things that regulatory need to do along with park sports and recreation planning, but they're straightforward. Auckland Transport has already improved the lighting management plan that we funded as a local board, and they changed voluntarily without the local board's involvement, just with Dark Sky Waiheke, all of the Eastern End streetlights from 4,000 Ks to 3,000 kelvins to comply with the light management plan and dark skies conditions. So on the next slide, you'll see the eastern, you have to have a certain number of public observation sites. So these are those. And additionally, there will be private sites as well. So we've got local landowners, they're pretty big down that end in terms of land holdings, large land holdings, but we've got some of those already offering places for the public to go at night, climb the fence and, look at the sky. In terms of how the dark sky will operate, it'll be governed by a charitable trust board, which is modelled on the one for Tekapo. I can't remember the full name of that group, but regardless, it's been very successful as a community stroke governance, mana whenua and DOC group. The management of light pollution going forward will emphasise voluntary compliance. And we have a large group, Dark Sky Waiheke volunteers, and they will visit people who aren't compliant. At the moment, there's only 2 or 3 places that aren't. It's not, they're not huge controls that are required either. They're quite reasonable. And you'll be interested to know that the lights from this side of town don't affect the quality of the skies down that end of the island. Thank you. And in terms of compliance, it can be enforced already under the Hauraki Gulf Island District Plan and under bylaws. So once we're accredited, consideration will be then given to extending the accreditation to the west under different criteria, and it is likely we'll be able to achieve international dark sky community status at the western end, the more urban end. And on that, I'll finish. Our request is to get a letter of endorsement from you. Thank you. We're open for questions, so Nalani obviously will answer anything that to do with the application and the dark skies themselves, being the technical expert. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kath. And a question from Matawa Ward Councillor Coombe.
Waitemata and golf, Mr Chair.
Oh, sorry,
very
and golf.
important.
Missed that bit. That was an error.
Tēnā koroa. Thank you both for coming along to present here, Kath and Alani. I was fortunate to get to meet Richard Somerville Ryan, who of course promoted the Dark Sky Sanctuary on Aotea Great Barrier, and he raised with me that one of the issues is it's fine, of course, on the island, and there's no light pollution there, but a growing problem is the creeping sprawl up Rodney Way is increasing the light from the mainland, and one of the main issues there it's domestic lighting from people's houses, but also the street lights. And so he was wanting us to be more vigilant around what Auckland Transport was doing in the streets. And I just wondered if that is going to be a similar problem on the eastern end of Waiheke, on the mainland that it's facing, and if that's something we need to, as part of this application, we need to be vigilant about.
It's definitely impacting the western end of Waiheke. The eastern end is almost as dark as Aotea, because I've measured both. And over time, that could become a problem, right? And even for Aotea, we are talking decades before it becomes a problem. It also depends on the degree. So if there's a light dome and if it's like within 10 degrees, it's not a problem. It's near the horizon. But yes, it is likely to become a problem. And one of the things we have done is made a submission under the Natural and Built Environment Bill, which has been supported by the Barrier Local Board, Waiheke, Tekapo, and a lot of astronomical society, including Auckland Astronomical Society, which Mayor Phil Goff is the patron of. So at a wider level, at a national level, we are taking it up. But to be honest, if Auckland can do it, the rest will just follow. So any support will be appreciated. I also did the measurements for Waitakare's local board, and they have a bigger problem because they are much closer to Auckland. Some parts of it is really dark, but some parts you can see the light dome.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I'm sure you'll explain how we can, very keen that we can endorse this application. And if there's not a way as a planning committee, of course, I'm very happy to endorse it as the local councillor. Kia ora.
Thank you. On that note, we'll just put up some emotions here. So, Kath, your next step is as a board to present a report back to us. I think how Aotea did it was they actually were the ones that they led the report writing. Now, you've done a lot of the preliminary work. So what I was going to propose today was that the Waiheke Local Board considers preparing that report, and for that to then come to us. I'll just check with Chief of Strategy. Chief of Strategy, that was the process for Aotea. If
Actually,
The lighting management plan is with you already.
okay, I'll just go to Kath. Sorry, and then I'll come to Chief of Strategy.
Yeah, the lighting management plan is with planning already, but you're looking for a paper to be presented. Is that right? So we've already done the work with Dark Sky. We also have submitted the lighting management plan, which is with planning. So are you looking for a further proposal to enable you to do this?
I believe so. I think we need a formal report from the board collating all of that to come to us. Now, I'm not sure whether it comes before the committee or comes as a confirmation that the body of work has been complete, and then we can delegate authority. But look, I don't want to second guess this, so I'll go to the Chief of Strategy.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Kath. Look, I didn't realise about the lighting management plan, so I'm fine with these recommendations if that's what the committee wish. The other option I have is to, I just guess, confirm the next steps with you, particularly once I understand the lighting plan element. And I could confirm whether or not, and if we need to bring it back to this committee, we'll do so, or the board will do so, or we could do it in some kind of confirmation or information item manner. Sorry, Mr. Chair, that's probably very unhelpful to you, but I'm just not, I just wasn't aware of the lighting plans. I'm just not sure where that might sit in terms of what you need from us, as staff.
Okay, sorry, put the audio back on. Kath, can you just have a quick look at the, I think the A, of course, stands, the B stands. So there's a question around the C, and then the D, I would suggest that's to approve a mayoral letter. I think, Mayor, you wrote the letter on the Aotea application. Happy to do. And so if we could just put in there a mayoral letter. But just going back to the C, that's the area that I'm just a little bit unsure about. Kath, our plans and places team is very stretched at the moment. So I don't want to commit them to work which we're going to effectively slow the whole thing up by not being able to do in time. So,
Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering, what about we could remove C, and if we put with B, the planning committee may need to receive a report, because that's the question. We could remove C. If they need to, they need to, so it's going to happen. And if they don't, then we've obviously got the letter that can be done, and we can work with the board if they wish, or that can just be done through them. Would that be okay? And then we will just action whatever action needs to come out of that.
I think that's the best course. Can we just quickly make those changes? Councillor Coombe, I've got you moving this. Are you comfortable with those directions? Kath, just want to check with you. Just take a moment and we'll put that up very shortly. Do you have a question, Councillor Walker?
So I've just got a question, and that's not at all at odds with what is being proposed here. But given that Waiheke sits within the Hauraki Gulf and a multitude of islands, all of which, as far as I know, are dark, is there a larger context here? Quite obviously, we've already picked off Great Barrier. It would be useful to establish the other islands that are dark, because no doubt that would support the Waiheke application.
Could I answer that? I think that all requires work to establish, so this is all scientifically established, so that would require work to establish those. So we haven't, right, we've got a number of other islands in Aotearoa. We haven't looked to extend this work to there. Nalani.
The International Dark Sky Association, the top two people have actually visited Waiheke and Aotea. And what they told me was very clearly, if you can get Waiheke accredited, they will accredit the whole of the Gulf. Because there's so little population, it's only going to clear the pitch for Waiheke. They said, get Waiheke over the line, we'll do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Now, I think we've confirmed the words. If we can, members, if we could look at the A, will haven't changed. The B and the C. Comfortable with that, Councillor Coombe? Okay, it's moved. Do I have? Sorry, can you put audio on, please? Can't hear.
B is saying if necessary, but C says receive the information requested, but we might not be necessary.
Oh, that's true. Can we just tidy that, please?
If in B, if necessary. Oh, I don't know. No, I think you had it already. You didn't need to take out all those words.
I think they've got it, rather than, sorry, I like to let the staff work it out because they know what is intended. Okay, I'll come back to you. Can you clearly convey what you would like to see?
That's what I was trying to do, Mr. Chair. So if the words that were there could go back, I think it just needed to have in brackets, if necessary, added.
Look, I think that covers it. Okay, we're going to leave it at that.
I won't stop.
So it's moved. Do I have a second, please? Councillor Mulholland will second. Okay, I will put that to the vote. First of all, thank you, Kath and Nalaini. Thank you for attending with Kath. We'll put that to the vote now. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no, and declare that carried. Thank you. Thank you both. There's nothing under extraordinary business, members, which brings us to item 8. Before I go there, I need to vacate the chair, as I said earlier at the meeting, declare an interest on that item. Ordinarily, the standing orders have the deputy chair step in. The deputy chair's taken ill and had to leave the meeting, such as the season it seems. So I will invite the mayor to take the chair for item 8.
Through the now vacated chair, there is some formality around this. I'll just need to formalise this and please ask for nominations for a chair. I'm sorry.
I better not take it.
Second. We have a nominated, a seconder. Thank you. Just on voices, all in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, carried. Thank you.
Now legitimately in this position. Thank you, Megan. So the paper relates to the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, and it's a fund, I just got to say this is a a preface to it before we all get excited about the $1 billion that's in the contestable fund. This is to cover the whole of New Zealand and is eligible for applications from all councils, developers and mana whenua. So we don't know exactly what will be coming to Auckland, but if we got 200 or 300, we'd be exceptionally pleased. But nevertheless, we need to put applications in. And if we work on the basis of the shovel-ready projects, we put in 73, and then the government chose which ones they wanted out of that. It might be better to put a narrower list in so we have greater control over what might be accepted by the government. But the very first thing I have to do is welcome both Jacques and Fiona to the end of the table. And we need to move this. I'll move it. Do I have a seconder for the item? Councillor Simpson. So it's been moved and seconded, and I'll now invite Fiona to introduce the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, through the Chair. Today, thank you for the introduction as well. I've just got some few slides to take you through so you've got an idea of the context. Am I moving this slide? Thank you. Yes, please. So the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund that we're talking about today is part of the 3.8 billion Housing Acceleration Fund that was announced by the Crown a couple of months ago. Of that 3.8 billion, approximately 350 million is allocated for Māori development, approximately $1 billion for the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, and that's the contestable fund that the Mayor just introduced for you. And the remainder is set aside for the large-scale projects to support the infrastructure required for the Kaianga Ora housing developments. That includes Mount Roskill, Tamaki, Northcote, Oronga, Maungari, and also Porirua in Wellington. So the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund is for everywhere else except for those large-scale project areas, and we are working with MHUD and the Kaianga Ora right now in how we get as much as we possibly can from the Housing Acceleration Fund in this region. Before I move to the next slide, I would just like to say that this fund, the qualifying infrastructure, is for transport and 3 waters only, so it excludes parks and community facilities. And as the Mayor said, it is nationwide. So I just told you about the 1 billion. We, as a growth council, have been categorised in the criteria as a Tier 1 council, which means that we can't apply for individual projects such as the shovel-ready process we went through. We need to apply for a programme of projects that collectively bring forward or create new housing and significantly bring forward. The applications must enable a minimum of 200 dwellings and require the support of the developers or landowners that we are proposing. We receive those funds where that infrastructure affects it. There are a number of criteria. It's fairly complex, and there's a large amount of information that we need to prepare against that criteria. The report outlines in detail, but some of it is the 200 plus dwellings, identify the proportion of lower cost houses expected in each of those programs we propose through an expression of interest, demonstrate the area has unmet demand or supports intensification. If there is an area where there is Māori-owned land being developed, then that's also a criteria that they will be assessing. Environmental sustainability, and we have to demonstrate that we've tried all other investment opportunities from elsewhere. And that it also mentions, and there's one thing that I'll mention here, the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act. I came to the Finance and Performance Committee last month and said that we're working with Treasury. The timing of this application and the timing of our ability for that means that we won't have exhausted the infrastructure funding and financing criteria for this. There is also some co-funding principles. The co-funding principles mean that the amount of funds that we're applying for that programme of projects needs to utilise all the traditional means of alternative funding that we receive, i.e. developer mitigation or developer contributions, or in the event that some of the projects in the areas that we are proposing aren't in our development contribution policy, the developer to agree to pay the equivalent of those development contributions to enable that to occur. Thank you. Next slide. So the proposed approach, given the timing that we have, and we're having to involve 3 CCOs, come up with a strategy that hopefully is satisfactory to this committee, is to use our long-term plan RLTP focus areas, and try and use this funding application to reduce some of the gaps that we have in some of those focus areas for the infrastructure and bring forward some of that housing in those areas as a result of that. We have also got some council assessment criteria. If you recall, when we did the shovel-ready process, we set some specific criteria. We have worked with the chair of the planning committee to set some council criteria that we will assess each area against, and they're the 4 bullet points there, and were the appendices to the report. Apologies in advance for the scale of this, but I will just talk through a little bit. The map on the left-hand side is the joint work programme areas for Crown and Council. The light blue areas are where there's joint priority areas between Crown and Council, and the dark blue areas are where we're developing in this first decade within them. The striped areas are where there's live zone and it is Council a priority, such as the Northwest Red Hills there. The purple area is the Unitec Carrington Road site, which is a Crown-only priority area. And the other council priority areas at the top in those squares are Silverdale, Warkworth and Pukekohe. On the right-hand side, we have the 6 proposed areas where we are asking you to support us investigating EI expression of interest applications for this fund. That being Red Hills in the live zone areas, Whenuapai to support Plan Change 5, the CRLL Mount Eden Station, the infrastructure required to support the overstation development there. Carrington Road Residential, which is you may know as the Unitec campus. They received some shovel-ready funding, but there are a couple of projects there that would enable them to go if we were successful there. Drury East and Drury West, and we've separated those applications so to give us the best chance, because each side has different criteria and different things to consider in that application, and strengths and weaknesses. This is the written version of what I've just talked through, and you'll see I've listed currently the projects that we've been working with: transport, stormwater and water care, to ascertain how many projects that we have ready that we believe meet the EOI expression of interest criteria for this fund in these project areas. We've already got some investment through ATAP, through Shovel Ready and through previous funds such as the Housing Infrastructure Fund in some of these areas, and we are required to demonstrate what Council is providing in each of those areas and what previous funding we have to support and ensure the housing is delivered in each of those. There are a number of risks that I wanted to bring to the table for you. The first is it looks as we won't see the detail until the request for proposal and the invite to request for proposal is out later this year on the contractual agreements. However, the expression of interest seems to be the similar risk profile as the shovel-ready agreements that we entered into with Crown Infrastructure Partners, which means that Council takes on the risk for any additional dollars or any cost change for projects that we are successful with. As a result of that, there is a potential, if there are funding shortfalls, we are asking for money earlier on in the process, a development process. Generally, it scales up through the life of the project with the more information that you have, which we may have to then, if we continue with and are successful with this fund, potentially reprioritise those funding shortfalls, which may affect other areas that we've chosen to invest in, so that's a consideration. Because it's transport and three waters only, council parks and community facility investment assumptions through our LTP, there may need to be some changing in the timing of that. I'm hoping to have information for the delegated decision makers on what that might look like. So we need to be cognizant of, yes, it's great that there's another bucket of grant money, but we need to be cognizant of the enterprise effects of that on our planned investment strategy. Nearly there. Here is the indicative timelines. The 18th of August is when we've got to submit the EOIs for those areas. Not a lot of time left and a lot of work left to do from minimal staff. The other timelines below that line are estimated from conversations and intonations in the expression of interest. What you need to know is it's a two-step stage. Submitting this EOI just gives us the opportunity to present an RFP later in the year when we've got more information on these projects. So there's a gateway if there are any significant issues that arise through that time period, through those investigations. And if we are successful with an RFP and we do continue through that process, the likelihood of having agreements in place and access to those funds is likely to be the last quarter of next year. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Fiona. Can I just start off the questions? And it's really around the risk of cost escalation or the failure of other parties to do co-funding. That could be a reasonably significant risk that we have not made provision for in our budget, which means we'd be taking it out of other programs that we had already decided were priorities. So my question is really around how we might mitigate that risk. And just a test, I mean, I presume that we put in the funding bid of what it will cost to deliver that project, and as part of that bid we would have some contingency built into that for unanticipated rises in costs. Is that correct? Can we sufficiently mitigate to lower that risk to our other programs should it come to pass?
So there would be two, yes, thank you through the Chair, there would be two mitigations that immediately spring to mind. The first is, as you just described, we have to declare the amount of the contingency, and that has to be accepted as part of the proposal. The second is we had limited ability to negotiate the terms of the agreement with Shovel Ready, but it's being managed by Kāinga rather than Crown Infrastructure Partners, and we may be able to mitigate some of that risk through that negotiation if we're successful with our RFPs.
Thank you, and I presume that the cost estimation would be on a P90 basis to keep that risk down.
We will do our best to make sure we mitigate council's risks. There's going to be a number of, because we have to present a programme for each of these areas, there will be different projects at different stages, so some might have more certainty than others, but yes, where we don't have that certainty, we'll be asking them to be generous.
Thank you very much. I've got quite a long list of questioners here, so we start with Councillor Walker.
Sure, so a few questions. Obviously, you've got a short list up there. I'm assuming that this needs to be a collaborative process with the landowners, developers?
Correct.
In that case, are we going to be communicating with landowners and developers, making them aware and questionable how much we can assist them, but facilitating that process?
So there has been a number of developers. Kāinga Ora has given us as the contact for developers. There's been a number of developers that have come with some with non-compliant, some with compliant applications. We have enough information together now to be able to contact the developers should this be accepted today as these areas, and ask them for their input and for their written support. It was a request that we involve the developers and try and obtain written support for that area. The difference between this is fund and the shovel-ready fund is that there are two types of agreements. There will be the agreement between us and Crown for the grant, and then there is another proposed agreement, and I'm not quite sure whether it's just with Crown and the developers or with Crown developers and council to enable the housings to substantively be delivered by 2029. So the developers in this case are going to have to say, I am prepared of the 1,000 units in that area that are enabled through this infrastructure. In my land holdings, I am prepared to deliver X amount within that time period. So that's kind of groundbreaking and will involve the developers through the RFP stage in detail. At the moment, with the amount of time we were given and the amount of detail we've got to put together, the best we can do is notify them, advise, give and share with them as much as we possibly can if we don't put in one of these, the information we have in those areas for them to do their own application. As the Mayor, the Chair said earlier, anybody can apply.
The other question I've got just goes to evaluation. Is there going to be any kind of benefit cost assessment? That is, I mean, let's say you've got a development that delivers on a whole lot and it's very economical in terms of the actual cost. Will that be part of the assessment?
It's part of the EOI application form. It's quite an extensive information required. They ask for yield and they want to know best bang for buck for the Crown dollars that are being spent in that area. So yes, the EOI application has asked for the base level of information. I would expect at the request for proposal stage later in the year, they will be looking much more intensively at that. They also reserve the right to work with us or on the EOI applications if they need further information. So they're doing their very best to give us the best opportunity to make a good application.
And the last question I've got is similar. Will there be some assessment around risk? Because obviously council is going to be concerned about that. There may be some proposals that are more risky, some that are significantly less risky.
So yes, we will have to do that. It's whether it's at the EOI stage or at the request for proposal stage, but we've been having discussions with senior staff around the risks.
If we carry the risk, you can be assured that that will be quite prominent in the list of considerations from our side. Councillor Angela Dalton.
Thank you. You asked my questions, Your Worship, so I'll follow up. Information around the projects that might need to be reprioritised or additional capex that might be required. We won't get oversight of that until the decision's in March next year, late March next year, will we? But that's when they're approved, so once you know what's approved.
Through the Chair, can I clarify what I think you've just asked me? Are you asking me around the community facilities and parks that may need to be reprioritised investments?
Any projects that might need to be either deferred or any additional capex we may need because other partners aren't coming to the table.
Okay, so with parks and community facilities, we've asked them to do a high-level assessment so that the delegated parties will be aware of that. Hopefully, we'll have that information before we submit the EOIs. But in answer to all of the others, it could happen at any time. We might not find out, and it might be when we're finally through the request for proposal process, or it might be through the duration of the progression of that project and its delivery that we might find out that. So it will be through the life of until that project is on site being delivered, where the risk is much lower of us knowing what the cost is versus what we've received the grant funds for.
I'm just wondering about the impacts on the annual plan next year as we go into working our way through that. And I support the delegation that this is going to everyone that's on it, but to continue to have some oversight from all of us over what might be deferred, reprioritised, and the additional capex that might be required. It's probably a finance question, I suppose. Okay, there is a delegation as to who's going to be on the decision-making committee. Can the rest of the councillors be kept briefed on the projects that may be deferred or the additional capex required?
Yeah, we probably wouldn't know that until quite late in the piece, whether there is a requirement for anything to be deferred. Ideally, we'll make selections around projects that have the least risk and therefore the least chance that we'd have to defer anything else, because we've built in a risk assessment before we've made the decision. But in terms of keeping councillors in touch, absolutely. Thank you for that. Councillor Linda Cooper.
Sorry, it was actually questions about the impact on our next annual plan, so I think that's been answered.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cathy Casey.
Thanks, Fiona. At this stage for the EOI, how much detail can you give me about the projects themselves, in particular the two transport projects, the one in Mount Eden for the station and the Carrington Road Unitec? Is that public transport, roads, footpaths, or cycleways?
I'm loath to get into too much detail because it's changing at the moment with assessments against criteria. I can say with Mount Eden that I believe it's the connecting community projects that they're putting forward.
Can you just speak up a little bit?
Sorry, I believe with Mount Eden that it's the connecting community projects that they're putting forward for that programme, but it's still being defined, and there's a lot of assessment that needs to occur to make sure that the projects that are put forward are compliant. So it would be remiss of me to commit today to the details of the programmes.
Any more about Unitec Carrington transport project?
So I believe that's Carrington Road upgrade.
Okay. And when will we be getting the detail? Will that come at the EOI stage more than we've got today?
So yes, the EOI applications will have the detail in there. So I guess we can come back once we've got the approvals for the submissions and give a summary of what occurred and what projects were put forward.
Okay.
You're welcome.
If I can just ask, almost supplementary to that, with the delegation to the group that determines the final list, that will include the ability, once we've done that extra work, which is going to happen very quickly, to reduce that list if need be. Okay, I think that's quite important. That may not be the final list. We'll get officials to go through that, and if the risks are higher or the returns are less in regard to some of them, we may narrow that list down again. Okay, online, Deputy Mayor Bill Cashmore. You there, Bill?
Yeah, I am. Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Fiona. And I think Jacques here as well. I see on the little screen. I appreciate this work. My concerns, like everyone else, are concerned about the risks here. Fiona, is there any stipulation about whether we have to have P90 or P50 would suffice for the actual application? That's the first question. The second one, along the similar sort of lines, is around the percentage of contingency given the infrastructure cost escalations that we're currently experiencing and can expect to continue. So is there any parameters put around those 2 points from the Crown's process?
Through the Chair, not in the EOI application. I think the risk is on us and how we propose and present that information. As I said, a lot could change between the EOI application on the August the 18th and the opportunity in October and towards the end of the year with the request for proposals. A number of these areas we will have a lot more detailed information through the Supporting Growth Alliance in particular around the ATAP works, etc. So we will be in a better position to mitigate some of that risk. I'm not sure I can answer any more. That's enough.
Thank you. Bill, any further questions?
Yeah, no, Mr. Mayor, I think a fair bit of uncertainty around this, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Shane Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A theme emerging around the questions of risk. I'm wondering if you could talk me through in a bit greater detail around the risk to parks and community facilities investment assumptions.
If we're bringing forward housing sooner than we expected, then we will be bringing forward the need for the likes of parks and community facilities. So the application requirements asks us to determine how many years further forward we are bringing in enabling this infrastructure. We have involved Cynthia's team. We will be able to give high-level assumptions around that, hopefully, before we submit the EOI application. At the moment, I can't answer your question because they're still going through what that might look like and we're still gathering information. It could be a few neighbourhood parks. It could be a large regional regional sports facility. It could be community facilities. How large that is yet to be determined.
Thank you. And the last question I have is in the name of Member Tau Henare.
Kia ora, Mr. Mayor. Look, was there any, during the process, was there any thought given to sort of trying to work out an implementation plan between the Crown and the council whānau about the longer term opportunities for Māori to get into this space? You know, in terms of expressions of interest, I mean, I know I look at the impact statement, Māori impact statement, it's in that area. On a number of occasions over the last few years, I've talked about getting Māori into the space of infrastructure, whether it be housing or infrastructure. Was there any thought given to the opportunity that this creates about having some sort of long-term plan look at getting Māori into the space?
Through the chair, the commitment from Crown is the separate 350 million for the Māori development and the EOI criteria around involving Māori land and Māori land developers. It would make your application stronger if you were doing that. With regards to longer term commitment to do you mean the forming of the funds or do you mean recipient?
I understood that as creating opportunities for Māori to be involved in the actual infrastructure provision, so getting involved. Yeah. The simple answer is no. These things come from Crown with incredible deadlines and, you know, you have to get it in. That does not mean that that's not something we need to look at. But in terms of this specific process, no, the rules are set by Crown and there we are.
I suppose it raises the opportunity that if we were better prepared, we may have been able to push the Crown on a few other things as well. Having said that, is there an opportunity now to investigate how we actually do that? I mean, who knows in 12 months, 24 months' time, under this government, under a future government, that we would be ready to go with some innovative program.
There certainly is, and maybe we actually need to officially say that we do that and look at what can be done in that space. Not something that will happen overnight, but yeah, most certainly.
Then IMSB will approach you at a later date and we'll see if we can get something together.
Yeah, thanks, Tau. Look, I don't know, but I imagine that government would have been in discussion with Māori entities separately from us to give more notice for this, because I appreciate that we've got 2 weeks to get this in now, and we've got all the staff that we have that are able to work on that. Māori entities less so, but I imagine that the government has had a separate stream of conversation directly with those entities because they're able to make applications in their own right. Right, I have now a late edition question. Councillor Richard Hills.
Kia ora, Chair. I did put up my hand up before, but I think it was missed, so sorry about that. Just to, maybe to Member Henare's question, do we know the quantum of the 350 million that would go to Auckland for Māori housing providers, or we're not told that level of detail?
Through the Chair, I believe Crown are still working through the criteria as to how they apply that 350 million, similarly with the Housing Acceleration Fund for the large-scale projects.
Okay. I have 2 more questions. One's a bit of a cheeky one. What if we just said, could we put this all on the Eastern Busway, the last stage, and just get that move forward? Could we do something like that, or is that technically not going to enable the housing?
Through the Chair, that question has been asked. It needs to significantly bring forward housing and be a programme of work, so it needs to be more than one project. It has to be a programme, so it wouldn't meet the criteria on its own.
Okay. Even if we attached it to the MPSUD around walkable catchments, suddenly, no, we couldn't.
It still needs to be more than one project that enables or brings forward more housing in that area by December 2029.
And my last question is, and thank you for that, how will it be weighted? So there's, my personal view would be, City Rail Link, Mount Eden Station development in Carrington, because they are intensified, climate-focused projects. But obviously, that's written in here. But how is it weighted? Is it going to be weighted with things that are actually underway? We've got some of these things which will enable maybe a plan change to be started. How will we know what will happen from here? How will it be weighted that, yep, something just needs this one tweak or this one transport item and then we can go ahead? Or are we going to be trying to enable things that aren't even sort of underway yet? I'm sort of thinking about 2 years from now rather than 8 years from now sort of housing development.
Councillor Hills, if you look at the criteria in attachment A, what we tried to do there was to be able to give you like a complete comprehensive package, which will include, for example, if it seems like community facilities is going to have to be brought forward. But also it looks at where are you going to get the most delivery of houses the quickest. If you still have to go and do plan changes and all kinds of stuff, it's unlikely that houses are going to be delivered in vast quantities within 8 years. So that will all be part of the council assessment to try and give the group that will look at this a good overall feeling for what this means in total, both in terms of value for money, but also the consequences of additional capex, all of that. So that list there is not a list of expressions of interest. That is purely a list where we're asking you for us to focus on those areas to do all of this work. Like the Mayor said, that list might be really short in the end because there's only so much money, there's so much of the criteria requires a lot of detail, and in the end it is about, will this package bring housing forward? That's underlying what this is about. So I think partly the assessment that we've put together from the council point of view will give you a lot of that, and then the group will be able to look at those and compare them and weigh them against each other and which one actually gives us the best value for money and has the least risk. That's probably the...
Yep, that's exactly what I would have answered. It will be based on which of those programs are most likely to succeed, to attract government money, which are the most important according to the criteria we've got set out in sections 26 and 32, and then that last element that a lot of people have talked about is which are the least risk to ourselves. So you may be right in what you assessed in terms of CRL, Carrington, etc., but we need to work through that process to find out. Okay, I've got another question now in the name of Councillor Sharon Stewart.
Thank you. I just want to thank Councillor Richard Hills for reminding everybody about the Eastern Busway. One of the things, just on housing and the Eastern Busway, just where the Hakaringa Plaza is, that the plaza's actually waiting for something to happen, and they can go 12 stories high, and that would all be housing, and there'd be shops and development down below, and then we've got, so really to complete what we're trying to do with the Eastern Busway, the Reeves Road would make really good sense. And at the moment, we've got a Pakuranga Plaza, which is almost becoming a ghost town. All the shops are just moving out, and it's really, really sad to see. And we've got, in our area, we've got a couple of ghost towns. We've got Highland Park shops that have become a ghost town, and they could also go up. So could we try and put something like that in there? Could you see what you could do? Because really, that would be a lot of houses that could, that could be built at the plaza, and it's ticking all the boxes. Thank you.
Councillor Stewart, I absolutely get where you're coming from, and we can have a quick look at that. However, based on the criteria and what that would be, the EOI be based on, we will have to prove that that 12-storey building can't proceed because of infrastructure restraints. Now, if that is the case, we can have maybe a bit of a look at that, but I suspect that's going to be hard to show, that it is particular infrastructure that prevents that from being developed.
Well, okay, all right. Well, I wouldn't mind. Perhaps maybe we could meet out at the plaza, and you can actually see firsthand, and you'll get a good understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. There are probably a lot of other bids that could be put in, but the truth is that we'll be looking at narrowing the list, not widening it, I imagine, and it will be on the criteria that Jacques answered before. Thank you for that, Councillor. I'll now ask staff to leave the table, and the floor is open for any comments. Every comment you make stands between you and lunch, but don't let that discourage you.
Can you just note that as Deputy Chair now that Chris is complete?
Okay, I'm he who hesitates is lost. I'm not bugger. I'm looking at this side of the room. I don't see any indication of interest. Yes, Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I just wanted to endorse your approach around narrowing the list rather than widening it, in line with the parks and community facilities risks that we identified. That was all. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, I just think, look, it's been pretty clearly explained. One, you never look a gift horse in the mouth. So yes, we want to see if we can get additional capital investment in the city. So therefore, we've got to predict what's in the government's mind as to what is the greatest priority for them. We then have to look at what is most important for us. And whether it can fulfil that criteria, and then we've got to look at risk, and that's what the delegated group will be trying to do. And can I just draw your attention to, there's an amendment on C, that it's the Deputy Chair of the Planning Committee that would be involved in this group, not the Chair. So hopefully that answers, Councillor Richard Hills.
Thank you, Chair. And I just had a quick comment too. I hope that we do put equal weight on the criteria around climate and sustainability. I also have concerns sometimes that even on the same paper, we might make decisions that contradict one another. So I would be concerned that we jump to grab funding that actually pushes us in the opposite direction of the MPS UD, because of course building houses on a large green field can be a lot easier, but actually the outcomes for climate and accessibility and congestion and everything else, access to jobs and education, could have the opposite effect. And I think 200 or 300 million, which is probably we can assume would be where we're heading. I'd love to get half or more, but I'd be concerned that we spread the load too much and actually don't get the outcomes we want. So yeah, that's what I hope. I'm sure it'll be looked at quite closely, but I would hope we're not just trying to push some quick sprawl type development out there, because we know that is having a lot of pain out there at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks. I think that's a positive comment. I think that's why the projects I suggested might be at the top of our list would be there. That brings us to the vote on the motion. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I declare that carried, and we might invite Councillor Darby to resume the chair. Can I just get maybe while he's coming in, the next item I think was to do with the marina strategy. Did you want to tackle that before lunch or after lunch? Okay, I think the votes are in favour of after rather than for informally. So I don't know what's happened to the chair, but
We'll just adjourn for lunch.
I'm just going to presume the power that I have to adjourn for lunch, and if we can be back by 5 to 1, please. We've still got a lot of items on the agenda.
taking the helm at the last item, and we will now go to 11. Invite Jacques Victor to the table, General Manager of Auckland Plan Strategy and Research, and this report is about altering our position and revoking the motions of prior. Some members, I'll put this on the table. I'll move it. Mayor, would you second it?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll put that up, and it's a live motion, but I will go to Jacques. Jacques, I think the report outlines, I think, most things, but if there's anything else that you wish to present, please present now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I'm good. I'll take it as read.
Okay, we will take the report as read, and we will fetch questions from the members. Members, do you have questions of Jacques Victor, please? Councillor Walker.
Sure. So I've got a few questions around some of the points in your report, Jacques. And if I look at the concerns of the Marina Users Association and so on, and I'd also like to make reference to the letter that was sent to councillors from the Marina Users Association. I think that was yesterday, and I'd just like to table that, Mr. Chair, so that it is something that we're in a position to make reference to. And I do that in consideration that it has been circulated to, I think, all the councillors, the IMSB, and I think relevant local boards.
Okay, so you're tabling, I'll put the mic on, you're tabling the correspondence, and I've just got it, here it is, sorry, and it has the MUA logo on the top left-hand corner, and I don't think it is dated. That you're tabling that, are you?
Correct. And
now, members, I think everybody's got a copy of that.
Sure. And the reason for tabling it is it references agenda item 11. Quite obviously, AMUA, that's the Auckland Marina Users Association, is one of the stakeholders that has been engaging with this process. They're not here today. They weren't able to because of the short notice. So I have some questions, and I'll reference both the letter and this report here. And if I look at point 7, it mentions a number of things, concerns. They include granting of occupation permits, marina-related unitary plan provisions, and quite obviously we've got issues that go to the Empowering Act, coastal permits, occupation consents. And my question is, are those issues still current?
Jacques Victor, sorry.
Councillor Walker, I would imagine from AMUA's point of view, yes, they are still current.
And taking an example and looking at West Park Marina, it's mentioned in one of the points here that the leaseholder could still put in a resource consent for housing development along the frontage of the marina. So that remains a current issue.
Yeah, those are the provisions in the Unitary Plan as they stand. So in terms of the Unitary Plan provisions, the Empowerment Act, etc., if it meets the requirements of those various statutes, then yes, development can happen there, if the leaseholder so wishes.
Sure. The other question I've got is just around the lack of engagement relative to this report with local boards, particularly the local boards affected. The stakeholders, for example, the Marina Users Association and iwi. So I just want to confirm that there hasn't been any engagement with them in respect of the preparation of this report.
Yep, that's correct. No specific engagement with those groups on preparing this report.
Okay, the other question I've got is just whether you're familiar with the complaint and the report going to the Audit and Risk Committee that particularly references the marina strategy and marinas such as West Park?
Through the chair, I'm wondering, I'm quite happy to deal with that. Yes, we are aware of those concerns that were raised.
Can I just clarify there? I need a point of clarification. Councillor Walker and I had a discussion this morning. Councillor Walker, you referred to a report that was going. I understand it is not a report for a decision, it's a memorandum. Can we just be clear on what the structure is? Is there a decision pending? Is there a likely decision pending from Audit and Risk Committee, please?
Through the chair, no. It's an information item. It's one of those matters that have happened in the previous quarter since the committee last met, and so it's one of those matters. So there's no decision required by Audit and Risk. It's an information item.
I'm just looking at the recommendations of the I'll call it a report because it's titled a report on the investigation into certain complaints through West Park Marina.
Through the chair, could I just caution you to raise any matters in that report in public? It is not a public matter, so I just caution you about what you might be saying. It's not a matter for public discussion.
I'm just going to confine myself to one item, and that is around a recommendation that there is a commitment and a timeline developed to giving effect to the resolution, that's the earlier resolution of Council, to develop a region-wide marina strategy.
Thanks. So through the chair, yes, so that was the current context, and of course this is one reason why we're having this conversation today, is we have a current resolution to that effect. And as you know, we have consistently said that we don't have the resources to do the work. And in fact, we don't agree that there's any problem to solve anyway, with the purpose of a strategy. So for the purpose of that report, that is saying that under best practice, if we have a resolution that sits on the books, we should look to provide a timeline for when we would give effect to that. So far, there is no timeline because we can't do it. We don't have the opportunity, the resources to do it. So that's a fine statement to make. There's no problem with that. It doesn't preclude any conversation that you have today or ability to agree to the resolution on the screen in front of you. But neither does it. It's not an additional requirement or obligation on council beyond what we already have as a resolution.
Thank you.
Okay, and the last question I've got, and I just wish to reserve my right to ask further questions, and that's around options. Is it conceivable that, for example, the second option, which is around addressing particular issues, if and when they arise, could be compatible with retaining the possibility of a marina strategy?
Jacques, can you fetch that question?
The question is that possible? Yeah, anything is possible.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just one other question, and it goes to the context of this report that is essentially saying in part that other matters which sit alongside this, and it references the national policy statement and resourcing and the like. I mean, they are givens. Are there not a number of strategies, for example, that have been identified in the CCO review? And I won't elaborate on what they are, but we're not rescinding those other strategies, are we? Or is this a general approach that we're going to take to rescind a range of strategies that have been identified?
Jacques?
I'm just trying to remember. So I can remember one of the strategies mentioned in the CCO review was the water strategy. That work was, of course, underway already before that recommendation came, and so that work is proceeding. This is one that wasn't done. Another one that was raised in the CCO review was the economic strategy. So work was already underway to do the economic, the action plan that you signed off, not this committee, signed off quite recently. So those were all underway and were being done. This was one that had not started.
Other strategies identified, for example, a property strategy, are we rescinding that, or is that still on the books? A stadium strategy, which was also identified, are we rescinding that? And there are other strategies that I could provide as reference.
Okay, just a minute, please. We're just, we've got a few names of strategies. I'm not sure whether they're all on the books or not. So I need to be clear on what's actually funded. I understand the work, the so-called stadium strategy, is with Auckland Unlimited and it is funded, but I need to be clear on what is funded and what is not funded.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I was going to respond in a similar way. So, property strategy, for example, no, we haven't started that. We've started discussions, but that I don't believe has been approved through a resolution in and of itself. The CCO review raised some feedback from any number from 1 to whatever number of people who raised concerns that there were gaps in Council's direction. That in itself didn't necessarily mean that there were gaps or that was how you would fill that gap. But let's assume that you did. And so, as I said, the property strategy is the one that, no, we've not begun work on that. In terms of other work that we're doing, whether you call them strategies or whatever you call them, this really is a question of prioritisation in my view. I've already said that from a marina strategy perspective, we don't agree that there's a problem to solve. And even if there was, whether a strategy would solve or would bridge that gap anyway. And so we've made that decision, and you will or will not agree with that one way or the other. But ultimately, it's about prioritisation. It is about what we spend our money on and what you ask us to do. And so if you do want us to continue to do work in this area, there may be things we will need to stop doing in order to do this, or you need to give us more money. Or some kind of free us up to do the work. So this is not a continual opportunity for us to revoke things. That is not what we're intending to do. What we are trying to do is say we've got this on the books. We've consistently said we're unable to do what you've asked us to do. We just wanted to be honest about it. If this is still a priority for you, then you'll make your decision and then you'll be able to free us up with money or resource to do it. If it's not, then let's understand that and let us continue on with the work that is a priority for you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go to the Mayor, please. Mayor Fulgoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question has been partly covered by Councillor Watson's question. It's in relation to the Amua letter, and I read that and had the chance to look at it in regard to the Audit and Risk Committee, and I know that was in confidential, so I'm not intending to go into the detail here, but it does go into detail in the Amua letter. But my question, I think, is probably best answered by Megan. Is there anything in what the Audit and Risk Committee was considering that is particularly relevant to whether or not we have a strategy for marinas, or was it more specific about alleged behaviour?
Through the chair, yes. So the complaints were about alleged behaviour and not resolving, an issue like this Empowering Act issue, for example, in one part of a marina. So it has nothing to do with your ability to make a decision on or confirm your decision about doing a strategy, or to make a decision to rescind that. It's irrelevant in that sense to your decision today.
Thank you. I think that's quite important. My second question, I think, probably is to Jacques. this is going back a couple of years, so probably all of our memories are a little bit less than clear, but from my memory, there were two questions that were at the forefront of our minds in terms of considering a strategy for marinas, and I just want you to confirm whether my recollection is right. It might not be. The first was in relation to West Park at Hobsonville, and it was around the sale of land to a developer who currently leased the land, and I just that was a big issue about sale of marinas. As far as I know, that is now off the table, but can you confirm whether it is or not? And as far as I recollect, the resolution of that is no marina will be sold unless this body makes that decision. So that was the first question. So that seems to have been resolved. The second question was in relation, I think, to the Hammerhead land, it's called, at Gulf Harbour. And that was land that I understand was leased to the developer, but was under threat in terms of public access use and access to the ferry. And that has now been purchased, that lease has been purchased back by us, and that issue has been resolved. But were those the two critical issues that were being debated when we decided that maybe a strategy was needed?
Your memory serves you well. Yes, those were the two issues. West Park, the sale of land. No, there is no further attempts, negotiations, anything to sell any land at West Park. Plus, you are correct, there is the resolution that has been previously, but also proposed again, that there can't be any sale of any council land at any marina, more than West Park, without the prior approval of council. So that deals with that one. Yes, it was Hammerhead. There was the people perceived that to be public land, but they were actually leases over that land, which entitled the. And I'm just going to correct something that you said by mistake. I think not the developer, the marina operator. That the marina operator, it entitled the marina operator to undertake certain activities, and they were marina-related activities. So it wasn't an activity like housing, for example. So it wasn't, in fact, pure public land because of the leases. But yes, there has been some developments where the leases are no longer, and that is now public land to be used for public activities, such as parking for the ferry, some community facilities, that kind of thing. So that is solved as well, yes.
Thank you, Mayor Phil. Jacques, from me, just in terms of, have you checked in with Auckland Transport? Are there any disbenefits from not proceeding with a marina strategy from the point of view of Auckland Transport?
Yes, I did check with Auckland Transport, and no, they could not. And the question to them was, is there anything in terms of, so where it relates to Auckland Transport, of course, is the ferry services and the parking associated with that, the access to the ferries, that kind of thing. Is there anything where you have problems or some issues in terms of those services that you would need a marina strategy to deal with? And the answer was no.
Okay, can I just get a sense of, in your unit, in your Auckland Plan Strategy and Research Unit, you've got a budget to undertake the various activities that are in a work program, and that is supported by budget allocations through an annual plan budget or a 10-year budget. Can you just give us a bit of a flavour of what sort of work is underway? And I guess that it does range from REMU through to infrastructure strategy, and there's probably parts of your organisation or your particular part of our organisation that we don't quite realise what they do. But can you just give us a little snapshot of what I understand is quite a lot of pressure, things that were planned for, and then the responses to government directives as well. Now, those government directives there's crossovers. If you can just take us through the crossovers between how your unit and its budget, its resource, its human resource, contributes to the plans and places response as well. I think we just need to get a sense of the workload, the pressure, and tell us if there is any budget allocations that are not being used up, that could be used up on something like this.
So maybe the first thing I should say in terms of budget allocations, the budget is mainly staff. And to be exact, there are 97 staff in the department, which covers both all of the strategy and all of Council's regional functions in terms of the environmental monitoring and that it has to be done. So that all sits within the 97 staff. The budgets are staff budgets. I have very little consultancy money. We do not use consultants. We do the work ourselves. And there's not always much of that in council, I'm going to add. We get paid to do the work, we do the work. But I'll go through a quick list. So as you would have seen earlier, something that just comes up, so not everything is always planned. Stuff comes up and we have to do it. The Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, I sat here this morning talking to that, a thing that just comes up and we have to do it. I'm responsible for the NPS urban development, not the plan change, the preparation of how you would approach that, plus the development strategy that comes out of that, plus the HPA that you signed off the other day. So I'm responsible for all of that. I'm responsible for the water strategy. I have to do some work in terms of the Three Waters Review and advise council on that. All of the resource management reforms, so that is done by us, not by there's input from plans and places and the whole organisation, but so the Environment and Natural and Built Environment Act, that submission that's just gone in, that's us. Future for Local Government, that's us. The Transport Emissions Reduction Plan that is being developed, that's us. ATAP Decades 2 and 3, that is being worked on with central government, that's us. Light rail, my staff gets seconded to light rail, they are gone. They are not replaced. They are not backfilled. Light rail, that's us. Future development strategy that has been done in terms of the NPS, that's us, only us. The NPS freshwater, the air quality, the NES freshwater, all the monitoring that needs to be done around that, that's us. Implementing the climate plan, that's us. I can probably go on. Those are the bigger things. There are lots of other things that.
And just one last one. Has there ever been a confirmation of a budget for a marina strategy? Has that ever been in budget and then been changed out of budget?
No.
It's not been there.
No, because remember, it was not something that we proposed to do. We had quite a different proposal at the time. And since that decision was made, 3 annual plans in a row, budget was not provided for that.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Simpson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I must admit I was a bit surprised to read this, but my question, Jack, to you is: there was a resolution by this committee for this work to be done, right? I understand that things have changed since that. I understand that we went from starting a budget, if you all remember, at the beginning of this term, thinking we were in a reasonably good place, and then along came COVID, and we hit the emergency budget, and that's still flowing on for even the first 3 years of the LTP. But my question to you is: you had a resolution to do this work. We haven't got the, I understand you've got the MPSUD work to do, and you haven't got the resources, and you're really, tight in your department, and I get that. So why aren't you just deferring it? I mean, there was a series of resolutions asking this work to occur. So why didn't you go for option 1, which is just to defer it? And I mean, I know that sounds like kicking the can down the road, but the governance direction was to do it. Yes, there's a new set of circumstances, and there's a lot of stuff that we're not doing now because we couldn't under emergency budget. There's a lot of stuff we've stopped. Doesn't mean you turn around and re-resolve to overturn a resolution. I can think of a number of resolutions that, we want to do stuff, and when time and place gets there, you'll do it. So I just don't understand why you wanted to overturn it as opposed to leave it and do it when the resources were allowed. Because I've got a memo from you to this committee on the 17th of April, noting that's just before we hit budget, emergency budget time, and it talks about other things that you would do other than what the Mayor just mentioned as a result of those resolutions, looking at supply and demand analysis around marinas, etc. And I'm not, in my head, I kind of think they're still relevant. So why you just want to say no?
Okay, we'll put the question with Jacques.
Mr. Chair, could I answer that? So, because I am, I'm obviously supporting Jacques, but I am responsible for this broad direction. The key reason for me is I get a lot of pressure at times from a number of councillors around the table to do this work, and notwithstanding that I have said I can't do it, and I'm not trying to be a barrier, I'm just trying to be honest. I keep getting pressure on, and so I keep saying no, and that doesn't. That is not satisfactory. So I am. If that stops, I guess we can just keep the resolution on there, and it won't happen for a long time. But that's not the reality of what's been happening over the last couple of years. So I just wanted to bring it out into the light, and it's your call about how you want to deal with it from here.
So, supplementary, Mr. Chair, if I may. So what you're really saying is you're being hassled by some councillors to get on with the work when we are in a particularly difficult situation in the last 2 years based on the emergency budget and then the LTP. Right. Okay. I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Newman, please.
Jacques, I've got a number of questions. For you, Jacques. So you've outlined a list of work streams that you're responsible for. I just want to check with respect to the timing of this. Was these resolutions were passed in March 2019? So I just want to check. Could you confirm that the NPS on urban development was not a work stream that was applicable at the time, correct? We knew the NPS was coming, and of course there's no choice in doing the NPS. We simply have to stop things and do it.
Thank you. The acceleration fund work, that wasn't applicable at the time. The Three Waters review work, that wasn't applicable at the time. The RM reforms, that wasn't applicable at the time. The future of local government work, that wasn't applicable at the time. ATAP's decades 2 and 3, that wasn't applicable at the time. The work that you refer to today as the work that you've currently got on wasn't the work that you had on at the time that the resolutions were passed. Is that fair?
That is a statement, yes. There's also, like I said, work comes in. It is not always planned. What is expected from my department is to respond to that work. That work is in the main, as you can see from the list, things where the council does not have a choice. It has to do this work. My department is expected to respond when those things come in.
A question for either Jacques or Megan. So what bids have been put to the ELT to fund this particular work stream, these resolutions that were adopted? What bids have been put up? When were they put up and for how much?
I'm happy to take that through the chair. I've placed no request through ELT for funding for this matter.
Through any of the budget rounds, there's been no bid.
So from memory, and Jacques might be able to confirm, as we moved into what became our emergency budget, we'd started talking with the finance team around a budget allocation. Because of COVID, it never went any further, but we started the conversation. And since then, there's been no further either bids or, I guess, options coming from the politicians around the budget.
What about prior to COVID?
So this was a 2019 resolution. So no, this was, I think, towards the end of 2019 into early 2020, which of course was the COVID year. So yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to take that as a no, but I've got 3 questions probably for you, Megan. So would it be fair to say that
because I'm the Deputy Chair of Audit and Risk. Audit and Risk is not a decision-making committee, it's an advisory committee. So no decisions would be taken there because it's not its function. But in discussing with Mark Maloney, it would be fair to say it's not good professional practice for resolutions passed of council to not be acted upon. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Okay, so in the preparation of this report that you've authorised, would it be fair to say that the response to the advice that Mark Maloney has given about it not being good practice to not respond to resolutions, this is a response to resolutions by seeking to rescind them so that we're not acting in a way which does not reflect good practice? Is that fair?
Through the chair, I didn't reference or even review the investigator this particular report, so that had no bearing particular on the discussions I've had in the report that's up in front of you. However, you're right, as I've said, I just because of the continued expectations of doing this work and the fact that I have not been able to achieve that, I wanted to be honest about that, and you're right. As best practice, if you've told us to do something and we continually apparently say no to you, that's not a particularly helpful position for either of us to be in. So I just wanted to bring this to a conclusion effectively, or at least understand the reality of what's going on. The fact that another report from a risk perspective also said it was best practice, I agree with that, but it didn't have a bearing on this recommendation that I have in front of you.
So my final question, I guess, Megan, would be, so we've had an unfunded mandated piece of work prior to COVID, which remained an unfunded mandated piece of work during COVID, and because it's not best practice, the response now is not to fund it, but simply to rescind the resolution so it's no longer mandated. Is that a good summary?
The only thing I would add is the reason that I have asked to have this put up is because we had given advice at the beginning in 2019 and continue to say that in our advice is that we don't agree that there is firstly a problem to solve, or secondly, if there is, that a strategy would be the right one to do. Now, you can take that advice or not, it's entirely up to you, but that's the other element to this. It's not just because it's unfunded, it's because it wasn't our recommendation, but also of the pressure I keep getting all the time and all the no's I keep saying, and it never goes anywhere. I thought this was a useful thing to do. Not an easy thing to do, but useful.
Thank you. And Councillor Watson, please.
Yes, thank you. Just a minor correction to start off with. The leasee at Gulf Harbour did not have a lease over the Hammerhead. They had a right to lease, and there was a development licence that controls what activities can occur there. To the more substantive matter before us today, I must admit I am having quite a bit of difficulty, Mr. Chair, reconciling the comments about this report going to Audit and Risk and its lack of relevance to today's proceedings. Without releasing anything that's in confidential, I note there's a section in this report to do with the marina strategy. There's a section in this report to do with Council's obligations in terms of the marina strategy with the CCO review. There's a section outlining further concerns that have occurred since 2019 in the marina space, despite statement to the contrary in our report. And I guess most tellingly from my perspective, Mr. Chair, is a series of 5 very substantive recommendations at the end of this report, going once again to the marina strategy, going to a number of other issues to do with marinas, and content which does not appear in our report and which is absolutely germane to our decision making today. So I guess my question is, how good a process is it for the good people around this table, the councillors, to be making a rather hurried decision in the absence of any scrutiny of this report that is entirely relevant to the marina strategy and any revocation thereof. In fact, if you put this report, which is the consequence of an 18-month investigation.
So I need to get to your question.
So the question's just coming right now, Mr. Darby, just coming right now. So I'm asking how relevant or appropriate is it rather for the contents of an 18-month investigation into the marinas and in particular the strategy to not be considered by audit and risk before this matter is brought to us. Isn't that an entirely reasonable expectation, Jacques?
We'll go to Chief of Strategy for that, please.
Thanks. I'll deal with this issue. The report was not about whether a strategy is the right thing to do or whether we've done it or anything like that. The matter was around alleged behaviour of staff in and around matters to do with marinas. There was some commentary because we'd clearly had a resolution about marinas that was, it came into the public, it came to you and the public, it was part of the whole picture. But the report has got nothing to do with the marina strategy. That's an element of the conversation and how it came to you and why we got to the resolution we got in 2019. And that is why, in my view, it doesn't preclude this conversation. It's not relevant to your ability to make a decision today.
Just further to that question to you, then strategy leader, why then is there a recommendation to the effect that requesting a commitment and a timeline developed to giving effect to the resolution to develop a region-wide marina strategy? So that's a recommendation. That's to do with the marina strategy, isn't it? It's recommending that we do it. Yet none of the people around here have seen the discussion that informs that recommendation. How is that possibly good governance?
So, through the chair, my understanding or presumption is the reason that would be a resolution, a recommendation, is because there is a resolution on the books to do the work. The work had not been done, as I've outlined before, and so under normal circumstances, when there's a resolution on the books, the staff are required to do the work. So that's why there's a recommendation that there be a timeline. In that sense, that is reasonable. Notwithstanding the constant reasons why I give that I can't do it, hence, unless something changes hugely in terms of resourcing and money, I'm still not going to be able to do it, and hence the paper you have before you today.
Yeah. So the further question to that then is why does one part of council, the risk and assurance part of council, then inform the Audit and Risk Committee that the fulfilment of the governing body's resolution, the allocation of a budget and creation of a marina strategy is likely? So we seem to be getting two different stories here. This is going on the 23rd of August, ladies and gentlemen, to the Audit and Risk. I would suggest, and I've been at some pains not to disclose more information than would contradict the confidential, I would suggest this is very relevant to our decision making today, and that the pieces that I've been very selective to quote are only part of a much wider discussion on the need to consider this matter very seriously and in fact to attempt to progress with the marina strategy, albeit on a prolonged timeline if necessary. My next question.
That's your statement. So, members, can we just be careful with the statement? So it is moved and seconded. So
they were questions, Mr. Chair.
I know, and there's a lot of statement there. So if you are going to speak, let me. Okay. It's starting to sound like you're speaking.
Okay, fair enough. So my second question also is a process as one, and it really goes to the appropriateness of the manner in which this agenda item has been brought before us today, and I'm not quite sure who to address this to. This has been in abeyance for 2.5 years. There's a number of stakeholders involved. There's local boards, there's mana whenua, there's any number of other groups who have displayed an interest in that. How appropriate is for this to be progressed to this point, to a decision-making point, without any workshop and a committee where we have workshops for Africa on any number of things, and to be sprung on us on Monday. The first I heard about this, and it might be the same with other members, was when people in the public phoned me up and asked me what's going on, you're looking to revoke the marina strategy. So how appropriate, Megan, is that almost, if you pardon the expression, ambush type progression of this without any workshop, given that it's come from staff, we were told.
Through the chair. There was no intention to ambush, and there was no intention to do anything under the radar. All I wanted to do was, which is it's a difficult decision that I made in order to bring this to you. I don't recommend a revocation of a resolution lightly. In fact, I'm not sure if I ever have. But again, as I've said, it is your decision. There was no, I didn't feel, and I'm very happy to be, to take your feedback and if you've got concerns about needing a workshop. Nothing has changed in one sense in terms of resourcing since 2019. There have been some changes on the other side of the ledger in terms of 2 of the alleged problems have been resolved. Hence an even less requirement for any work in this area. So I apologise to anyone around the table who feels that this was somehow inappropriately done. That wasn't the intention, but it is the intention to bring it to you and just to get your decision again.
Final question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And I would respectfully disagree again that in terms of both locations, the problems have been solved. As far as West Park goes, there have actually become more problems in the intervening time, but leave that for another matter. My final question, Mr. Chair, is given that we've waited 2.5 years to get to today, and there's this audit and risk meeting in a couple of weeks' time, what harm would be done by deferring this matter to the next meeting of the Planning Committee? I'm trying to think of what negative effects would amount as a consequence of that deferral that would allow the workshop, would allow this to proceed to audit and risk, and it would allow the other stakeholders, including local boards who've been cut out of proceedings today, to be appropriately informed.
Well, look, can I add to that? What harm? Yes, that question, but how pertinent is the Audit and Risk Committee meeting?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I asked the question to the officer. I don't need you to adjunct. Do your own questions. Don't add on to mine.
And mine is a supplementary to that because it's linked.
Thank you both. So I think you've heard me before say that the audit and risk matter is not relevant to this conversation. It doesn't preclude you to make a decision today. To your question, there is no particular harm in that sense. There's nothing on or happening to delay it for a month.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, your call, please.
Oh, thank you. And Megan, in asking my questions to you, the points you were making really resonated with me, in that you're really wanting daylight on issues where you're wanting to feel that you can prioritise your workload. But that really comes to the question that I want to pose to you, and I mean it in no way disrespectfully. It comes to governance. I took real interest when, through the Appointments Committee, we developed, because we only employ one person, and that's our CEO. So I looked at that agreement very carefully before it came to the governing body to ensure that it didn't say anything, because I was interested in the marina strategy, not for the reasons that Meg Goff gave, but because I felt as a harbour city it would be productive for us to have a marina strategy. So my question is, and I really don't want you to feel in any way that this is coming from a place other than just first principles, and that is, I can see you have so much pressure on you within the role of strategy. why would you not come to us in a workshop sense, through appointments committee or somewhere, and say this is the workload that central government and others are imposing on us, and we would like your feedback as the governors as to what priorities you might want to place in terms of staffing resources. Now, we only can tell that at the moment to Jim Stabeck because he is our employee. But we have to act in good faith that his employees are going to be as interested in good governance as ourselves. So I don't want to get into whether this is right or wrong, but I really would like your explanation for why you didn't actually come to us in terms of a process that allowed prioritisation.
Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I guess the way we normally do, and I'd be interested, and this is probably a conversation for another day, happy to have it with you, is normally as either requests come through a committee like this, or we get out external work programs like from government and we come and tell you about them. It tends to be on that basis we say there's this bunch of work that has come in, or that's what you're wanting us to do. We can do it, or we can't. So we need some money, or we need some resource, or we need you to help us understand what can be deferred or stopped in order for us to do this thing. We tend to do that on a item by, an issue by issue kind of basis, as opposed to coming to you in whatever form with, a list of work and say, here you go, here's the line, what goes up and what goes down. So it wasn't that I didn't want to come to you or anything. This was it's the way that we do it. As I said, it might be an opportunity for us to talk about, is there a different way we might want to go through this for the future? And
I think in terms of good practice and good governance, that is a really good conversation for us to have, and whether that's at appointments or whether it's through the governing body. I don't want to repeat, I've got other questions that others posed. I don't want to repeat those, but I would like to foreshadow at the time that we can speak to this matter that I think a deferral would be appropriate, and I'm happy to move or second or whatever in that situation.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'll now go to Councillor Coombe.
Thank you. And my question is probably to you again, Megan, and is in the context of trying to understand. I do think that if a strategy or a piece of work needs doing, we will find a way to make it happen. And we have that within our power. But what I'm hearing is that the issues that could be resolved, that where there are issues, they're not going to be resolved by the development of a strategy. So I just want to sound out 3 issues that I understand around marinas, and whether a strategy is needed to resolve them. The first one is issues with the RMA and how we're going to approach the RMA reforms, because I think there's an acknowledgement that there's a systemic issue with the RMA that has been highlighted with the Kennedy Point Marina, and in terms of how we look at the occupation of our marine environment. So that's how we're going to do our work and thinking around the reforms and the marine environment. The second one is the work around the coastal occupation charging regime, which has been signalled that we are going to look at that as a kind of the income stream, and it's a big gap. And again, this has come up with the Kennedy Point Marina, where even the developer has set up a separate trust because they recognise that they're not paying any fee to occupy the commons. So that's a gap as well. And the third area, in terms of specifically to an existing marina with Westhaven, I know that the leases are coming up. I can't remember the technical what's happening there, but it's happening soon, and there's quite a lot of concern around where the ownership is going to go, who's going to have the kind of the management, and that the view is that there needs to be kind of some master planning work for Westhaven Marina. So just in the context of those issues. I just want to know how they will be resolved if we don't. Do we need a marina strategy to resolve them? And if we don't have a strategy, how will we be approaching each of those issues?
I'm just going to look to Jacques because I think you might need to help me with the coastal occupation one. Let me start and Jacques can correct me. RMA reforms. So a marina strategy wouldn't impact the the bits of the marina activities that are covered by the RMA. And as you know, there's reforms going on there. So the way, if there are concerns around marine activities, the ability to build, dredge, all of those matters in the coastal marine area, that would come through the RM reforms. And so we will both submit on bills and exposure drafts, and then ultimately when an act is passed, it may require some changes to, say, the unitary plan or something like that. And so that's the way that those matters will be dealt with. A strategy in itself might say you would, you might want to avoid certain things to happen, or that you need to consider certain matters before you think about where new marinas or existing marinas get extended. So in my view, the RMA sits outside of a strategy. Westhaven leases, a master plan, for example, for Westhaven, again, that is a planning document. You don't need a strategy in order to tell you to do a master plan, and that can be quite specific to Westhaven. And that in itself could both direct council as owner of that, or Panuku, who manages that for us, about where that's looking into the future, or uses, or whatever that might be. So again, that's separate from a broad strategy document. Jacques, would you like to talk about, Phil, would you like to talk about coastal occupation charging?
Through the chair, yes. So there's been a watching brief on coastal occupation charging across the country for how we may be able to come to you with recommendations of what to do. So probably the first thing to be aware of is that the regional coastal plan for Marlborough is the subject of appeals in the courts at the moment. So mediation is going on. Marlborough have a coastal occupation charging regime within that coastal plan. It's fair to say it's quite a moderate regime of not high charges. So we're looking closely at that to see how that performs through that appeal process, which is ongoing at the moment. The second thing is that the exposure draft of the Natural and Built Environment Act didn't go to the detail necessary to understand the policy direction on coastal occupation charging. But we would expect in February next year, when we get to see the full bill of the Natural and Built Environment Act, what the policy direction of the government is in relation to this. So early next year, we'll be in a much better position to be able to come back to committee on this.
Just in summary, that item, that area of work is not reliant on a marina strategy. That work can be progressed.
That's right. It is a statutory regime. So if there was to be a guiding strategy to help us implement that regime, that would help, but it's not necessary in order for us to actually implement it.
It's not necessary. Okay.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify, I wasn't necessarily meaning that a master plan might be needed for Westhaven. I think there's a body of work that's going to be needed there around the berths and the ownership. So I'm not sure what that might be. And also just want to flag, Mr. Chair, that I would be supportive of adjourning this item if that is a possibility, because I think there needs to be, we do need to perhaps just flesh out what are the issues that we're trying to address with the strategy that have been important to members for some time, which I'm hearing that those issues aren't going to be addressed through a strategy, but we haven't had the opportunity to really
okay, I'm taking questions.
Yeah, so I just wanted to signal that because I don't need to speak again.
Next question is Councillor Cashmore. Councillor Cashmore?
Mr. Chair, and thank you everyone for the discussion. This was always going to be a bit of a challenging exercise. Two very simple questions, really, Megan or Jacques. I'm hearing quite clearly that a marina strategy is probably not the best tool to help advance what we consider as the best outcomes for some of our waterborne assets, those that are owned by us or not, for the future of Auckland. That would be a fair case that master planning or some other instrument might be a better tool.
Megan, is that with you?
Through the chair. look, that might be the case. I guess again, I don't mean to repeat myself. We are struggling to perhaps understand what the real problem definition here is and what is needed to mitigate that. However, even if there was one, whether it's a strategy or a master plan or a guiding document, whatever you want to call it, we're still in the position that, certainly in my view, it's not a priority for us given everything else we have on. So notwithstanding whether or not we think there's something to be done, I'm still in a position where I'm advising you that I don't have the resource, I don't have the money, and I don't believe it's important enough right now, priority enough right now with everything else to do it.
Thanks very much for that, Megan. But we do have the ability to handle one-off issues as they come forward, as we have done over the past 18 months. And my comments as they were to you, Mr. Chairman, on Monday was about our transport work at marinas, especially with our ferry terminals and upgrading that, and that is going to be handled elsewhere.
Yes, I did pose that question. I appreciate you've had some connection issues to your location, Deputy Mayor, but I did pose that question to Jacques Victor, and Auckland Transport are aware of this report. And look, I'll maybe go back to Jacques. No, Jacques, I think I can paraphrase you, Jacques. The response was that they have no issues at all with there being no marina strategy, that they can progress their work. I should get it from you again, Jacques.
Yeah, the question was in terms of the ferry services and the things that go with that. Are you having any issues where you would need a marina strategy to help you solve those issues? And the answer to that was no.
Thanks
very much for that clarification, Jacques. I'm sorry I missed it, Mr. Chairman. The meeting fades in and out with the heavy rain here, but so my humble apologies.
No, we're totally aware of the challenges you've got where you are at the moment, and appreciate you coming on the meeting. Thank you. Councillor Sayers, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question, Megan, will be around, the reasons why we can't, the resolutions there. Look, and really hearing your comments around your pressures, I'm really pleased that you've shared with it around the table here, because it's starting to feel a little bit awkward, and maybe getting a little bit ugly for the right word. And I'd rather, maybe it should be deferred is my feeling. So, am I correct in what I've heard you try to tell us that, look, I haven't got the resources, I haven't got the money, I haven't got the resources at the moment, but at some time in the future, it may come up as a priority. So I'm not sure why we don't keep it on the books until then, in whatever format. It might be a strategy, it might be just because, Megan, it's just because we're a harbour city, and I can't sit here and say I understand how all our future integration with that network across the water is going to work, and I'd really like to understand that. So the question, Mr. Chair, I think I've been precise around it, why can't we hold this until we've got the resources ready?
Look, that is a question again to the Chief of Strategy, because the report is being
appreciate that
by the staff.
Thanks, through the chair. Look, we could just leave it. I guess what I've said is, though, there's constant requests and expectation that it be done. I guess if that stops and everybody around the table understands that for a period of time, and it could well be at least a couple of years away, if I'm being honest, because with all of the other matters that we've got, and that's on your work program too, because what's on our work program is yours.
Yep.
We still won't believe it's a priority. You may want to provide us money or reprioritisation to get it done. Again, that's your call. But it could stay on the books. It's just that if the situation continues like it has for 2 years, that's just not going to be helpful for anybody.
Okay, Megan, thank you for answering that question. If I may, just a supplementary from Megan's response there. Look, Megan, I would totally support, I don't think you should be having unnecessary pressures put on you that are unreasonable. Why couldn't we defer this for a month? Perhaps in that time have a workshop on it to try and help you with those difficult juggling that you've got there. And the other thing too, I think it should probably be post 23rd of August, so we can incorporate the other thoughts that are coming through from ordinary risk. That would be my thoughts. And to put it in a question for you, Mr. Chair, is that a possibility? Could we not do that?
Through the chair, that if you want, I mean, if that's an amendment or that you want to put up, it's entirely in your hands.
I think Councillor Fletcher's indicated that she might put something forward, and Councillor Fletcher, I know it's not a question, Mr. Chair, but just signalling in advance that I'd be happy to second that.
So if I could just say, as chair, there's a lot of items on the workshop list already, priorities, matters that members have raised with me. We recently had a workshop, well, it was actually ended up being a briefing because we couldn't, it's not really a workshop, with Waka Kotahi. That took almost 1 year to get before us. We're due a number of workshops. There's a lot of things in the queue, and that is due to the backlog of attending to the 10-year budget. Now, I understand other committees are also under pressure, under workshop pressure. So that also gives you an idea of the immense demand for our time. I'll leave that with you.
I think that's a fair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just before my turn disappears completely, then picking up on that point, sir, I guess is there not a reason why we couldn't defer it to a later date rather than 1 month?
Okay, we'll just leave that there on the table and go to Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions here. First and foremost, I want to ask questions, and this might be to you, Chair, around the potential to defer the item. We shouldn't be deferring an item merely because there's different viewpoints on it. We need to justify deferring an item because we need more information. So the question that I have, and this might be for all of us, what more information do we need to consider this item?
Look, it's difficult always when you pose that, because that, to me, as chair, so that is one of the things that I did think about when the staff came to me with their draft report, is what more would you learn from going to a workshop? There are different viewpoints on this. We have actually canvassed this, the former council, particularly back in 19. But look, I will maybe hand for completeness, I will hand to the Chief of Strategy, what more would we learn?
Well, I guess if there... sorry, I'm just a little bit... I'm trying to figure it out, the question, now to answer. I don't... my personal view is I don't think there's any more that we can tell you that we didn't talk about, in 2019 and 2020, when this thing was going on. There are a certain number of people that we're hearing from, that you're hearing from, that have some concerns. Some of those issues and problems have been addressed, some have not, and probably in their minds there are others that have still not been addressed, and there'll be different views about that. If this is really about a prioritisation conversation, then there's probably nothing more that you need, because you know our work program is your work program, plus everything else this organisation's doing. So I mean, I'm not. If there are things that people don't know and need to know, then tell me. But I'm not aware of anything off the top of my head that's significant enough that you'd need to know before making a decision. Yeah.
Thank you. I merely want to, I'm sure we'll be corrected in the debate, but I wanted to highlight that, I don't want to come back here and have the exact same conversation with the same information at a later date. We voted up or down, that's my view. But I've got a question on a very different tack to you, Megan, thank you. Do you feel that if more budget was allocated in the emergency budget or the long-term plan, there would be more likelihood of this strategy being undertaken?
So for my, it would have had to have been, or I would have requested that it would be a specific budget allocated to this matter, because again, if you had asked us or me, do you need more money? Well, actually, of course, we did through the long-term plan say, actually, we do need some more money because of all of the NPSUD, RMA, all of those kinds of things. So if you asked us, if I had $1 million, what would you do with it? My response to you, it wouldn't be a marina strategy. However, if you allocated that to doing that work, then we would need to do that for you, and we would buy that expertise in. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'll go to Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you. It was just a follow-up from questions Councillor Newman asked around why there wasn't a bid from staff for money for this. And I just want to be clear, March 19 is too late for the 1920 budget, right? So it couldn't be done then. And then we got to the emergency budget, so it couldn't be done then. Is that right? Is that
yes? That's
because I just want to. The reason I ask that, sorry, is because I don't want to leave it up in the air because I felt like it made our staff look remiss in some way.
Yes, so obviously the annual plan process starts kind of, September, October, November or something, of the year of that year. So that's 2019. Those discussions started happening with finance. Then, of course, 2020 came along. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Hills, your call, please.
Thank you. This is a question, but regardless of the issue, this sort of feels like a symptom of ignoring staff advice and not putting a budget forward. So is it true in the March plan the recommended option was on the council-owned marinas, and that was going to cost around $75,000, and staff said they could probably cover that? Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's correct. So that was not doing a strategy around council marinas, but developing a set of principles, a kind of a framework within which council could then make decisions, anything that came up regarding its own marinas. Yeah, that was a much, much smaller piece of work. Yeah. Plus we had, at that time, I had a little bit of capacity that I could actually put towards that. So yeah, that's correct.
And so it's my understanding that the region-wide strategy, which said to be far in excess of a couple $100,000, was not recommended by staff, and there was no allocated budget, as said in that report at that time.
That's correct. Other than that, wasn't a couple of $100,000. We then afterwards, after the recommendation, the resolution, we did a cost estimate because we simply didn't have the resourcing. It was just over $1 million, not a couple of hundred.
And maybe it's for you, Chair. There has been no resolution from any councillor at any point on marinas or on a budget that has included a budget bid or an allocation for money of that amount for a marina strategy. No one has ever put that forward.
Well, look, I don't chair the Finance Committee. That's with Councillor Simpson. But if you're asking, and it's not appropriate for me to answer that. I think I do know the answer. What I can say is on this agenda, month after month, is a forward work program of the work we intend to do. No one has ever asked me why the marina strategy has never appeared on that forward work program.
Okay.
And
then my last point, regardless
do you want the question? I think it's for the Chief of Strategy to
I don't
actually
recall
ask the
anyone
question on the
allocating
finances.
budget.
The question is, has there been any political budget bid through the annual plan that preceded the 10-year plan for an allocation in favour of undertaking a marina strategy?
Not in my recollection, no.
And I guess for you as well, Megan, even without a budget, the recommendation, if you could tell me if it's still correct, is that the advice from staff would there be no imperative for private marinas to participate or give effect to a strategy, and the timing could take up to 2 years. Is that correct, that even with budget, there would be no way to make all the other marinas that we don't have any control over actually participate in a strategy, and neither could we enforce them to give effect to that strategy? So
Yes,
even if we had the budget, that was your advice at the time?
Yes, it was, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. I must confess my heart is palpitating a little bit, not because I'm in joy, and my palms are sweaty. Perhaps that might make the news, but I doubt it. I do have a question, and just thanks to your worship. So, my apologies, Chair, that I just did want to just ask the Mayor a question around this. And I tell you why my heart's palpitating. It makes me really fearful, as I've just shared with the Mayor, that I'm elected by people to make decisions, and we are governors. We make decisions based on the information before us. And now we're being asked to rescind it. I want to just, I know it'll take a little while to phrase my question, Chair, but others have been doing this. I'm just going to ask, I'm not going to refer to my newness too, because I haven't been around for this forever. I'm not quite that old. But I really want to thank Megan for your integrity and honesty in your team about bringing this to us. I appreciate, you know, I actually felt awful too when the staff, Jacques, was talking about the amount of work. It made me sit here and think, you know, that seems unfair to be putting that much pressure on people. I'm happy to live like that because I'm a bit, I won't say crazy because then that will make the news, but I like to work like that. But I don't think we are then doing the right thing. We need to acknowledge that. With regards to this, and I don't know whether, Chair, it's to you or not, but it really makes me nervous about, you know, we're asked to make these decisions, we make a decision, the information's before us, and as Councillor Simpson stated before, it feels like we're going against really good governance. And so I will pose these couple of questions. Why hasn't a marina strategy been funded then? Why don't we put the funding into, and we can change the resolution, but I doubt it, on the basis of what we've got before us. Why have we not funded it if it's been a long time? And I may be remiss because I haven't been across it, but I am doing my utmost. I have read the information to get across it all. I have listened to everybody who has spoken with absolute respect, and thank you for sharing your views. So that was one question. And then what approach can be taken to find the funding if it is required? Because I agree we should defer, but we should be allocating funding. And if that is 2 years, it's 2 years. Or maybe we need to get an overview so we know where we're going to with marinas. We need to have a clear vision on that in some way. Maybe it's not a full strategy. And I mean, I love strategy, as Jacques knows. I've always been a big fan of strategy. It's why I did an MBA. But I hope they come across as reasonably clear, those two questions. It's about funding, but I do want to really highlight that I am not joking when I say I feel I'm elected to make decisions, and then when I go against my own decisions with this committee, we've all decided it. And so how did it get to this from my perspective? So they're just shared with genuine respect. Thank you, Chair and staff, if someone could please answer.
I'll refer Councillor Mulholland's questions to the Chief of Strategy, please.
So your first question, why hasn't it been funded? Well, I think we've mentioned certainly from a staff perspective, you know, with COVID, but of course we'd always said that it wasn't a priority. But then ultimately, obviously, as elected members signing off the budget, you have opportunity to do that yourselves, one or more of you to do that. So I guess that's back at you in terms of why nobody in particular put up a bid in and of itself. Your second question, can I just, could you just remind me what your question was? Your second, was it about
sorry,
how
it was
we get there? No, it's right.
It was a little muddled because, you know, I am deeply concerned, and I asked why can't we fund it, so I'm asking for the money to be put forward now. If no one's done it, I'll do it right now. That was what I was implying. The second one was, you know, what approach can be taken to fund this, and this might take a long time. I hear that, the 2 year, so that we can get a better picture and move forward. So I'm actually asking for the funding to be allocated, and where would it come from? That makes it really clear.
Great, that's cool. There's probably two really main ways. One is it gets funded out of existing budgets that you've already given to the organisation. Normally, you know, for example, out of Jacques or my broader budget.
So that's one way. If that is the way, then there will need to be a reprioritisation, and there will be stuff we will need to stop. So you'll need to understand what the implications of that is. And it may be that that's not the right solution, or it can't be done. The second main way, of course, is through finance and performance, in particular, Madam Chair, is some conversation about reallocation or some allocation of budgets. I would probably defer to my finance, or perhaps the finance chair, to be more specific about the process by which that might occur. But in broad terms, that's the money that the big money that comes from you in F&P that comes back down to us as a separate allocation.
Supplementary, thank you. I do understand that full process, so I have asked for it, and so I'll just leave that on the table. But I did want to just reserve my right to speak if required, because last week I didn't get my chance.
Do you want me to respond, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, look, by all means, as Chair of Finance, yes.
Chair of Finance, we've got a couple of options. One, we're about to hit the annual plan process. That would be one way of bringing it into the annual plan. A second way would be to acknowledge that actually years 1 to 3 of the LTP are particularly financially challenging, and it may be that this is just deferred until next LTP. But those were the two options I think available.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Can I be really clear that I have now asked that question for funding just because I was told it wasn't put on the table, or I've listened and I was heard it was on the table. It has now been asked. Thanks.
Thank you. And now, Councillor Walker, you've got a further question.
Just a few brief questions, and they go to the issue around deferral. One question that I just want to establish, and I already know the answer. Is it correct that there have been submissions, certainly to the long-term plan and annual plans, from the Marina Users Association for budget for a marina strategy? Now, I can produce them if you like, but I'm just asking the question because they have been there. And I know as a councillor, correct me if I'm wrong, I've even spoken to them during the annual plan and the long-term plan process consistently. So I just want to establish that.
Through the chair, there has been some submissions. Yeah.
The other question I've got, and fundamentally it goes to governance, the context is the best document that we've had recently around governance is the CCO review, the Council Controlled Organisation review. We have not had a document that goes to the governance of the council, but that's the next best. And certainly in that document, by way of question, there are numerous references to a marina strategy, to the engagement with stakeholders around that, and specific recommendations. And my understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, that the governing body endorsed the CCO review and made a decision to adopt all of the recommendations, of which I think there were 57 or the like. I just want to clarify that.
Deputy.
And that was in July 2020. That was the date of the CCO review, post-COVID.
Megan, question for you.
So through the chair, just reminding ourselves of the time frame. So obviously this resolution was, in March 2019, so that was on the books. The CCO review happened a year or so later, and of course that was a number of people, including yourselves and others, and stakeholders, providing the review panel with advice about how that relationship's going and what can be improved and what needs to keep going because it's great. So the marina strategy was raised by some, and it won't be all, parties to that panel, and so it was included in that report. Notwithstanding that, we already had a resolution on the books anyway, regardless of whether the governing body approved those recommendations or not. And part of this, again, is you could even add that to another resolution, which I'm still not giving effect to, and therefore, again, just wanting to daylight that, whether it's the CCO review or this resolution, around the likelihood of this thing ever happening. Yeah.
So my question, Mr. Chair, is really around, given we've got a governance issue, given that there is no mention in this report around the CCO review, the findings as it goes to marinas, I can't second guess what the reason for that is, but I think you've given sufficient of a reason. And I think the last question I've got really just goes to the comment that Mr. Reid made earlier, where he did mention a guiding strategy would help. And that's what I noted down. And without wanting to go into the governance matters that are inherent in the report to audit and risk, would it be fair to say that they include matters to do with council-controlled organisations and adequate direction to council-controlled organisations and around arenas, issues to do with planning, unitary plan, conflicts of interest, new issues around seabed licences? Are they governance issues that that we need to have some oversight over?
Look, through the chair, that is not my report, and I wasn't involved in it. My initial reaction to those comments is actually most of that is management matters, not governance. But I'm not across it, so but that's my gut reaction to those comments.
Thank you. Now, I do need to clarify. I need to hear it again from Phil Reid, actually, because that's. Members, we've got to be very careful when we interpret what one of our official advisors has offered us, maybe in our favour. And I didn't hear it exactly like you, Councillor. So I'm going to ask Phil Reid to reflect on what Councillor Watson Walker just said there.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I mean, I listened and I wrote something down verbatim.
Look, sorry, that's not a point of order.
Okay.
Mr. Reid, you heard the councillor. You made a statement earlier. Can you, regarding the value of the marina strategy or otherwise, can you just clarify in your own words, hopefully repeating the advice that you gave earlier?
Yeah, and I'm talking generally about the role of strategy and the role of policy. So strategy is helpful to guide policy. Now, looking at the context of this as a statutory piece of policy of implementing a charging regime, we would firstly look at what we have as our objectives and policies within the Regional Plan Coastal, which will guide us for how we may establish a regime. So that's first and foremost in what is necessary to assist us in establishing an actual policy. If there are separate strategies outside of the RMA, they are helpful, but they are not necessary in order to establish a charging regime.
Okay, thank you. We'll leave it there and we will conclude the questions, and I'll ask the staff to move away from the table. And this... So the motion is moved. So we're now in debate.
Sorry,
Councillor,
Chair, I put my hand up for question.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, if that's the case, and I think I did see your name there before.
Yeah.
I will go back to Councillor Filipaina. Councillor Filipaina is the final question. Councillor Filipaina.
Yeah, thank you, Jacques, and to Megan. Look, they're going to be short and sweet. Is this the right place for referrals if we end up, deferring, if we end up deferring for the incoming council to make a decision?
Through the chair, you could do that. The timing of the deferment is up to you as a body.
Thank you. And where is the right place to put a recommendation for a budget to complete the strategy?
Through the chair, I would suggest you would have, for example, a resolution would say, refer this matter to Finance and Performance to make a decision on funding, or to some words like that.
Is it still the view, Megan, of yourself and Jacques, that a marina strategy is not required?
Yes, that's my view.
can I confirm that the climate change and meeting the council's obligations to implement the national policy statement is part of the reason why, from your perspective, that's where all the resources had to go to?
Yes, that's part of the reason.
Also, can you tell me and confirm that to complete the strategy it's going to cost approximately $1 million?
Yeah, I'll just so Jacques has said that, and that's my understanding. Yep, give or take.
Just confirm that it'll cost $1 million to complete this?
That was the figure at the time that we did it. Of course, we would have to go and look again. Prices, people charge more by the hour, but roughly, yes, that was what it was.
Would it be the view of, and I think it was asked previously, but would it be the view, Megan, of yourself and or Jacques, that deferring this particular item is not the way to go?
I'm probably not. Look, I'm probably not going to answer that in the sense that's in your hands. I think the question I think that Councillor Henderson asked, which is do I think there's more information that you need in order to make a decision? In my view, no. That doesn't mean you'll all agree with that, and it's your. If you wanted to defer it, that's your decision.
And Chair, just the last question. I've got the minutes in front of me from 2019. Do you know who voted against that particular? Who voted against it when it came up in 2019?
You did.
I can tell you who it is if you don't know the answer. There was myself, Councillor Hills, and ex-Councillor Hulse. Can you confirm that?
I can confirm it.
Through the chair, I'd have to just find it again, but that is my recollection. Oh, yep, thank you.
17-3, he's right. Only
Yeah,
3 voted against it.
Okay, thank you.
Just to be clear, that was the substantive motion after the initial motion was lost.
Chair, so just to clarify why I've asked that question is because information since then has come to us. That information has been brought to us by our staff, who we obviously respect. Their view is that this needs to be at least put on the table in regards. That's why I mentioned it, because things have changed from March 2019. And then it allows the people who voted for it at the time to then consider up-to-date information that our staff have put in front of us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. So the questions are concluded, and I thank Jacques Victor and I thank Megan. Members will now go into the debate, and I've moved this. The Mayor has seconded it, and at the outset, members, I have to. What I ask myself is, in this time, at this point in the Council's history, what really matters to us? What is our priority? What do we really want to focus on? What do we want to commit our energy to, and as a council, and what do we want to commit our finances to? What are the big things that burn us to see solved? And in my view, it is not $500,000 to $1 million on a marina strategy. And I would be surprised if our Aucklanders said it was $500,000 to $1 million on a marina strategy. So what is best value for Auckland right now, given the constraints that we know we're under and will be under for some time? So what are our real priorities? What do we want to get achieved here? Yes, we reflect on 2018-19 when Amua and others came to us, highlighting issues around the Hammerhead and in West Harbour. And we had a number of workshops. It's not like we have lightly socialised this issue. We had workshops in 18 and workshops in 2019 on these issues, and we asked staff to prepare recommendations for the committee, and they went up in March 19. The recommendations were voted down, and the substantive motion was voted through, and Councillor Filipaina has just reminded us of that. And in response, a lot happened. We changed the resolutions at that time to develop a region-wide demand-driven marina strategy. The original recommendations actually suggested that the matter be referred to the Finance Committee for some judgment on the allocation of a budget. That motion was never carried over. No one wanted to see it go through to the Finance Committee. It was lost. So that was actually, there was the core problem. We were putting something over the line without any clear runway on it being funded from that date. And there's never been a political suggestion since that it should be. There is no history. I'm sad to say there's been no political push to put a budget to this body of work. MUA came through in budget submissions and proposed that. But we all know we've had advocacy groups come through here through budget processes, and then often there's political swing in behind that, and politicians go, I want to see budget in behind that proposal from that advocacy group, that community group. And that's our job. That's how we do it. But that hasn't actually happened on this item. There has been no political swing in behind to ensure the budget was put into place to allow it to go on our forward work program. And I've just reminded you that for month after month, we sign off this work program, and I'm always open for suggestions or somebody pointing out that there's an absence of material. No one has ever pointed out to me that the marina strategy is not on the forward work program. I have no history of that whatsoever, though I was aware of it, but it needed to be subject. It can only go on the forward work program if it's actually supported by a budget. So there's a disconnect there, members. And it's gone through 2 annual plans and a 10-year plan. So it's a bit of a lesson here for us all, I guess. If you want something, you need to make sure you go to the Chair of Finance and work with the finance team to get it funded. A lot of the issues that MUA highlighted at that time have actually been resolved, like the Hammerhead and like the West Park land issues. But we've also stated in resolution that there will be no sale of land, no alienation of council land by resolution without prior approval of this council. So there are additional steps that we have actually taken. But really the crux of the matter is it a priority? And it's not funded. If it was a priority, it would have been funded. If we try to make it a priority now, why did we not make it a priority through an LTP process, let alone 2 other annual plans that preceded it? A lot of those concerns from those groups have been negated by steps that we've already taken. I personally don't see any value in committing $500,000 to $1 million on this work. Possibly in the future, when we're more flush, Councillor Simpson, that might be the case. But in the immediate future, I am not hopeful of us seeing the financial resource come our way that is going to allow us to proceed with this. But even then, I do have questions about it. So my core question is this a priority, given the housing crisis, given the transport crisis, and given the climate crisis? Where do you want to land that scarce council dollar? Where do you want to put that public money to best purpose? And I would say it's not here. Mayor Goff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, a motion to defer most often succeeds. Why? Because it's the easy option. You don't have to make the decision. You avoid the decision. And I think that it might be the easiest option. I don't think it's the most honest option, and I don't think it has integrity. That's why I will not support a measure to defer. You can't have a resolution on the books and not act on it. We've had this on the books for 2 years now. We haven't done anything. So the real challenge to every one of us is we've got 2 choices. Either it is important to do this marine strategy, it is a priority, and put your hand up now to spend $1 million on it, or it's not a priority, it's not a great use of $1 million, and it's not going to be on the books. It shouldn't be on the books. There's 2 reasons why it shouldn't be on the books. One, Jacques went through that list. You know, nobody can argue with his list. Is climate change, is light rail, is the Three Waters strategy, is the national policy on urban development, are they the things that we need to spend our scarce and precious staff resource on? Everybody around this table would say, yes, they are the priorities. The second thing is our financial situation, and I think Desley Simpson gave an honest answer. This isn't going to happen in 4 years. I think I'm not misrepresenting you in saying that, Desley. And if it's not going to happen in 4 years, for God's sake, take it off the books, stop raising the public expectation that we're going to do it, and stop looking incompetent because you move something and you don't act on it. So the challenge in front of us is, if it's a priority, vote the money now or at the first opportunity and do it. If it's not a priority, don't leave that expectation on the books, take it off the books. Now, I voted for this over 2 years ago, and I voted for it because I thought there were some really pressing issues that we needed to resolve. One was the question of whether we would sell marina land, and I'm not in favour of doing that, and that is now off the table. And if it were to come back on the table for any reason, we're the body that would make that decision. The second thing is the hammerhead was clearly a pressing issue, but we've resolved that. We've done that, we've done the right thing on it, we've purchased the lease back, and it will be there and preserved as public land. Those were the two issues why I thought a strategy was necessary. We dealt with both without the need for a strategy. And I do not believe that spending $1 million right now on a marine strategy is in any way a priority or would come ahead of all of the other things that our staff is doing. I'm really conscious that our staff are stretched to the limit. And, you know, partly it's because of what happened under COVID, partly it's because we're having staff swiped by other agencies. But I'm not prepared to say to our Chief of Strategy, actually, this is a priority, we're going to give you the money and you should put your other resources into it now. Because I think she's right. It isn't a priority and we don't have the resources to put in it. So stop creating the expectations around it. So my challenge to every one of you is don't take the easy option to defer. Either decide it's a priority and put your hand up to put the money into it, or decide it's not a priority, won't be now or in the foreseeable future. Take it off the books and stop making us looking like a fool of having resolutions that we never implement.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go now to Councillor Fletcher, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what this debate has highlighted is that our staff are under incredible duress, and I think on that we all agree. There's been so much that central government have required us to do that was perhaps not anticipated. And the reason that I foreshadowed that I wanted an amendment was that we could actually have a really good respect for process and have some discussions around prioritisation, because there may be other things that Megan and staff might have to bring to us in the same way today to revoke, and she's nodding her head in support. And we don't know what we don't know. So I would like us to have good process. I would like elected members to take that responsibility on, as the Mayor has said. But we need to have that conversation about prioritisation and resourcing. So the amendment that I want to put is that the item be deferred until prioritisation and resourcing issues be resolved. The reason I would like to see that is that I don't want to see a breakdown in the relationship between elected members and staff. Staff are doing their level best within the resources that we have. But as I said, when we went through the CEO contract, it went through appointments, it then came to the governing body, there was no mention of the fact that we were going to be chopping things out. I'm all in favour. If we have to prioritise and we have to take some things out, but let's have it in the context of the big picture rather than ad hocery. So I would encourage members that it would give us the opportunity today, if we defer the item until prioritisation and resourcing issues can be resolved, and we can sit down and have the conversation sensibly with officers. Thank you. It's moved by me, the amendment.
Okay, so we've now got an amendment
I
Is
emailed it to
by
Kalinda.
so I just need to be clear, Councillor Fletcher, it's an amendment by replacement. Is
It's
it?
an amendment by replacement. I emailed it through.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll now put that up, and that is now on the table. That is what we're now debating, just that amendment, members. And your second is?
My seconder was Greg Sayers.
Councillor Sayers, thank you. So that is the motion before us now, members. Now I've got a speaking list for the first motion. Shall I take that speaking list, or shall I extinguish that speaking list?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and that's why I'm taking the speaking list for the debate on the amendment. So if you can just signal, Councillor Watson, you're on the next on the list, are you also free to speak on the amendment? I'll go to you now, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to correct a couple of matters before I begin, and one is to do with this notion of a bid for budget that's been bandied about a bit without spending too much time on.
John, point of order. Sorry, I loathe to do this. My point of order is in regards to now questioning. Do we have an opportunity for questioning, as we always do with any item, before we get into the debate? And sorry, John, to do that, but I just needed to know because I've got a question that needs to be asked first before we get into the debate. That's why I'm seeking this point of order, because normally we would go into questions. So I just need that answered. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Filipaina. You now have questions not so much on the report and the motions that were there before. You are now seeing an amendment by replacement, and you have a question related to that.
Yeah, so I'm really seeking, and that's why the point of order as to the process now around asking our staff, based on the amendment that we've just now been put in front of us.
Just a minute, please. I'll just check. Thank you.
So I think we've established this as a practice prior, that once the questions on the motions or the recommendations which were on the table are exhausted, then the staff leave the table and they are not to be drawn into the debate. So I think the opportunity has passed for staff to be asked questions in relation to this motion on the table. However, there were several questions about potentially deferring this item, which the staff did answer previously. So I think at this point, the amendment's on the table and it's time for members to ask questions of each other and have the debate, but it's not for the staff to get involved at this point.
So we can ask questions of each other, meaning that I can ask questions on the amendment, is what I'm asking for, of staff. Is that a yes or no? I'm actually waiting for the staff to answer it.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Filipaina. Not staff, because at this point it would be, they would have, be at risk of getting drawn into the debate and coming down on a side where it's at this point it's within your hands as a committee.
Councillor Filipaina, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have on it. And it's
Sorry, Councillor.
For that reason I foreshadowed while we had staff here that I would be moving this.
Thank you. So some councillors did discuss deferral in their questions earlier on, and I appreciate you have another question, but we have asked the staff to withdraw. We'll have to keep with that and proceed with the debate on the amendment only. So members, can I just stress that it is a one-line amendment by replacement and it's related to deferral. So it is a debate on a deferral. It's a lot narrower than the earlier discussion. Please, Councillor Watson.
Okay, I'm supporting this amendment put up by Councillor Fletcher to defer, and that the reason, justification for that deferral is to do with that it would allow a good process or reasonable process to play out, and that goes to the report that's going to the Audit and Risk Committee later this month. I find it almost farcical that one arm of council has spent 18 months, and we talked about respect for staff. I don't know about what respect there is for the staff who have engaged in that 18-month investigation, who have detailed a series of very pertinent observations to do with the marina strategy, to do with issues that have arisen since 2019, so by no means have we got no problems there. In fact, there's a whole host of other issues that have arisen in the intervening time. We have recommendations going to do with risk, to do with probity assurance, to do with unitary plan processes, but most importantly and most relevantly, to do with the need for a marina strategy. Now, I find it inconceivable, if we're talking about honesty and integrity, that a collection of councillors would vote, and would vote quite knowingly, without wanting to see this report. Why on earth would you do that for the sake of deferring a couple of weeks? I've made that point. I don't think I can make it any clearer. To me, that's just obvious. As far as honesty and integrity goes and respect for people, I would also draw your attention to the fact that there are other parties involved in this that have had no say. So one of the resolutions that's to be revoked is one to do with engaging with stakeholders, to do with mana whenua, and also latterly to do with local boards. They've had no opportunity to engage in this process whatsoever, and I would suggest quite deliberately so, and that's reflected in the timing of this. We've waited 2.5 years, yet after 2.5 years, we find out 2 or 3 days in advance that this massive change, which the people have attempted to downplay, is being proposed to revoke this these resolutions that were the consequence of a great deal of engagement and input from various people in the community around the time. And I would reflect some of the organisations that would have been here today if they'd had opportunity, and that's some of the very large boating, yachting fraternities from right round every part of Auckland, to do with local community members and also to do with local boards. So at the heart of this, Mr Chair, is the deferral amendment is the quite reasonable expectation that this be allowed to go to audit and risk on the 23rd of August. We have heard from the Chief of Strategy that no adverse consequences emerges from that, none whatsoever. How could there be? We've been waiting 2.5 years for it. So by deferring a month or whatever it takes, isn't that a far more appropriate mechanism of dealing with this issue than what is being suggested to plough ahead with the ambush? And I'm sorry, I apologise for using that word, but that's how it feels. There's been very little honesty, integrity in this process.
Point of order.
We need to stop it there, please.
Point of order.
Point of order over here.
Point of order 1.7.2, disorder or language. Just for a member to call in honesty and integrity of people around this table and staff.
Mayor did that.
3 times.
I said the process. The process.
You're
going to quote the right words, Councillor.
Order, please. Councillor Watson, would you like to just withdraw that particular part?
Well, I'll repeat what I said, and that was in terms of honesty, integrity in the process. That's what I referred to.
You said the members around here to call themselves honest and integrity.
Order, please.
No.
Order, please.
No.
Order, please.
Okay.
Please. You can't speak. The point of order has been raised.
Yeah.
I'm going to allow the member to carry on and just to be very aware of the use of language, please.
Okay,
Have a
yes.
point of
Now,
order.
the
Have a point
points
of
of
order.
order are not for debate. My understanding is points of order are not for debate. The member has raised it. Okay, what is the point of order from the Mayor?
Mr Chair, the point of order is what we discussed in our Code of Conduct. When you talk about an ambush and you say that this paper is not bought with honesty and integrity, that reflects on our staff members. We said before we did our Code of Conduct we would not tolerate that sort of allegation around this table, and we shouldn't, and the member should be asked to withdraw that comment, please.
So I did ask you, Councillor Watson, to withdraw that comment, and you started by saying that you will repeat what you've said, which is not the best way to respond to me as your chair. I do ask that those words that you uttered are formally withdrawn.
Okay,
please.
well, in the first instance, I was repeating the words the Mayor used, and that was honesty and integrity.
Please, I'll stop again. I'm asking you to withdraw the words that you used.
Well, I will withdraw any inference that was aimed at staff.
I just
okay?
need a yes.
No.
You are withdrawing the
I'm
words?
withdrawing the inference that the words honesty, integrity or lack of was directed at staff. It was not. Okay? I don't think I can make it any clearer than that. Can I continue, Mr.
Can I
Chair?
have a point of order?
Okay, I'm going to take it that you have withdrawn the words. Is that, you have withdrawn the words? I don't want an explanation, I'm sorry. I just want an affirmation that you have.
I've given an explanation of the words and the context, and I used it. And if it was taken in respect of staff, that's wrong. It wasn't directed at staff.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order. The response here is directed at staff. Very pointedly directed at staff.
I'm just going to hold you, Councillor Henderson. I've got another point of... I've got Councillor Dalton with a point of order.
It's not related. Did you want to go to Councillor Henderson first, or?
Okay, I'm going to come back to you, Councillor Dalton. Councillor Henderson, your point of order, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to seek clarification with that comment that the withdrawal was related to staff, particularly staff, so not relating to us. That still stands on the table that we are dishonest.
Yes, look, I did ask the councillor to withdraw the words that were critical of the staff. And
okay, I'll withdraw the words. They weren't critical of the staff, but in order to expedite matters, I'll withdraw the words if that makes everyone happy, so we can get on with the substantial debate, Mr. Chair.
The councillor has withdrawn the words. Councillor Dalton, please.
Just want to seek clarification over what we're debating here. So you were clear, you said we're going to debate the deferment in prioritisation and resourcing issues. Councillor Watson is talking about consultation with external stakeholders. Are we talking specifically about the prioritisation and resourcing issues to be resolved? Not consultation with other people.
So I have actually said that twice, and you've picked up on that, and that is what the motion is before us. And so we are to confine our debate to the motion. Can we please proceed confining our debate at this stage to the motion, which is about deferral? I'll go back to Councillor Watson.
Okay, I guess the notion of prioritisation is reflective of also the input of other parties, of how important they see that and what expertise they can bring to it. So if we're talking about prioritisation and cost, for instance, we've had the figure of $1 million bandied around. At the time that those figures were first brought up, I contacted Nelson City Council, who had done a very extensive marina strategy. Just a couple of years earlier, that was 60K. I also consulted with people in Amua who have contacts in international consultants, and their figure that they came up was a third of the cost that was being put out by council at that time. So I just say that in terms of prioritisation and resourcing, part of the reason for deferring is that it gives ability for more accurate information to be brought up in terms of cost, in terms of the input and the priority that other groups that have been engaged in this process would like to bring to the table. But I guess, Mr. Chair, as much as I can talk about prioritisation and resourcing, one of the other ancillary benefits of the deferral as put up in this amendment is that it would allow this substantive report to go through the proper process, to be given the due consideration by audit risk, and more importantly for the councillors sitting around here to be made aware of. Because it is a source of contention, members, in terms of this deferral, is that you're making a decision without the full information that is available. And that information in the report, I would suggest, is quite different from the information that we've been given today, and far more telling, and the consequence of over 18 months' work. Don't we owe it to those staff to give them the due consideration of 18 months of work, if we're talking about staff, and indeed the people who have participated in that process, which includes other people in the community and some of the large marina groups. So, in conclusion, I would suggest that if we are to take a truly honest approach here for the best outcome, that we would look to deferral, which will allow these issues to be addressed in the manner they should be, rather than proceed with an item that has been sprung on us at the start of this week without any workshop or without any input or without any consultation. That is simply poor process, and it should be treated accordingly by voting for this deferral. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dalton, your call, please.
Thank you very much. And just talking to the prioritisation and resourcing specifically, I learnt the hard way when I was on the local board that discussions and assumptions don't get a job done. It has to hit the work plan and it has to hit it with the budget. And I lost many priorities as a politician wanting to get through things done by not following that process correctly. Sometimes it hit the work plan and it didn't have a budget for years, but it got to the work plan. This hasn't. We did our priorities on budgets in the LTP. We decided what our priorities were in the LTP, and we voted on that. I voted for a 5% rate increase to ensure that we had resourcing, because I have been consistently concerned about resourcing our team to get the work done. They're getting pummeled with the work coming through from central government. So I voted for 5%. And even that is not enough in terms of what we're faced with now. So we had some pretty rigorous debates and discussions. We have to be disciplined to get through this recovery budget. And that means we don't get distracted. We focus on our priorities, and they are, I'll talk about that in the substantive. So I will not be supporting a deferral while we wait to reprioritise and find resourcing. We've done it. We did it. The next time is the annual plan. I'm surprised to hear there might be an opportunity in the annual plan, because I thought that we were 3 years stuck.
Yeah.
Right. So I won't be supporting this recommendation. I think that we agreed when we went to 5%. Those of us that voted for 5%.
Yeah.
We're agreeing that we needed to put operational money into the organisation to get priorities done, and this was not on the books or in the work plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. And your call now, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. And I won't speak in the substantive if we get to it. So I'll say what I want to say here. Back in March 2019, the report said there was nothing in the budget then, and there's nothing in the budget now. And the next year was an emergency budget, and now in a recovery budget. And that is limited to what's critical and important for Aucklanders. Just as Councillor Dalton said, a marina strategy is not a priority when focusing on recovering from a large financial shock, especially when the major issues of the proposed land sales with marinas have been resolved. We only own 6 out of 15 of the consented marinas, and those are leased out. So even with no ability to really impose any changes anyway, unless there's mutual consent. At present, the planning department is absolutely inundated with mandatory requirements to respond to numerous GPS and national policy statements, and as a result to develop multiple plan changes. And we've heard this before. We've already been advised this is expensive, time-consuming, a real stretch on our expert people. And really having that stretch is untenable in the current environment, and these specialists are just not available. They're not even out there. And really our existing staff have too many more important issues to address, like fresh water, housing, climate change, among others. So when I wrote this, near the beginning, it said circa 500 was not requested. Well, it's actually 1 million was not requested in the LTP process, so it's not there to do the work. And I think other people have said what will be deferred. But what I want to offer, possibly, and I won't do it by an amendment, but it's something to think about rather than deferring, is that back in March 2019, the staff presented us with some very sound principles that we could use to guide decisions relating to our marinas, and Councillor Hills did touch on it. These were based on the Auckland Plan, based on consultation, the guiding principles, and then the staff developed those marina principles in light of those things, and they were environmental, cultural heritage, transport and access, opportunities and prosperity, belonging and participation, Māori identity, wellbeing. There was homes and places, and that's one of the contentious ones. But if you look at it, you know, I really support, in the most part, those guiding principles. We didn't get to consider them fully because the debate was overtaken by a push for a strategy. We do not need a strategy, but we need to revisit, reconsider and further develop those principles to be relevant now. And it's a lot less resource intensive, as we've heard, and it'll give guidance sooner rather than later, 5 years down the track, if we defer this. And it's about, I think we were told it was 75,000, but say it was 100, 150 instead of $1 million. You know, don't put off this option by deferring about it. Talk about the same old stuff again and again. And I must say, when people are saying that it's a shock, etc., we don't need consultation on this decision. But if we did a group of principles, yes, we could do some consultation on that, and that'd be really useful, and we'd actually have something that guided a lot of what we do earlier. So I would rather go down that track and decide that now, or get that in the work plan now, than waiting 5 years to do a marina strategy, which, you know, the way things are going, we've got so much on our plate that's way more important to probably 1 million more than 1 million more Aucklanders. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper, and I want to go to Councillor Henderson on the amendment.
Thanks, Chair, and I reserve my right to speak on the substantive if we get to that point. First, I want to thank Christine Fletcher for bringing me some biscuits. I definitely needed that, so that's sort of getting us through. That's pretty good. We're happy on this side here. Look, to be frank, so getting to the point, I will not be voting to kick this item down the road to another day. I think that we vote it up or we vote it down now. I think the Mayor has made fantastic points. He's put those thoughts eloquently, and I endorse those thoughts, but I want to add a few points of my own. We've been advised that no further information is needed, and that's why I questioned it, anticipating this debate, and I agree with that advice. I would add, though, that we are salaried contractors here. As councillors, our time isn't free. Our time is money for Auckland residents, and they want us to spend our time wisely. So therefore, I don't want to come back and debate this again with the exact same information that we already have. Deferring this, in my view, is poor governance, pure and simple. As a body, when we defer this, that's poor, and let's instead send the message to Aucklanders that we're a body that gets work done, and it doesn't shy away from making the hard decisions that are in front of us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Simpson, please.
Mr Chair, we live in extraordinary times. You know, we are very short of money, about $1 billion, as we've all known. We've gone through the LTP process and things have been very tough, and they're not going to get any better for at least 3 years. We have stopped a lot of work that we would have done as a result of the financial pressures we're at. The problem I have is that as governors, 17 out of 21 people said we should do a marina strategy. That hasn't happened because of funding. And from where I sit at the moment, I don't think that's going to happen next year or the year after or the year after. In fact, I don't think it really should probably practically be able to occur to the next LTP. My problem, however, is that respectfully, staff have said, overturn the resolutions because we don't have the funding. I can think of other things that's happened. There's lots of other things we haven't done because we haven't got funding. At the risk of someone calling a point of order, I don't think it isn't honest or it lacks integrity to defer this item. Because what we're saying is 17 out of 21 people thought it should happen, and it probably still should happen. And if it's not going to be till the next LTP, I mean, I'm not going to put up another amendment, but that's what I that's what I personally believe is a reasonable time frame for this to be discussed. I think what should happen in supporting the amendment is that the parties involved should potentially get a letter explaining our financial situation, the fact that we cannot do this in the short term, that keeps our integrity, that keeps our honesty, but it doesn't just say, no, we're never going to do it. It'll be very interesting to see what happens in the next 4 years with regards to, and I'll speak to the substantive, some of the other things as comes through with marinas. But I just feel uncomfortable that councillors would resolve something that staff would suggest we do not resolve just because there is not resourcing. I don't think that's right. I would rather leave it on the table, defer it, and my personal view is for it at least until the next LTP, and I think that has honesty and integrity around that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go now to Councillor Walker.
Just want to follow on from Desley. I agree with all of the sentiments that Desley has put, and I think that the nub of this issue is it's a governance issue. If anything, since we made that vote, things have changed. We've had a CCO review that solidified the need for a strategy around marinas, and as the Marina Users Association has said, there are further developments around the occupation licences and the like that have arisen. Let's just remember that in respect of one of the marinas, and that's West Park, the zoning was changed against the Empowering Act from marina land to residential, and then there was a sale that was going through in secret to a developer freeholding that land right along the edge for a whole lot of apartments at a very nominal sum of money. So it's no reason why stakeholders, that includes local boards, iwi, Marina Users Association, really want to have some guidelines around marinas. That's what we're talking about, guidelines. We don't actually have any now. Just going to the matter of cost, myself and Councillor Watson have met with the Chief Executive. The Marina Users Association has put up entirely pragmatic suggestions around things that can happen that go to a marina strategy that don't cost much money. For example, we can make a decision around these marinas, the council-owned ones, being strategic assets because they serve ferries and the like, just like roads are strategic assets. There's hardly any cost attached to that. And that's a work stream that we should be visiting anyway. And I would suggest that there are a number of work streams that go to picking up on a marina strategy that we're going to be doing anyway. So why wouldn't you keep an overarching strategy? I might be a crack record, but I've been campaigning for a water strategy for this council ever since I got elected. I'd raise it at every opportunity. Nobody listened to me, no budget. It took a crisis. Sometimes it takes crises for us to get our act together and recognise that without guiding strategies, and this is what the CCO review indicated, if you don't have the guiding strategies to direct the CCOs, things go amiss. And we know that that has happened. So that's why it's imperative for us to have strategies. I think the point is made around principles. Sure, we could be developing those principles as far as a strategy is concerned. So just coming back to the motion, deferring this until prioritisation and resourcing issues are resolved is entirely pragmatic. It doesn't mean that there isn't work that won't happen anyway in the interim, and maybe there can be some things that are resolved. And I'd like to think that we could have some form of strategy that's shaped up. And as Councillor Watson has mentioned, at least deferring gives an opportunity for audit and risk, and the very significant issues raised there to be considered. And at least deferring does mean that stakeholders like iwi, like local boards, like Marina Users Association, of which there are many thousands of members, have some opportunity to engage. So I would urge councillors to go with this. It's a governance issue, and what's wrong with it? What's wrong with deferring until prioritisation and resourcing issues are resolved? And pragmatically, that's what we're doing with everything, aren't we? And if we're doing it with everything, then what's wrong with this? We're constantly prioritising and we're constantly got resourcing issues that are coming to us every day. So entirely pragmatic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newman, please.
Thank you, Chair. This will be the only time that I speak. But I just want to make some comments that go a little bit wider than the specific amendment. I want to start by, I need to say from the outset that I believe that all people sitting around this table always vote with integrity, and I deeply resent any inference that impugns my honesty and integrity when I cast a vote on any issue. I feel very strongly that some of the inference today has been unwise. Secondly, I think that this amendment is not optimal, because I don't want to defer. Councillor Henderson, I never kick the can down the road. I am more than comfortable to be brave on a vote and in a debate. I think he will appreciate that. Most colleagues would. Deferral is not optimal, but the issue is that this does need to be prioritised. This does need to be resourced, because it does carry a mandate. It's an unfunded mandate. And Chair, there's quite a few unfunded mandates in Auckland. Light rail's an unfunded mandate. The Northern Pathway, I suspect, is not sure, that looks like it's a mandate that's about to lose its mandate. I would suggest that ATAP is possibly a rather unfunded mandate at this point. Here's another unfunded mandate. What about the Waterfront Stadium? And remember how much the report cost to produce that document. So you see, members, things do happen around this place, and sometimes it's a surprise. I think that there is a need to work on a funding bid for this particular piece of work. Now, the report that, and I'm not talking to the substantive, and I'm going to finish my comments here, but one of the issues in the report is that it concludes the reasons why these matters, when considered in March 2019, were germane then but no longer relevant now. Well, actually in 2019, I moved the amendment in relation to the empowering legislation because I think that's really important. Chair, you're the Chair of Planning, and I'm assuming that you've read Chapter F of the Unitary Plan. I have too, and in relation to the coastal marina zone, I don't think it's adequate. Councillor Hills, you're right, we don't own all of these particular marinas, but F3.1, the zone description, includes the coastal marina zone for the marinas both council-owned and private. And I think that we need to address some of these matters there, because I want to consider, Chair, and if a marina strategy was to be developed, for example, the prohibited, the permitted and the restricted discretionary activities for the developments in that zone. I think that's really quite important. And I would expect that a marina strategy would be very helpful in shaping the work that Phil Reid and others would have to do in relation to whether we have the criterion set down in the Unitary Plan fit for purpose. So that's why you would do a piece of work called the Marina Strategy, in my view. And here's another thing. The challenge that we have is that we are a creature of statute, and in this particular space with respect to marinas, we have empowering legislation. So it's very important to reconcile what we say in the Unitary Plan against what the empowering acts allow and what they prohibit. And if you're not sure about Parliament being sovereign, we'll reflect on how frustrated some people feel at the moment in relation to the Three Waters reform and the success or otherwise of the advocacy to the government on that. So, Mr. Chair, I would prefer that we, I really don't want to defer it, but I sort of feel that we have to, because there's no other means to be able to get the time to be able to negotiate the funding for this piece of work. So I'm happy to vote for the deferral. Well, I'm not happy about it, but I feel I have no choice.
And if that is unsuccessful, well, I don't want to vote to rescind, because ultimately the way to respond with good practice in response to the resolutions of council, whether through the governing body or a committee of the whole, or any standing committee actually, is to respond by giving effect to those resolutions, which is what Mark Maloney has suggested, but we're not going to be doing that in the way of affirming the recommendations, the resolutions from March 2019. We would simply rescind it because the officers conclude that it's not a priority. I think we should respond by prioritising it.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Filipina, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Jeez.
Dangerous ground, Ol.
Yeah, look,
Better carry on while you're good.
I just put myself off now, so hold on, I'll get back my thoughts. Your Worship, what Councillor Henderson said is exactly my sentiments in regards to what you said when we spoke about the substantive. So I'm going to just refer to and speak on the amendment. I will not be supporting it. I also, and the reason I asked around questions I can ask is that prioritisation and resourcing, I'm hoping it's not going to venture into the space that both Councillor Casey and I have in our work program. I'm hoping it doesn't, because we're looking after that space.
On my phone.
So, can we leave that on so we know what we're talking about? This is like an undercover tapping phone process. So look, for me, I hope that something confirms to me that this is not going to then venture into either the environmental and climate change space, the our space with the PACE committee, that the prioritisation and resourcing issues are going to be looking at under the planning committee. So Chair, I will not be supporting this. I find myself in a very awkward position in supporting what Councillor Walker said, and that is things have changed. I agree. This is why we have our staff bringing agenda items to us, because in March 2019, the situation has changed, and it's come back to us today to say it's changed that much that we want to revoke that resolution because it's not a priority, and it's because it cannot be resourced. So, as good governors, we always have to consider what the staff have given us. And yes, it has changed, but it's just confirmed my vote against the deferral, and hopefully we get to the substantive and this doesn't go through. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Filipina. And Councillor Kern, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel I should speak to confirm why I'm now going to vote against this amendment, because I did previously indicate that I would support an adjournment of this item, but I think as worded, it doesn't really work or address the issues in terms of resolving resourcing issues, because we haven't heard a way forward for that. And also, I've been listening very closely to all of the debate. It's been interesting, and although I do feel like it is a bit of a big distraction when we have a big meaty item that we need to get to on this agenda. But I'm not convinced that a marina strategy, even if we had the budget, is the right approach, and that's the advice that we should be listening to. So I do appreciate that there are councillors who've been trying to progress this for a long time, but I do have to question, if the approach you're taking hasn't worked over a decade, then perhaps it needs to be looked at and to take a new approach rather than just doing the same thing over and over. So I don't feel that I can support deferring it, because I do just think it's kicking it to touch in a way that isn't going to get us any further in the debate, and we will just be back around this table having the same discussion. So I know that might be kind of bittersweet for some councillors that this is not going to address it, but I think from what I've heard that we should just bite the bullet now with what's recommended to us. So I'm happy to support the substantive recommendation. And I did just want to also flag, in listening to everybody's comments, that I thought what Councillor Cooper suggested and was also recommended in terms of taking, if we're not going to do a strategy, there still needs to be a framework or principles. And of course we're going to do bodies of work that look at marinas in the future, but that can be approached in different ways. And I think the big one is around the Resource Management Act and what we actually do in our coastal environment, and that we should never be consenting again marinas like Kennedy Point. That is not how we should be using our coastal environment, and we shouldn't be giving the commons away for free as well. And those are the big issues that we need to address. So that's why I feel like I needed to speak, just to confirm that I won't be supporting this amendment, and I don't need to speak to the substantive item. Thank you. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor, and I'll now go to Councillor Young, please.
Me? Okay. First of all, no money, no talk. And I do listen everybody. I appreciate that. We are the team, even we have a different view. But I was thinking everybody speak, I all agree, but very hard to make a decision. So I think it's all good. But it's very hard to make a decision. But I just thinking the Eastern Busway defer for another 2 years and $120 million. And we should probably can try to find out the $500,000 or $1 million and to do this one. But even if the result is not passed, I think we still have a responsibility to make the strategy keep going. As the Councillor John Wilson just mentioned, the other council can make $65,000. We should check with them. They might be can get a better solution to sort it out. But I appreciate everybody's points. And next few seconds, make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Chair. My comments will be short. I wanted to say thank you to everyone. I've been quiet on this debate. I've been listening attentively, and I've really appreciated it. I know there's, we go in highs and lows, and there are some challenges along the way, but I think robust discussion is really important. I might disappoint a few, but I'm going to support this motion. And I just wanted to I've been hearing expressions have caught my ear, and probably these aren't substantive issues, so you might think, well, you don't have to listen to the rest of what I've got to say then. But I'm interested in this notion of kicking things to touch. You know what happens when we kick the ball out to touch? We reset. And if there's still time, the line out goes. And if I could use an NRL analogy if you want, because you could also talk about the back line and what happens there, and either the reset from underneath the post or at the 22. But I think this gives us an opportunity for this short period of time, and the sense that I got listening to Councillor Watson was that it wouldn't be for ages. This isn't going to go down some road, the can down some road that's going to be 58 years. I know I've heard what Councillor Desley said about possibly being LTP being the next true opportunity for this to be considered at a financial perspective. But for that reason, I've enjoyed the debate. I just make one closing comment and with regard to something else, but relates to this. I made last week some scathing comments about the mass vaccination event that happened in Manukau last weekend. And it wasn't in direct relation to that event. It was about the way in which we've reached particular communities about it. One of the questions I got asked on radio was, well, have you contacted the person? Have you told them how you feel? Because on Twitter, they were going, oh, Fessel should just shut up. He said, shut the F up, is what they were saying to me on Twitter. And I said, yes, I actually have. I have made contact with them. In fact, I've made the humble request to be involved, get the community involved in this say. And from what I've been hearing, I was really concerned to hear the Chief of Strategy say that that they've been it felt like there's been forceful, ongoing conversations that haven't been helpful. That's what I heard. And I wonder if this might also give us the opportunity to reset, to line up the line out, to actually respectfully meet with people and just go through this conversation again. So that's why I'll be supporting this motion, the same way I'm supporting the ADHB and helping them to understand that certain communities don't just all rush off to Manuko to get a vaccination. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, that completes the speaking turn. Just to be clear, Councillor Hills. Okay, I don't have you. Councillor Hills?
Yeah, kia ora. I won't be supporting this, and I think the shame of it is that the original motions that I supported back in March 2019 would have endorsed an approach of doing a principles review and an inclusive process involving all marina users and wider communities and mana whenua on the areas that we have responsibility for and that could make a difference. And that included the most controversial issues at the time, which were Gulf Harbour, West Park and Half Moon Bay. And those issues would have been done. That would have been done that year. That would have been done before COVID. That would have given us the reasons and the answers to some or what we needed. The reason why I voted that way and then subsequently against the motion after that one was lost was because the advice was that we could not compel all the marinas to be involved and we could not compel the effect that we were talking about at the time. And we also said there was no budget for it. And the A here says deferred until prioritisation and resourcing issues can be resolved. We're having a similar issue we discussed yesterday or the day before, over the trees. We keep putting open-ended resolutions on the table when resources allow, when things happen. And so the community hold on to things and think we are working on things when we cannot do that. I'm aware that our planning team put out quite a considerable budget bid and did not, because of all the MPS work and because of all the added things the government was loading on us and all the things that we are loading on those teams, they've got fewer staff. You know, we had to reduce our headcount by 1,000 last year. I get emails and calls and things about issues at 11 p.m, at 10 p.m, in weekends, talking to a staff member yesterday who's working every night of the week to get the stuff we keep loading on them. And the issue is this is another open-ended when something might happen at some point in the future. So I personally think that it doesn't actually resolve the issues. What would have resolved the issues is if we supported that original motion based on staff advice back in March 2019. And once again, I'm worried that we're going to ignore staff advice and they have to go back to their teams and go, hey guys, I think we're thinking about doing this at some point, but we still don't have the money. The reason why we are nothing like Nelson is the Nelson was on one marina and it was about them taking back ownership of that marina and removing the leasee. This is about 14 marinas. Also, the Nelson one did not engage with mana whenua. That is quite a important process that we must do, and it is
Point of order. So, sorry to interrupt, Councillor Hills, but
No, I need to know what this point of order is. It can't be just a counterpoint.
no, it's not. It's not a
point of
counter.
order.
It's a matter of fact related to the wording in the resolutions. The resolutions prioritise the council-owned marinas only, not the other marinas.
Okay.
So I think that's important.
It's not a point of order, though. It's not. And I appreciate, we all hear things that we don't like and we want to say something, but we can't say something because we've got standing orders to abide by. I'll go back to Councillor Hills.
So I'll just finish up there that, I don't think this, the amendment actually does what we think it might do. It will just mean that we've got another thing hanging on to and then we're loading on our staff without putting a budget bid up. And like the discussion on trees and notable trees yesterday, that's another $1 million that we are hoping we could find from planning budgets that we don't have. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And look, I won't be supporting this, so I don't want to present any great long-winded speech here on why I'm opposing the deferral. What you are voting on, members, is you are deferring the item. The item is item 11, and if it was deferred, the very same report and the very same recommendations would come back in front of this committee. I hope you're clear on that. It is deferring the item. Item 11 is the item, and item 11 is a report and the same set of recommendations. You would get everything that you see before you on this report coming back at you at a future time if this motion passed. I will now pass to the vote. And Councillor Watson's called the division.
So this is a division on the amendment, which is on the screen, that the item be deferred. Councillor Darby.
No.
Councillor Casey.
No.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore. Sorry, we'll have to come back. Councillor Collins.
For.
Councillor Coombe.
No.
Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Filipaina.
No.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Mayor Goff.
Against.
Member Henare.
No.
Councillor Henderson.
Against.
Councillor Hills.
No, sorry.
Councillor Mulholland.
Against.
Councillor Newman. Councillor Sayers.
For.
Councillor Simpson. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson. Councillor Young.
You've got to just check this, Councillor Cashmore there.
Councillor Cashmore, are you on the line? He's having some connection issues, so I don't think so. Just abstain. Yeah.
Okay.
No, don't put him in as anything. Just put him as an absent. Absent? Then show the numbers at the bottom. The motion is lost. Yeah.
Okay, I have, the motion was lost by 9 votes to 11. So we now go to the substantive motion. And that's before us here now. Now, are there further, I need to just, following the standing orders, are there further speakers on these motions before us? Okay, I do. I'm going to take Councillor Hills, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Filipaina, was it? Aye, and then Councillor Mulholland.
Yeah.
And I'll start with Councillor Hills, please.
It was just a quick comment. Just because the AMUA information was tabled, there's an accusation, or there's a comment in there that if I support the proposed development at Bayswater Marina, there's a belief that I would have a conflict of interest if I support the recommendations. Just to clarify, decisions of the Bayswater Marina and housing there happened well before I was even elected, and I've had no communications with the Bayswater Marina, and AMUA have not contacted me about that issue, so I don't know where that came from, but just clarifying that I'll be supporting the motions and that I have a right to vote and no conflict. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of quick points. Just to remind colleagues that we were advised by the department that if they had an extra $1 million, they wouldn't spend it on this in the first place. We need our brightest minds working on things like the MPS, which will shape our communities for decades to come. And I note that we're 3:29 p.m. and we haven't even got to that yet, so it could be a very long night, Chair. Just briefly, one more point is that, look, I voted for a 5% rates as well. I want to total call what Councillor Dalton said about that. A majority of my community wanted me to do that, but there was plenty of pressure for me to not do that. And I did that because we've got a hell of a lot of work to do. There were some that would respond to this debate by prioritising and funding the work, and that's all well and good, but I would ask them, where is the money coming from? I would say that even at 5%, and respectfully, not everyone here supported that either, we could not fund it. So there is the facts. Where is the money? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, and I'll now go to Councillor Filipaina.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm not going to go over what the points that His Worship the Mayor and other speakers had made prior to the amendment. However, Councillor Collins I just love the way you speak, and the fact that you mentioned kicking the ball to touch. I had the vision in my head around Kelly Brazier when she kicked the ball to the touch, because when she did, the game was over. You know, the ladies won gold, and that was the first thing that came to mind. And you know, never mind the line out, it was gold. And yeah, you know, and that why it was just so great. And so thank you for that, Councillor Collins. I do, however, want to acknowledge the staff, and I want to acknowledge the staff. The reason, in particular, because the same two names on the report in March of 2019 are the same two staff members who are presenting it to us now. Jacques and Megan were there. Megan, I want to take my hat off to you, because what you shared to us was insightful, and no way at all am I implying anything else apart from the people who had approached you. They were advocating for the marinas that they know and the community that they represent. But, you know, it was just how, and I think the comment that you made, and that sort of left me thinking and sort of making my decision around supporting the substantive is, look, this is a reality at what's going on. And it is reality from your perspective and the staff's perspective. So I acknowledge you and the staff in regards to what I know is something that, well, we've been sitting here for the last few hours. So I just want to acknowledge you, Megan, and to Jacques and to the team. So, Chair, I will be supporting this, as I did in 2017, based on supporting the staff who have done the reporting to us and have given us their expert advice. And that is who I will be supporting here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mulholland, please.
Thanks, Chair, because I did actually have my name up before, so I'll speak to that. I want to firstly apologise to everyone that I wasn't here in March 2019 when that decision was made. But if I was, I tell you what I would have said is that it is Auckland Council assets and we shouldn't be spending funding on others, whilst we should take an overview and a strategic approach to how we look at this city and how we move forward. My thoughts are that I would be requesting a financial contribution from those who have private marinas. So that's how I saw that. I too have, moved, and as I say, Chair, I will still tell you I do have sweaty palms. It isn't pretty, but I still do because of these tough decisions, and I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this conversation and debate. I do think that Councillor Young, I want to appreciate and acknowledge what you shared. It is very difficult, so I tutoko that and I am with you on that. Councillor Cooper commented with regards to framework and a plan. I would much rather see that process proceed. So we do have fiscal restraints, and anyone that knows me will know I did not agree with 5% in the rates rise, but I did it for the purpose that we are in the situation we are in. And that I also had sweaty palms for about 2 weeks over. And, I did it for the best that I could for the people of Tamaki Makaurau. So on the basis of the information I've heard and what I have seen, I would rather have seen a framework. And as I say, sincere apologies again that I wasn't here, but hopefully I'll be here next time for a vote. Kia ora. Thanks, Chair, for your work on this too and the staff.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. Look, I just want to start off also by thanking Megan for your honesty today, vulnerability even, and you certainly took some hard questions, and it's difficult. It's evidence there's a lot of pressure there. This is unique for you. You haven't done this before. You haven't revoked a resolution. You have done that because there's a lot of pressure around people coming to you, even though it's not in the work plan or funded, asking you to get it done. It's unfair. And so if this is one way, I'm sorry that this is the way that you've had to be able to ease some pressure from you and your team. So thank you for that. For me, it does come down to priorities. Or one, it is about supporting our staff. We've talked about this a lot. Since I've been elected to council, we've talked a lot about making sure that we care for our people and that we do the right thing by them. And this was a request, and I respect that, and I respect you and your team. Our priorities, we've agreed our priorities. I've said this already. We are here at the moment to enable housing through consenting and planning and partnerships. We're here to reduce the DSI on the roads. We're here to reduce emissions for climate change through Auckland Transport. We're here to provide jobs through the CRL and the Central Interceptor and the other capital projects that we agreed to fund through the long-term plan. And now, submission after submission that is impacting on Megan's team from central government, they're piling through. I'm only reading them, and it's a hell of a lot of work to understand it all and see where it all fits. To actually have to turn something around in such short time must be immensely difficult and provide a lot of pressure. I was on the local government, New Zealand Government Strategic Advisory Group Skype on Monday, listening to all of the advice being provided on the MBA, and then reading our one and just seeing, you know, where the differences are or not. And can't even imagine it's a difficult job in that operational space. So I understand that, and I'm only too pleased to be able to support this recommendation at this point in time, to be able to at least relieve one pressure from you when we've got so many other priorities. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, and I'll now go to Councillor Watson again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the most disappointing aspect of this afternoon from my perspective is that members have been told on numerous occasions that there is this very comprehensive report going to Audit and Risk in a couple of weeks' time, that by approving this resolution, members have essentially chosen to discount that as being relevant, despite the fact that you've had various sections of it quoted to you that show that it is relevant. So that's incredibly disappointing that a decision of this magnitude would be made in that sort of vacuum. I guess secondly, again, if we come back to the word of honesty and public credibility that have been bandied around, I think people are going to be a little bit disappointed if they think this vote today is going to result in a greater degree of credibility with the people who have engaged in this. Quite the opposite. They're going to be very disappointed, and as I said, they are far and wide in terms of their membership, and no doubt they'll make their views known to elected members as a consequence. In terms of the resolutions that are being revoked, I just wanted to reiterate the point I attempted to make earlier, was that this region-wide strategy was going to prioritise the council-owned marinas. They're ones we have a direct influence in. Nelson did a very comprehensive, incredibly comprehensive marina strategy. Yes, sure, 60-odd pages covering every aspect from marine, commercial, entertainment, accommodation, dredging, you name it, they covered it off. 60 grand, 4 times 60 is 240. We had quotes from people within the Amoa organisation who were very confident that such a strategy could have been done for under $250,000 at the cheapest and 350 at the top end. That also doesn't appear to be have been factored. And I guess if we're talking about strategies and costs and reports, we should maybe have gone to the Mayor, because he certainly managed to get a $1 million report that didn't see the light of day done and didn't come through any bid as far as I'm aware. So maybe, Phil, you can give us advice sometime as how you managed to pull that one off. Finally, point B, commence the strategy with stakeholder and mana whenua and matawaka engagement. That process, as Councillor Walker referred to, could have rolled out at virtually next to no cost. So there's expertise there in terms of initial engagement, could have gone over the next couple of years without any cost to council, at which point we might have been in a position to actually implement a strategy as such. So that's a false argument, putting up that this money had to be here and now. It didn't. The Amoa indicated on a number of occasions in that second part of the resolution could have continued with minimal, if any, costs, and they were happy to facilitate that. That offer wasn't taken up. So I guess, ladies and gentlemen, when we come to it, despite the kind of the collection of casuistic comments in terms of justification, it is a disappointing day for Auckland's communities, marina communities, and that's not just the berth holders, that's the wider people that use these communities, the communities that are adjacent to these marinas, that use them for all manner of things. We had an opportunity, if we're talking about priorities, I would have thought transport hubs, as a lot of the marinas are, open space, as a lot of the marinas are, boat launching facilities, as a lot of the marinas are. I would have thought that was a reasonable priority going forward for this limited and precious resource. Apparently not. So for those people who did support that little bit of scrutiny that was going to occur by waiting a week and a half, thank you very much. For those who didn't, you've got your own reasons for that. But I would suggest that if you think that's the end of it today, you might be in for an unpleasant surprise as far as our wider community go, because they're going to be very disappointed at proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simpson, your call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I listened to Councillor Dalton and I agreed with everything she said, but I'm going to vote against A. And I just don't feel comfortable overriding a decision that the governors make by staff because there's not the resource or funding. I do not prioritise this for anything in the immediate future. I really, funnily enough, I don't. I think it needs a bit of time. I don't think we've got the funding. But there's just something intrinsically wrong for me when governors make a resolution that's overridden just because of the lack of resource. So I'm happy to leave A, noting that it would be held over there. My personal preference, as I've said, address it next term in the LTP when I know that actually there is some money. I do believe we've got other priorities. Yes, I voted for the 5%. Yes, I voted for priorities that go with that and the projects that go with that. But I'm just uncomfortable about the way this has gone ahead. But Megan, thank you. And I know this is your way of doing it. I really appreciate that. But this is my personal view.
Thank you. And Councillor Cooper, you're speaking to. No? Oh, okay. Thank you.
I think, can I just finish my, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I
think it's just very sad that the City of Sales doesn't have a marina strategy.
And Councillor Walker.
Sure. So first off, Mr. Chair, I'd just make a request because like Councillor Simpson, I don't want to vote for A, that's revoking the marina strategy. And I'd like my vote on that recorded separately, so I would make the request that you put the vote for A separately, please. Just in speaking to this motion, I echo the disappointment on the part of Councillor Watson and the sadness on the part of Councillor Simpson. I've certainly followed this issue for some time, and I'm mindful of the many thousands of Aucklanders that AMUA, the Marina Users Association, effectively represent, and the significant communities that are clustered around these marinas that have been absolutely shocked with the way Council has handled issues around the marinas. And I'm sure that there will be that you're quite happy to chime in there, Councillor Simpson, quite happy about that.
Carry on, Councillor.
So what really concerns me, and I just ask the question of myself, what do groups in the community have to do to actually engage and affect results? Because the Auckland Marina Users Association, in my opinion, have been treated almost dismissively. They've tried to meet with the chief executive. They've put up incredibly pragmatic solutions dealing with costs and process and the like. I've certainly done that together with my fellow councillor, Councillor Watson, around this issue. And we've literally got nowhere And that's not because we and they haven't put effort in, and they've gone through the processes I mentioned before. They've made approaches through the annual plan and the long-term plan process, but they just get stymied. So you've got to ask yourself questions around just what's going on. And certainly it just reinforces time and time again, in my opinion, a lack of confidence in governance issues around the city as it goes to issues that some people regard as really important. And for some people, not everyone, but for some people, people that know about these marina issues and engage with them, this is a really important issue. It might not be an issue for many people, but it is for them, and we're not listening to them. And as Councillor Watson said, these issues aren't going to go away. We're not putting any principles or strategy in place, apparently, even simplistically, to deal with this. We're not implementing the CCO review that targeted this. And we're voting something through that is effectively dismissive of the report that's going to audit and risk. It's actually shocking in terms of process. You know, if an outsider were looking at this, they'd say to themselves, what's going on here? Which is what I ask myself on an ongoing basis. So again, I'm very disappointed. I want to vote against A, and I'll vote for the balance because that's a fallback. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there other speakers? There being none. Oh.
I'm not allowed to, because I have amendment on standing orders. But if you will indulge me,
I'll just check what the standing orders allow. I need to go by the standing orders, Councillor.
So it's been a well-established practice amongst the governing body and its committees that if you moved an amendment, you are taken as having spoken to the substantive motion.
I'll move A by division, Mr Chair, in light of that.
Okay, I've got a request for taking A by division, and I will now pass to the governance advisor to take the vote.
Yeah. Okay, so the division has been called on clause A of the motion, which is on the screen in front of you. For the benefit of those online, that is the revocation of the previous resolution. Okay, Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Casey.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Yes.
Councillor Collins.
Against.
Councillor Coombe.
Aye.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Dalton.
For.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher. No. Mayor Goff.
For.
Member Henare.
Yep.
Councillor Henderson.
For.
Councillor Hills.
For.
Councillor Mulholland.
For.
Councillor Newman.
No.
Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Councillor Simpson. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Yes.
Councillor Young. Sorry, no, okay. The motion's carried by 12.
So that motion is carried by 12 votes to 9. We will now take it on voices on the motions before us, which is B, C, D. That's the conclusion.
Yes.
B, C, and D. Take those on voices. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. Declare that carried. Was that unanimous on that? I think it was. We'll record it accordingly. Unanimous on BCD.
Point of order.
Mayor Goff.
Mr Chair, during my comments when I spoke, I talked about there being more honesty and integrity in removing the motion than leaving it there. Clearly from the comments of some of my colleagues, they felt that was directed at them personally. I want to assure them that it was not directed at any councillor personally or any group of councillors, and if you took offence at that, I unreservedly apologise for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
And by the way, we won a gold with Lisa Carrington, which I think Councillor Simpson was trying to interject at an inappropriate time. But
bronze in the shot put as well.
I think we'll
Tom Walsh, bronze.
Great.
We'll can I move an extension of meeting time until the close of business? Yeah. Councillor Mulholland will move and Councillor Filipina will second. Thank you. We've got a few items to go, members, but we do need a break. Let's take a 10-minute adjournment and we'll be back at...
We'll be back at 4 p.m.
4 p.m, please. Stand adjourned.
Oh, that's right.
Planning Committee. We have quite a procedural item in item 12. It's on page 61 of your agenda, members. If we can go to that one now and release the staff. It's end of process. Tony Reedy is our staff member who has been overseeing this particular change. It's plan change 53. Councillor Newman will move. Deputy Mayor, are you on the line? Would you like to second? No, I'll go to it. And Councillor Dalton, thank you. Sorry, I did think...
Whatever you like, I'm easy.
Councillor, I've got the Deputy Mayor as a second. Thank you. And Tony, is there anything further to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I'm happy to answer any questions, but as you correctly stated, it's the end of plan change process, the final step.
Questions, members? No. Go to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Thank you. Thank you, Tony. Okay, now we need to go back to item 9. Item 9, and it's on page 25. And oh, I'm out of order here. I'm not out of order. Where's 9? Hey.
Yeah, I've done it, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, it's there. Thank you. So this report on the intensification plan for the all other locations. We're familiar with the MPSUD. We've dealt with the policy direction on walkable catchments and qualifying matters. And now we need to address the all other locations under policy 3D, I think it was. And the writers of this report are Ryan Bradley, Senior Policy Planner, Chian Lu, Policy Planner, and of course we have in support John Dogood, our General Manager of Plans and Places, and of course Shane, our economist as well, is with us. I think I'm going to pass to John Dogood.
Kia ora koutou, councillors and members of the committee. So thanks for the introduction, Mr. Chair. This is our second report, as you mentioned, on the NPSUD intensification requirements. So the NPSUD, what is the NPSUD? You're pretty familiar with it after a series of workshops earlier this year, including as recently, I think, as last week. So what we're talking about here is a particular aspect of the NPSUD around a plan change that is required to be notified next August. So as you're aware, there are many other aspects of the NPSUD. So when we say what is the NPSUD, it does direct us to change our regional policy statement and district plan to enable development capacity in the form of building heights and densities of urban form in specified locations. Primarily the district plan part of the unitary plan, not so much the regional policy statement in terms of this piece of the NPSUD. That purpose there you've heard about before. It is around ensuring that there is capacity so that urban areas can grow and change in response to the needs of the communities. And those intensification policies that influence or really direct the council in terms of this plan change that is required to be publicly notified next August are in policies 3 and 4 of the NPSUD. And then there is subpart 4, which is a sort of procedural process part of the NPSUD, setting up in quite a lot of detail what Auckland Council and other councils, in particular what are referred to as the Tier 1 high growth councils, must do by next August. When we talk about a proposed plan change, it's still proposed by the council at that point, so it will go through a submissions process, further submissions, a hearing in the normal way before a council decision is ultimately made sometime quite a few months, I suspect, after next August, and that process will be open to all Aucklanders to make submissions. But in the next agenda item, we'll talk a bit more about engagement between now and next August, and then a little bit more on the process between August going forward. So that's just a quick bit of context. I'll very shortly hand over to Ryan, Tian and Shane, but last slide for me really is just to recap on that previous report to committee In July, that's the left circle there. We talked in quite a bit of detail about the city centre where we're sitting right now, the 10 metropolitan centres as identified in the Auckland Plan and the Auckland Unitary Plan. That's the largest centres in Auckland. We talked about the rapid transit stops. That's the train stations on the rail network, but also the stations on the North Shore busway. And we also talked about this concept of walkable catchments. And in July, you did give us an approach as officers to go and do some work with walkable catchments of 800 metres or thereabouts from the rapid transit stations and from the 10 metropolitan centres and 1,200 metres from the city centre. So those approaches have been agreed, and this is the next piece of the NPSUD and the final piece in terms of setting that initial direction for us as staff to get on and do the work and then come back to you and local boards and mana whenua later in the year. It's around these all other locations, and that's a phrase that's used in the NPSUD. It's not one that we've dreamt up. It's all other parts of urban Auckland that aren't the city centre, the 10 metros and the walkable catchments of those areas and the walkable catchments of the RTN stations. And we do have to allow for intensification in those all in those locations based on the level of accessibility to public transport, walking and cycling access to a range of goods and services, and also demand for housing in those locations. And you've had some workshops on this idea of accessibility and relative demand. So I'll hand over to Ryan at this point. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, John. So this is the last limb of Policy 3. So as John mentioned, you've already covered A to C. So this is Policy 3D, and it's last of the intensification directions under this policy, and it states that in all other locations enable in the unitary plan building heights and density commensurate with the greater of the level of accessibility by existing or planned active or public transport to a range of commercial activities and community services, and the relative demand, or the relative demand for housing and business use in that location. So the report in front of you seeks endorsement of three things. Firstly, how we are to measure the level of accessibility. Secondly, how we're going to measure relative demand across Auckland. And then the potential intensification response in the unitary plan in terms of density and heights based on those first two. So as we go through this today, it's important to bear in mind that we don't have any maps to show you of these areas yet. We haven't determined the areas of high accessibility and demand yet, and that will be done once we have endorsement of a methodology. The intensification response for the all other locations will also be influenced by what goes on in the walkable catchments that we talked about before, which are likely to be adjacent to a lot of these areas which will have high demand and high accessibility. And the areas, in terms of the zoning response, it could also be reduced in terms of the height and density if there are qualifying matters that apply to these areas, such as things like volcanic view shafts, natural hazards, and so on. And the last point to note is that we may refine this approach as we go through the process as well. So firstly, looking at how we are determining the level of accessibility across Auckland. So we're currently developing a GIS analysis model to measure accessibility. This gives a score to every property in the urban environment, depending on the trip time, to a range of common commercial activities and community services, as the NPS directs us to do. So the model will look at each property and then calculate a trip time using active or public transport to things like jobs, centres, education, supermarkets, convenience stores, medical facilities and parks. And the properties that have the highest level of accessibility will be those with the highest scores. So it will be a relative thing across Auckland. Lots of areas in Auckland will have access to these things, but some areas will have better access than others. So now we'll move on to how we're determining relative demand, and I'll get Tian to take you through these next slides.
Thanks, Ryan. So with relative demand, it's slightly more complicated because the NPSUD doesn't actually define what relative demand is. So there are potentially various ways to determine what we consider to be relative demand. So as part of this work, we have investigated a bunch of measures that could be regarded as relative demand, such as land prices, where building consents are issued, house sales, housing register numbers, homelessness, amenity and family, social and cultural ties. And we got all the stats that we could get and tried to map them out to get a better understanding of how suitable they would be in determining relative demand. After analysis, we determined that some of these were skewed by existing factors. So, for example, with building consents, they are skewed by the fact that we are allowing a lot of development in certain areas under the unitary plan. So that kind of gives a very confused view in terms of where demand actually is. And some other ones are slightly more difficult to manage. So, for example, family, social and cultural ties. We understand that this obviously has a very important factor in some people's decisions of where they want to live. However, these are very subjective, and it's very difficult to find data that supports this from a statistical point of view. So based on the assessment that we had carried out, we had determined that land prices were identified as the most suitable and best measurement of the relative demand, noting that this is obviously not the perfect way, but in terms of the options available, that this was the most reasonable way to determine what the NPSUD wanted as part of this policy. So the reasons why it was considered that land values are the strongest indicator is because people reveal their preferences via prices they're willing to pay, and this kind of reflects the idea of desirability, or where people would want to live if they had the money or didn't have other influences that affected the ability to live somewhere. This does not mean that there is no demand for housing in areas with lower land values. We acknowledge that there is demand everywhere, but for the purposes of this, it's trying to indicate that in average and in aggregate, more people would want to live in more expensive areas in comparison. Areas with higher land values also tend to be areas with moderate to high accessibility to jobs, also higher amenity and closer to services and other destinations. So as part, going back to what the NPSUD requires us, we also need to formulate an intensification response with regards to what information we get out of the accessibility and density inputs that we put in. The NPSUD is quite clear that an area does not necessarily need to be high accessibility and high demand in order to enable intensification. It could be one or the other, but they have also acknowledged that the areas that meet both are the most prime for intensification. So as part of the response, taking into account what we have discussed, we are proposing to enable a minimum of 2 stories and no density rules in areas of either high demand or high accessibility. That kind of equates to what we currently have in the mixed housing suburban zone, mixed housing urban zone, or terraced housing and apartment zone. And we're also proposing to enable a minimum of 3 stories and no density rules in areas with both high demand and high accessibility, and that relates to our existing mixed housing urban zone and terraced housing and apartment zones. But just as a reminder, just because an area is of high accessibility and high demand does not mean that we automatically just change the zone. It's not just going to be a blanket approach, and there will be a lot of considerations that will be in place when a planning process takes place to actually translate the outputs into spatial implications and the extensive intensification. What we're also proposing are the minimums and not necessarily reflective of all the areas of Auckland. The aspects that will require consideration as part of this planning process will include, as Ryan has mentioned before, qualifying matters which may affect the ability or may limit the extent of intensification in particular areas, natural features and built features that may affect zone patterns and where we draw, natural boundaries, and then also the extent of intensification and walkable catchments will also be a factor, as areas that are next to walkable catchments may be suitable for high intensification, especially depending on how intensive we decide the walkable catchments are going to be enabled. And as just a summary of what Ryan has also mentioned previously, we haven't done any of the accessibility and demand models to date, but will commence once the approaches have been endorsed. Because there's no way to determine that, it's just a reminder that some areas may require a change in zoning, but others may remain the same because as they may already be zoned to enable the anticipated heights. And as work progresses, spatial implications and extent of intensification will be workshopped with the Planning Committee, local boards and mana whenua once assessment and policy analysis is completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Tian. John, anything further?
No, I think that's good. Yep.
Thank you all. I will move the A through to E, which is on page 26 of the agenda. Do I have a second, please? Can I have a call for a second? Thank you, Councillor Cooper. So the motion is live, and I'll go to questions first. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I understand we may not have a lot of choice to do this work, but in doing so, what evidence of social investment intensification by the Crown do we have with regards to capacities of schools to fund any further growth, hospitals, police, in suburban Auckland? And I note that looking at point 23, where the calculating of accessibility is around educational facilities, medical facilities, etc. So there are a lot of parts of Auckland, of course, those schools are at capacity already within our current Auckland Unitary Plan. So is the Crown doing investment work themselves, and have you seen the evidence of that to support this?
Through the chair, we meet with Ministry of Education staff in terms of schools quite regularly. They do have a team who are very busy and have been for some time planning for schools in Auckland. As with council, their budgets are constrained, and that there are ongoing challenges there. But they're very attuned to Auckland's growth. They look at zoning issues, but they also look at trends as to where the growth is happening. They work very closely with schools themselves, as you would expect. School boards, principals of schools. They get information from Stats New Zealand to do their planning and investment work. So just in the same way as council and the CCOs do their planning and investment and funding, Ministry of Ed, have a similar process in terms of investing in schools. So we've seen some of that information, but it's their core business as opposed to ours. We can certainly try and bring some of that information in, but in short, they do plan for schools. They do look at zoning, but zoning is only one factor. And this plan change that we're talking about here in the NPSUD is not creating more population, as you know, in Auckland. It's not creating more growth. It's just potentially enabling higher densities and more growth in some areas of Auckland than others than we currently allow in the unitary plan. So they will be involved in this process. They are well aware of the NPSUD, and they're following how it tracks through the process. So that's schools, Councillor Simpson. I'm just trying to recall, you mentioned hospitals.
And the other one is around kind of open space too, because I know that's ours, but in a lot of cases, the open space of an area is, people can use a school ground in the weekends and whatever. And I'm just sort of thinking that open space diminishes as soon as you put more buildings and things for schools. I suppose I just wanted to see the other side to the argument, because this is going to come in what I call suburban Auckland, for want of a better word. And there are already constraints around that. So in endorsing this makes me very nervous to endorse this, because I know, for example, in my own backyard, that we have schools at capacity, they're running out of open space in their own school footprint. I mean, I've got a school in my ward that hardly, don't think it's got a blade of grass left, because it's either being built on or using artificial to get the amount of kids to be able to play. So I just want to have some confidence that government's doing its bit, coming to the party 50-50. And we know that already with our own.
So there's consequential work, which I think John is outlining, that we need to be involved with, open space provision and the analysis of that, which we will embark on once this MPS is confirmed. But just in terms of education, I've reached out to the Ministry of Education and I've said, look, a lot of the councillors are interested in what the development program looks like for Ministry of Ed in Auckland. And I think there's going to be a formal approach, if not the formal approach has already gone to the Ministry of Ed, to bring them into a workshop. Again, it's in the list of many workshops, but we will be hearing from the Ministry of Education on their education development program.
And hospitals too. Your North Shore Hospital is pretty full now, let alone this. Now my next question is, if the current residential assessed capacity of our current unitary plan is 840,000 residential dwellings, and the current projected demand for residential dwellings based on Stats New Zealand medium growth in our council's this last LTP is 342,000. We've already got 500,000 homes already, inverted commas, available or spare. So why are we pushing so hard on this when our own plan currently delivers extra housing?
So through the chair, the short answer is that we, staff, Auckland Council, are not pushing hard. It's the government through the NPSUD that is pushing for this approach and not pushing for, they're actually requiring it. So irrespective of the housing and business assessment analysis that you've referred to there that we're required to do, and we were doing anyway under the NPSUD, and irrespective of the capacity in the unitary plan, which is significant and certainly enables short, medium and probably long-term growth in Auckland, the NPSUD is absolutely clear that the intensification rezoning is still required by next August. So there is no explicit recognition of if a council has already created enough capacity, it doesn't have to intensify any further. It's a very directive NPS that doesn't have sufficient capacity already in your plan as an out clause, if you like.
It's an ideological idea as opposed to related.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Coombe, your question, please.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the presentation. I just would like, if you can please, to really clarify in terms of stepping through what will happen in practice as we work towards the recommended plan changes, in terms of the fact that this is just a starting point and in a preliminary approach, so that we could end up with quite different zoning and areas with a mix of zoning. And so in terms of resolving on this, that the starting point for is going to be either mixed housing suburban or mixed housing urban, would it be possible just to simplify? I mean, it is kind of covered in the report, but I just think it would be good to really understand what that will mean in practice as we step through the next stages to actually end up with the zoning that the final zoning changes, because it's not totally clear that this is just a starting point. And I guess, and my other question, part of that is, this is called we're endorsing the following approaches, but it's also been described as the preliminary approach. And if that is the case, why are we just not saying that this is the preliminary approach rather than this doesn't cement the final outcome? It influences the steps that we're going to work through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coombe. So I guess just draw attention to recommendation D on page 26 of the agenda, what's on the screen there. Recommendation D is the one around, and we had this in July as well, for the walkable catchments in the city centre and the metros, and that is as we as staff start to produce some maps and get spatial, if you like, with these approaches, it may be that some of what you're resolving today needs to be refined. Maybe there need to be some further directions and approaches, or these need to be modified, as I say, refined in some sort of way. So we are acknowledging that. And I guess the challenge is there are over 1 million parcels of land in urban Auckland. So this is a really complex jigsaw. It's a 1 million piece jigsaw with an NPS that's 15, 20 pages long and about 2 pages on this stuff here. So we have to sort of convert 2 pages of government policy and apply that to a jigsaw with 1 million pieces. So it's inevitable that, well, first of all, we need a launch pad to sort of start doing the technical work as staff, as planners, as we're sort of trained to do. But then as we work through that exercise, we may find that this isn't quite right. We may need to refine it a bit, at which point, if it's a significant departure, it would need a report back to planning committee to amend things, or even a fairly minor departure. But In terms of process, again, it's in recommendation. Well, it's D as well, really. That so D is the one around. That we will be looking to workshop with you as the planning committee, inviting local boards. We're not sure of the exact format for that and how we might do that, but certainly some who are involved in the developing the unitary plan will be familiar with sessions in the Rendezvous Hotel across the road with all local board members and all planning committee and ISB members in the room around local board tables looking at maps. We did that on 2 or 3 occasions. We also had individual sessions with local boards, with ward councillors invited to attend, but it's that sort of process of having very early draft maps that apply these words to the zoning maps, that clearly identify what do the current maps allow in terms of height and density, what do they look like now, how does that link back to the NPSUD, and then that comes back to the planning committee for decision making, formal decision making at a meeting such as this, probably in February, March next year, and that leads into the next report on the agenda. And just to your other point, I think the next report does talk about engaging with Aucklanders on this preliminary approach, whereas this report here is talking about just an approach as opposed to preliminary. I mean, not too phased either way, whether it's an approach or a preliminary approach. As I mentioned, this approach we've acknowledged may need to be refined. So it's, if you're more comfortable with preliminary, that's fine, because essentially that's what it is.
Yeah.
Because it may be refined as we really start doing the work collectively, staff and elected members.
Thank you. I think it's a really useful clarification, and if I may, Mr. Chair, just so in terms of that preliminary approach and what we'll be working through and looking at the maps, does this resolution also allow us to, we could step back further? So if there are areas that it's not even, it doesn't work to even go to mixed use urban, we might, that could also be modified on the way through as well as greater intensification and greater heights.
Well, that's correct.
Okay, so just picking up on that.
Mixed housing, not mixed use.
Yeah.
Just picking up on that, so the Councillor Kerm, I should say, are you suggesting that in the A it's endorsed the following preliminary approaches?
Ideally, I would have liked to have seen that word there, because that's what we've talked about through the workshops, but we didn't do it when we talked about the walkable catchments, and perhaps in hindsight it might have been good if we had, because I think there's a bit of debate that whereas if we're putting in place now, setting in stone what's going to happen with the changes to the unitary plan, whereas actually we've got a whole lot of steps to work through and debate, and this is just at the very early stage. But okay, I mean, I think we have that understanding, but it would have been useful to have highlighted that maybe.
Well, I think I've heard John say that he's comfortable with adding the word preliminary, and I think it's, I'll just check with Chief of Strategy. Councillor Cooper, you're okay if we just add the word preliminary? We'll just cover that off. Thank you.
Through the chair, just we know how tight the timing is, and also the work program you have on. As long as that doesn't require us to come back, say, to confirm, if you know what I mean. So it's we understand it's preliminary, yep, and it may change, but it may not. So we'll just keep going, and we'll work with you through that process. Yeah.
Okay, we'll just add that.
Just a very quick point to note, it does come back to what I mentioned before, that the maps, the outputs of these approaches will come back to you formally before they go out as, in March or April, well before next August. And again, we're getting into the next report. But at that point, if you need to clarify that the approach has been refined through the mapping work, then perhaps there's a resolution at that point rather than have to get into revoking today's resolutions. I can see a pathway forward where we're essentially approving the maps and having some approaches sort of confirmed, modified at that point.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a number of questions, but just to sort of highlight at the outset, I'm extremely uncomfortable with A4, and I'll explain why through the discussion. But yeah, 4 questions. So first and foremost, at a broad level, does the department see the MPS on urban development as an opportunity for more housing or a threat to the unitary plan?
Oh, That was a rhetorical question.
Opportunity or threat?
Sorry, we're in a formal meeting here.
Are we approaching this progressively
it
or
absolutely
defensively?
provides an opportunity, but we will be upfront and say that you know, there are aspects of it that we need to tread very carefully because they could undo some and compromise some things that Aucklanders value and fought very hard to include in the unitary plan, and they're not explicitly recognised, and I'm not just talking about special character areas, in the NPSUD. So it's both really. I wouldn't call it a threat, but we need to just tread very carefully and make sure we're making decisions that we don't throw some of the good stuff out while enabling more housing. But absolutely, there are some opportunities for more housing in the unitary plan that we will find through this exercise.
The NPS, not the unitary plan. Sorry. Yeah. Did you mean NPS in that answer, or unitary plan? Just to clarify. You said there was opportunities for more housing in the unitary plan.
More opportunities through the NPS that we will find in the unitary, in both.
Yeah, thanks.
It creates opportunities in both. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Just moving on to the question of relative demand. I understand that we haven't done a lot of this work, but I'll just ask in case there's some insight that we do have at this point. Are there any thoughts on where the threshold of what high demand might mean within that assessment? And a follow-up is, what rough proportion of properties do you expect to be of high demand in that assessment, or have we not got there yet?
No, we haven't got to that level of detail yet, but yeah, there will have to be some sort of cut-off point, and we'll have to come back to the committee as we go through. As John mentioned, we'll be coming back with maps, and that's at the point where we'll say where we've drawn the line of what's an area of high demand and also areas of high accessibility and so on, because that's going to be the same thing, that it's going to be a point system across Auckland, so we're going to have to draw the line somewhere on those as well.
Okay, thank you. Which leads me to my next question, which is my concern on A4. Given that we don't have a lot of the information that through the answer that we've just gleaned, is it appropriate to endorse a methodology today in a resolution like this, going as low as 2 stories on desirable land, without the work being done to give us that information first? Why do we actually need to give you a steer on this now?
John.
Yeah, it's again, it's that it's a very large, complex region with a very well thought through, set of zoning that's already there. So we just need something to get us moving. I mean, as staff, I guess we could start doing the work and then bring it to you when we're a bit more advanced. But we just felt that it was really helpful to get a political endorsement of an approach that can be refined as we start doing the work. There's plenty of flexibility here. In terms of 4, I mean, I can see where you're coming to, that, high accessibility, high demand, why only 2 stories? But we haven't said that it stops there. It could be 3 or 5 stories or even higher. So it really is just a bit of a lead. The primary direction we're seeking there, I guess, is that the single house zone would not be appropriate unless there's a very good reason that qualifying matters. So that in itself is quite a significant policy shift relative to the unitary plan that's being foreshadowed here. It's in light of the NPSUD, but just that single statement there, that not the single house zone, is quite a big shift in direction.
Thank you. Supplementary on that, and then one more question. Thank you, Chair. So given that answer, and thanks for that, that's very helpful. If we're talking about areas of high accessibility and high demand, why would we see fit to put mixed housing suburban in that resolution? If we're talking about areas of high demand, 2 stories is fairly low.
John.
Well, again, it's giving a direction to move away from the single house zone if it's present in those areas. A refinement could be when we do the maps that we go, actually, there may be a valid point there that the mixed housing suburban zone isn't appropriate in areas of high accessibility, high demand. I guess, again, it comes down to the point that Ryan made before. We haven't drawn the lines on the map as to where the high accessibility, high demand areas are to know exactly what that's going to look like.
Thank you. And one last question. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, colleagues. Just more of a technical one. On A2, sorry, I just wasn't clear. Removing the influence of zoning on the land value, what does that have? What effect does that have?
if I could get you to clarify, do you mean what effect does it have, or what does it mean?
Yeah, I'm not quite understanding A2. Yeah, what's the meaning of the resolution? That's what I'm asking.
I suppose what it's saying is using land value and for relative demand, you're comparing land values in two different places, and their absolute number doesn't matter. Their relative number matters. So when we say we're stripping out or removing the influence of zoning, what that means is there would be certain areas of the city that don't have, say, terrace house and apartment building zoning. But we're able to estimate what those places, what that zoning would be worth if it was in those areas using common statistical econometric techniques, which I'm happy to talk to you about for 2 hours sometime, but not now. And so there are robust ways you can do this. So it's really saying if all of the areas of the city had the same mix of zonings, what would the relative values of the land be? And then saying what you don't want to do is say, well, there's THAB zoning in this one area of the city and single house zoning in this other area of the city, and say, well, see, one is more expensive than the other. Is that because it's more desirable, or because what you can do with the land? And so it's removing that impact.
So sorry, if I can paraphrase, just clarifying. Yep. So if we're looking at relative demand, we would use our analysis and say we'd look at a single house in Massey, we'd look at a single house in Epsom, and we'd see which ones were more expensive, and we'd go from there. Does that make sense?
Essentially, that's the idea.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sayers, your call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions. One's around the effect that this could have on special character area overlays. Is there any comment you can make there about does it impact or change?
Through the chair, so it's really it's our recommendation C, which is a reference back to the Planning Committee's decision last month on qualifying matters, where you agreed that special character areas should be a qualifying matter where they're of high quality, and the survey work that the Heritage team are doing will start to do map the areas that are of high quality, high architectural integrity, and so on. So it's a link back to that resolution there that will explain the approach for special character areas. So we're essentially saying same approach for all other areas, which this report is dealing with, as the approach that we discussed and agreed, and the committee agreed in July for special character. So if it's of high quality, it would be retained. But if it's of low to moderate quality through houses having been demolished over the years, very unsympathetic alterations that really are impossible to modify. The original form of the house is essentially gone. New housing, if you've got streets in the special character overlay that have a significant amount of that sort of development in them, then they're not going to be assessed as being of high quality, and therefore the resolution last month would indicate that they should be open to whatever zoning is appropriate given its location, its accessibility and its demand.
Okay, thanks, John. And other questions around, because I can only read, I know my ward better than I do other wards. So the question is, and I know we haven't identified centres yet, but the experience that Kimu had when the special housing areas went in there, and now the traffic congestion that we've got through there, and being a state highway and NZTA, central government, not having any investment plan to fix that, it worries me that township, out of all the townships in my particular ward, is the one that kind of wouldn't want to end up targeted. So, and maybe it could be when it goes through the criteria. So I guess my question's around, do those considerations of what existing townships pressures might be under form any part of the decision-making process? And I guess more specifically, Chris, I'm trying to ask, is Kimu Huapai likely to be caught up in this and further intensification done in that particular area of Auckland?
Councillor, you're suggesting it's highly accessible.
No.
Well, yeah, and through Chair, that's probably the key issue there in terms of the recommendations is that if an area like Kumiahuapai is not deemed to be highly accessible or of high demand relative to other suburbs and parts of Auckland, then it's out of scope for any changes here. We're really dealing with areas that are either high demand or high accessibility or both. And the high demand, remember, is relative to all other places in Auckland, so on a land value basis. So it's potentially an area that may not meet the threshold for the changes that we're suggesting the NPSUD requires. The other aspect is that, again, it's recommendation C today, that reference back to resolution PLA 2021-80 last month around qualifying matters. You did agree to qualifying matter that where there are significant infrastructure constraints, that will be a reason not to, potentially, to not enable intensification beyond what's already allowed in the unitary plan. So I think there are two potential safeguards for areas that are constrained in terms of transport, accessibility and infrastructure. Yep.
Okay, I think
But can't give you a categorical Kumiahuapai is out of scope for the NPSUD. No.
It's a helpful question, I think, regionally anyway, John, so thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Sayers. Councillor Newman, please.
Yeah, I mean, it's to a certain it's a bit like the question that Councillor Henderson asked you before, actually, why we would at this stage in Roman numeral 4 second sentence include the word "not the single house zone." I mean, why do we have to add that as an exclusion at this point? Right now, I mean, you're wanting a stair. Why wouldn't they be included? I mean, the risk here, isn't there, that the level of capacity that we will discover will actually be in those locations that are already pretty saturated and that they have significant constraints. There's a lot of high concentration of people and some low amenity in some of those those mixed housing suburban zones. And I would have thought that there are plenty of locations high demand and highly accessible in the single house zone, and yet they've got those words there. Why is that?
John.
Yes, maybe just to talk to that in a bit more detail. And so what we're saying is in areas of either high accessibility or high demand, then we should be enabling some intensification, some additional opportunities for housing. If we retain the single house zone, it's not doing that at all. It's a constraining zone in terms of capacity. Whatever's built there now, very limited opportunity to create any additional dwellings with that zoning. Mixed housing suburban, and also to Councillor Henderson's point before, is very flexible in terms of density, and we're actually seeing, what's been referred to in the past as gentle intensification, where you're not seeing apartment buildings, but you're seeing a lot of growth and opportunities for housing through the mixed housing suburban zone because of the removal of density planning rules that used to exist in the legacy district plans in the region. So by that single stroke of removing the density control from that zone, even though it's only 2 stories, it's creating a lot of opportunities for housing and intensification. But to the point of the single house zone, I guess we would see that in areas of high accessibility, high demand, to retain that flies in the face of the NPSUD, unless there's a qualifying reason, such as high quality special character, to retain it.
And so your subsequent investigation at some point, I would assume that you would identify that a lot of those single house zones, actually they haven't been well capitalised because of the zoning provisions. But if that were to change, the market demand to significantly capitalise them would probably lend itself to an argument to go beyond 2-storey. Would that be reasonable?
Yeah, just not sure I'm entirely following the logic there. Yes, if the zoning has changed, then the opportunities created, and we'll almost certainly see some change in high demand, highly accessible areas. Does that automatically mean we should be jumping to 3 stories? I think that's something that we need to do more work on, and we've not foreclosed that opportunity by saying the approach might need to be refined, and also by leaving it open for, it could be mixed housing suburban 2 stories, it could be mixed housing urban 3 stories, or in these places of high accessibility, high demand, it could be the 5, 6-storey terrace housing apartment building zone. And when we look at the maps, we'll find many places where it's already, where these areas of high accessibility, high demand already enable 3, 4, 5, 6 stories or more. So, yeah.
And my one final question, Chair, if you don't mind, just to clarify, the NPS is not about increasing the volume of affordable housing, it is about increasing the volume of housing. The affordability of it is another matter, but fundamentally this is about trying to move the barriers to increase supply. Would that be a fair summation?
Well, the NPSUD does draw a link between relaxing density controls and height controls and affordability. So, I mean, we have presented to you previously about some economic evidence that shows that certainly in the Auckland context with the unitary plan as it stands, there's not necessarily a strong argument there, but the NPSUD itself does draw a link between capacity for housing and affordability.
Increased supply assumes that there'll be an increased supply and the equilibrium for the price will change as a result.
But I suppose, you know, sitting here with Shane, our economist, who's far better placed to talk to those sort of factors than I am. Yep.
Councillor, do you want, would you like Shane, our economist, to recount that? Okay, you're good. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hills, please.
Kia ora. Thank you. Shane and I have talked to some of our colleagues, and I don't think there is appetite to change that first part of the 4. But I guess, does it, even though you say it's a start, do you think it complies with the NPSUD to have the 2 stories in the either-or situation? Do you think we're at risk at starting at a place we might not comply with the government's policy statement?
Yeah, I suppose we are
two stories
through the chair. We are picking up on. So I guess what we forget sometimes is that some of the other tier 1 and certainly tier 2 councils. So the tier 1 are the high growths. That's the Christchurch, Wellington, Hamilton, Tauranga, and Auckland. And it's not just the city councils there. It's also some of the district councils within those regions are having to go through this tier 1 approach as well of 6 stories within walkable catchments and so on. You know, a lot of those district plans have density restrictions in their residential zones, in all of their residential zones. Even the highest density residential zones will say no more than 1 dwelling per 150 square metres. In Auckland, that was removed through the unitary plan process. So we've already taken a big leap in the direction of enabling more housing, enabling more density, and yes, it's only 2 stories, but it's still a heck of a lot more flexible than what was available under the old district plans. So is it failing to comply with the NPSUD? Well, while the NPSUD is very prescriptive around 6 stories in the walkable catchments, it's not prescriptive about these other locations. It leaves it some flexibility to the council, which is great that it's done that. But what will happen is this will all be tested through submissions and evidence in hearings. And so whatever council does, I'm almost certain there will be submissions and arguments that we've either gone too far with height and density and not far enough, and there'll be a sweet spot in the middle. So I think as we do the work, look at the maps, again, as I say, it may be that we feel, well, actually, now that we've defined the high, accessible, high demand areas, maybe 3 stories is more appropriate. But at this point, we just don't feel we have enough information to get there yet.
Thank you. And do we have any high, you've obviously got the maps and stuff, work underway probably, but do you have any ideas of what this decision, what sort of capacity increases you're looking at a high level, or you're not? Because it's still hard to make a decision without knowing generally, is it another 3 to 500? Is it 50,000 to 70,000? Like, where are we sitting in the...
Yeah, unfortunately, we'd love to sort of give you an indication, but we can't really. It's just too early. But that's going to be a really core part of planning committee decision making particularly in March, April, when we're looking to, or when we're recommending that we do engage with Aucklanders on some maps, and certainly prior to next August, that information around, well, what additional capacity has been created will be a key factor. So we can do that work, but we haven't defined the edges of the walkable catchments yet. You just said generally 800 and 1200 metres, but you said there are modifying factors like severance by motorways, topography, that might mean that it's far less than 800 metres in many cases. We haven't done the work around special character, and that'll be a biggie in terms of how much of the special character areas are high quality. If significant parts of special character are high quality, then that will have a big impact on the capacity. So, yeah, we'd love to present something, but I think it's really risky to start speculating as to what additional capacity your decisions or your approaches in July might enable, and now these approaches here. So, yeah, we will definitely provide the committee and local board members, mana whenua and Aucklanders with that sort of information. We can do it. It's just we haven't done the work yet.
Thank you, Chair. Two more questions, sorry. You've got a really, really good climate impact statement here around, the fact that intensification reduces emissions, that people are closer to everything. We don't have situations like Councillor Sayers talked about where you are stuck with no public transport. How much will you be delving into that on the different mix of what you're going to, everything we're asking you to do is looking at reducing emissions now. Will you be elevating that through this process of, okay, if we are going to do more mixed housing suburban, that actually would increase our emissions compared to if we were doing mixed housing urban? Is that sort of work going to be part of what comes through the plan change?
I'll see if the team can add to this, but it's not something I've specifically thought about, but we do. There are techniques to model vehicle emissions based on growth plans, the unitary plan, and so on. So we'll certainly tap into our experts in Jacques Victor's area, Chief Sustainability Office, to see if there is some sort of emissions type modelling, so we can compare this scenario with another scenario with the status quo and see what the different emissions profiles might be. It's pretty complex stuff. It's computer modelling. It's pretty sophisticated stuff. But yeah, it's certainly a good idea if it can be done in the time frame. Others sort of add to that? No.
And with the plan change, will we have the ability, when these things come forward, that you can further look at things like front yard setbacks, things like that? If we're going to have more mixed housing urban, why would we require this wasted land at the front where you could be, are we going to be a bit bolder in the thinking that we'll make, not have these setbacks which take up land, reduce the amount of housing, and also reduce the amount of green space, because we're forcing people to have these tiny front yards when they could be having a large backyard or whatever it is? Is that going to be included in this, or are we just going to rezone things?
Yeah, so the parallel piece of work that's happening is looking at the residential development controls, which are front yards, building coverage limits, height in relation to boundaries, so outlook, outdoor living space. So the urban designers and planners and the team have been working with our consents team, and so we are going to bring a workshop with the committee, I think in September, October, a report to committee on some improvements that we think may well be justified to those controls. So it will be within the scope of that work. So yes, we are looking to potentially do a plan change on not just the intensification, but improvements to design. And so we can pick that up and look at the front yard issue as part of that.
Work to do in that area too. Councillor Fletcher.
Well, to a degree, I think my question was asked by Councillor Henderson. I was going to pose it on the basis, and I'm not in denial over the ability for government to do what it wants to do, but are we pushing back, given the amount of pain that went into the unitary plan? Do you feel, as elected members, we have highlighted the difficulties as effectively as we might? We've got the Minister of Finance coming next Monday for an informal session. How can we make the most of our ability to just highlight, you know, having nursed a dementia patient for 5 years, sometimes you'd find everybody else doing crazy things around them because they became the centre of attention. But, you know, it just seems insane to me. We know that these timelines are ridiculously short. We know that this is complex beyond belief. What more could we be doing? Not to say that we're just opposed to change, but just to do it properly. This just strikes me as nuts.
John, it's a question I've asked of you.
It's a very unfair
Yeah,
question, and you can choose to ignore it if you like. But
no, I think it's definitely worth asking. Look, we did submit on the draft, as you know. We said that even the draft looked a bit too directive, too prescriptive. There should be more flexibility. Auckland has done a lot of this already, but we've ended up with an MPS UD that's pretty prescriptive, and the timelines are pretty tight. But as I mentioned before, you know, there are definitely some opportunities in Auckland where we don't allow as much growth as professionally I think we probably should, and so there is an opportunity here to identify those and go through a process to potentially enable that growth. I think as we start doing the work, and perhaps if we do find as a council this is all becoming too complex to do it properly, you know, there may be an opportunity to speak to government about timeframes and so on. Next August is the deadline, but you know, there are things like the light rail potential project. You know, how do we deal with that? Is there an argument that maybe there's a phasing of this
staging, phasing?
Possibly, but at this stage, you know, we believe we can get the work done in time for next August, but it's going to mean a pretty tight engagement process with Aucklanders. So yeah, there's probably not much more that I can add. Technically, we believe we can do the work in the time frame, subject to one qualification there, and that is the survey of the special character areas. The team have been out for about 5 or 6 weeks doing the work. They're making really good progress, but you know, more than 20,000 properties to survey from the street, not going on to any private property, is a big ask. So that's the one thing we do identify that in this report, that there is some risk of engaging with Aucklanders next March and April and then delivering by next August because of the work on special character. So that's probably all I can really say.
The second question that I had when we're looking at the calculation of accessibility and so forth is educational facilities. Now, from my experience of communities experiencing growth, and certainly in areas where education has been to the forefront of people's minds, I found that the Ministry of Education were a bit slack at really understanding the staging. You know, you start with early childhood, you then go on to primary, you then go on to sort of intermediate, secondary school, and they'd get one part right, but not realise that children actually entirely logically age. You know, is there a way that we can start putting a little more detail in and around some of these more general thoughts?
Yeah, so in terms of the modelling that we'll be doing for accessibility, we've just given you a broad headline there of education, but we are looking at primary schools, secondary schools, universities, kindergartens and so on. They'll all be in the model. There'll be various points allocated to each thing, so there'll be weightings and so on given to different criteria. As I said, I think in the workshop earlier, that it would be likely that we haven't decided the weightings yet, but it would be likely that most weightings would be on things like jobs rather than schools, open space. They'd have a lesser weighting when it comes down to it, but we haven't actually got to that detail yet.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I think that exhausts the questions. Ryan, I did ask you a question about, I think it was Monday, just about definitions under the A Roman 1, and just was there any value in including cultural institutions, but and what I meant by that is, cultural institutions like libraries. The communities need proximity to libraries. But are you assuming that libraries are actually within centres, so that's taken care of? The other one was we've got the open space, but I was thinking, and I think you came back to me and you said that there's an assumption that it's actively used open space. This is not open space conservation zone. This is open space activity, recreation activity zone. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about open space.
Yeah, that's right. So we're talking about parks that you can actually go and kick a ball around, throw a frisbee, have a picnic, that sort of thing, walk the dog, but not sort of cover basically all the active and sports and active recreation zone, the informal. Yeah, so most of those will be on our sports and active recreation zone. Then we've got the informal recreation zone, which is more of the neighbourhood parks, which have a playground and so on. But we're not including things like esplanade reserves, conservation areas, where stormwater ponds and so on, where they are actually zoned open space, but the recreation value of those is not as high as, say, a park where you can actually go and kick a ball and play on a playground. So we're manually, unfortunately, there's no great data set that gives us what we want, so we're having to manually go through and check all the maps and delete out stormwater ponds and so on.
Okay.
And so in terms of libraries, yes, so most of the libraries will be in the centre zone.
In the centres.
Yeah.
Okay, and on the A Roman 4, in residential zones, it begins in residential areas. So we've got single house zone, mixed housing suburban, mixed housing urban, THAB, but I'm just thinking of residential large lot. So there's another category of residential large lot. We often forget about that. So when you are referring to in residential areas of either high accessibility or demand, are you also encompassing the residential large lot there? Because you do say residential areas.
Yes, yeah, the large lot is inside the rub mostly, but it's right on the edge, so I think it's probably unlikely it would be an area of high demand and high accessibility, but it would be included in that if it did.
Still going to get tested?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Good.
So we cover the full urban environment, which is basically everything inside the rub, plus the larger rural settlements like Warkworth, Pukekohe, Kimihuapai.
Okay. And just to be clear, the qualifying matters, and we added one qualifying matter of special character overlays, they trump things. They trump the provisions, so they still stand. And that's subject to the work we've got to do on the special character analysis or assessments. Okay, I've got further questions. Councillor? We have a question, further question?
A brief question if you answer.
Councillor Hills, and then I think Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Henderson. It's a comment.
Sorry, Chair. Just on the infrastructure, we make a lot of assumptions around here of what, Councillor Simpson made a comment around North Shore Hospital. There's currently a build for 120 beds, elective surgery being built right now. There's a school, we're going to the opening next Friday, which had a roll of 68 a couple of years ago, and the school is being built for 800 kids in Northcote. So could we have, if it's possible, just a bit more information when it comes back to us about what is being built and supplied for? Because it's not perfect everywhere, but I know there's a ton of new health and education facilities being built, and also maybe what the cost of building those in sprawl suburbs that don't exist yet compared to renewing or building new in the current intensifying areas as well. Just because we talk about the cost, but I don't know that we compare the cost much. Thank you.
Thank you. John's nodding affirmatively there. Councillor Fletcher.
Mr. Chairman, as we go forward on this, I would like to see it recorded in the resolutions as this body of work builds up, that there is recognition of the practical difficulties around the time restraints that we're working to, and that become a matter, on the paper trail of this, that becomes a matter of record, that if it all goes to putty at some future point, that this was anticipated, that we knew that this was unrealistic, and that we used every opportunity we could to bring advocacy to this. Now, I'm not sure how, if there was an appetite around the table to do it, how that would be expressed. But it's just, if you can imagine a politician in 10 years' time looking back on these minutes, they'd say, oh, well, and nobody was really complaining about it. You know, nobody was drawing attention to the fact that this was unrealistic. I think maybe officers could think about, without compromising yourself, because you're in an awful position. You don't want to admit you can't do something, but by the same token, what are we forgoing because we are putting all this energy into something that's not necessarily achievable? So I don't think we can resolve it now, but I would ask you to be mindful of making sure, for the record, that we are putting every opportunity we can to talk about the delivery and, you know, the unrealistic nature of this.
So this your question has been my question as well over the last couple of months. And in fact, I posed this question to both the General Manager of Plans and Places and the Chief of Strategy when we're forming up the budget. I actually said, do you have the resources to hire the people to respond to the MPS? And we confirmed those budgets. And as we've moved towards this next stage, responding to 3D of the MPS, that's another question I posed just recently to both Chief Strategy and John. Can we achieve this, but also achieve it by delivering a quality outcome, not just any outcome, a quality outcome, a well-considered and well-informed and well-evidenced outcome. And John's response to me recently is we're on target to do that, and it's tight. So if something changes, we will know about it and we'll respond accordingly. But it is something that the whole team and you, Councillor Fletcher, myself, we are very aware of, because I do not want to see us in a position where we don't deliver a quality, enduring outcome. And I think that's your point.
You know, if you look back at legacy Auckland City, whether there were other imperatives, there are some buildings that we simply cannot be proud of.
Yeah.
So I just think that we could have noting the very difficult timelines, or just some qualification on these resolutions, so that people reading them can understand the pressure that people are being put.
Well, my understanding from John, you're not concerned at this stage, though. That I think that's, you're not concerned. It's a big task, but we've got the human resource, we've got the budget, and then the MPS says do this by X date. At this time, you're not signalling, you haven't signalled to me that there is a possible issue. But if that does arise, then we can look at it. Am I right in that regard, John, that you're not signalling an issue at this time?
Well, if we can just jumping forward to the next report really briefly, if you look at page 51 on your agenda, we have identified this risk around timeframes under the engagement report. So doing the technical work required to do the zoning changes to overlays in the unitary plan, that we feel we can deliver by next August. There's no requirement to engage with Aucklanders prior to next August, but in the next report, item 10, we're saying it's best practice. It's a significant change for some parts of Auckland, it's likely to be. So we are recommending that there is engagement in March or April. And the challenge there is, can we get enough of the work done by next March or April, which is well in advance of next August. So it's really the engagement, which isn't required under the NPSUD in terms of all of Aucklanders, that does present some risks. So item 9 that we're on now, yes, technically the work can be done by next August. Item 10, where we're recommending engage with Aucklanders, there is some risk in relation to surveying all of the special character areas. We're on track to do all of the character areas in the walkable catchments, but when you go into all other locations, you're going into places like Devonport, Northcote Point, Grey Lynn, many other suburbs with special character that aren't in the Wauhall catchments, and surveying that and getting that work done in time to put up something to Aucklanders next March or April, there was some risk there. So we've flagged up the risk in the body of the report. It's just not in the recommendations. But it's in the body,
so
body of item 10.
this is probably where the politics needs to take over, and I appreciate your viewpoint and representing the staff, but I think there does need to be something that reflects the political concern, the early concern. We're
Not just some risk, I'd say it's significant risk. And these are our resolutions as elected members. And I think we must anticipate, based on the experience we've had, that there are risks here. And it will backfire on this council and the trust in local government if we don't signal them.
Members, would you like to cast your eye over the F there, which I think reflects this discussion that Councillor Fletcher has raised. It's something that I've been talking to John about. So it's not too loaded. We're just signalling that there's a few concerns. I don't think we need to add significant at this time because we don't know the degree of those concerns. Yeah. Are we comfortable with that, including that, members? Okay. So we're still on questions, and we've concluded questions now. Councillor Simpson.
Quickly, we've looked at accessibility, demand, building heights and density. Where does infrastructure fit in? You know, lack of below the ground infrastructure to take on more than what we've got currently planned in the AUP?
Councillor Simpson, that's through recommendation C, that intensification in these locations of high accessibly high demand may be limited by qualifying matters, one of which you agreed was significant infrastructure constraints. Acknowledge that that is not that well defined at this point in time. You certainly wouldn't base it on the fact that a local school is currently at capacity, but that is a consideration. But in terms of pipes and so on, if there are significant constraints, and we're working with Water Care and Auckland Transport to look at, can we identify areas that would be so significantly constrained that it would be very unwise to allow for any more growth than your unitary plan allows. So in short, it is covered by your previous resolution, but I acknowledge we need to bring you a bit more detail on that and bring Water Care and AT into the workshopping. Yep.
So can I just ask one more, just supplementary? Because I was very nervous, and I thank Councillor Coombe for putting whatever she did, the word or the adjective is before something or other approaches, temporary, whatever they are. But so you're going to make sure that before we get this, we know what's below the ground, we know the schools and hospitals, and we've got all that information before we make the call. Is that correct? Is that part of or are we just going to take the bit that the planning bit of us? We're going to have, I just want to know, I want to have all the bits in the puzzle before I make the call.
Yeah, as I say, as staff, we're working with Auckland Transport and Water Care in particular, and we do engage with and meet with MOE, Ministry of Education as well, on planning issues, growth in Auckland. So we will bring the best information we can that we have as a council family on water supply, wastewater, obviously healthy waters, stormwater and open space as well. So we will certainly, good integrated planning is looking at your infrastructure and your land use together. Yep.
Thank you. We'll conclude the questions and thank the staff. We can move away from the table now. And do I have any speakers in debate on this item? Councillor Henderson, start.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering if we can separate out A4 because, frankly, I just don't support it, and I'd like to explain a little bit more why. Look, I like a lot of what I've heard today, and it's a bit of a shame to throw out the entire section, so I want to make very clear what I'm not supporting within that big paragraph. Look, I'm glad the single house zone will be done. I'm glad that we're talking this question on land value and accessibility. That's all good stuff. Where I struggle is to endorse an approach that doesn't have enough information yet. That's the first point. I think we need more information to really give staff a steer on this kind of stuff. And listening to my gut on this, I think it just doesn't go far enough to provide housing for young people in places they most want to live. I don't really know why we don't just go 3 stories rather than 2 stories and 4. I don't know why we need to specify mixed housing suburban at this early stage as an option. I speak from personal experience. I've shared this a few times before, but I live in a 3-story townhouse myself with 2 young kids. It's a great community. I know my neighbours. It's a great place to, walk to school. It's safe and idyllic and beautiful. That's something that we can share across the whole city, that kind of typology. And it really works for young families. So I was scanning this morning through my unitary plan maps, and goodness me, if I can speak from experience again in the Waitakere ward, Massey is mainly a mixed house urban. Goodness me, famously poor for access to jobs and transport. We talk about the Northwest all the time around here about how it needs more services, and it has more housing intensification than nearly every other community in Auckland. Te Aratu Peninsula has huge amounts of terraced housing and apartment zones, and it's a peninsula. There's only one way in and out of it, and people are really struggling there. Despite the issues that intensification is causing for those local communities, we understand that we have to do our bit. I actually don't get a lot of community resistance around this kind of stuff. I get a lot of concern, sure, but communities understand that we have a housing crisis. They understand that people are sleeping in cars and we need to do all we can. But the pain, in my view, is unevenly spread across Auckland. And our current situation is unfair on suburban Auckland. It just isn't working. But there's good news, the MPSUD around the corner, and I think that's a very positive development for Auckland, and I really want to endorse this approach. That's a really, really important discussion, because with the sort of rules we're setting today and in the future, you can lock in socioeconomic outcomes, you can lock in demographics for generations in suburbs. You can make an area more wealthy, you can put less young people or more young people in it, you can put less young families in it or more. Those are the kind of discussions we're really having. This is the most important discussion we're having today. I want to make that very clear. With more varied housing typologies in central city areas in particular, we can better meet demand for homes for young families, and we can make a positive difference for Auckland into future generations. I do struggle with voting against 4, but I feel that I kind of have to do it. We're at such an early stage. We have analysis to gather, we've got more data, we've got maps to look at, discussions between ourselves and the community. I don't know where that's all going to land for me or for all of us, but I'm just struggling to figure out, how do I give these concerns over? And the only way that I can see it is to do it with my vote. And lastly, I want to finish up by saying, look, I want to take a positive approach to this. I want the MPS to work for Auckland and enable fairness in housing provision across all of Auckland. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Hills, please.
What he said. Thank you, Chair. Some of the conversations that I've heard on the MPSUD, I don't actually know if people know how hard it is to live in the city, to rent in the city, to buy in the city. The fact there are still 40,000 people on housing waiting list, and Kāinga Order would like more density to allow for homes for people. I want to read you this one stat from the census. In 1991, 61% of people aged 25 to 29 owned their own home. By 2018, this had dropped to 44%. Similarly, for those in their late 30s, the rate has dropped from 79% of people owning their own home to 59%. And that was 2018. That was before we had last year, which increased housing costs by about 25%. The people who are renting now in Auckland barely can get by, let alone save for a house. My sister was able to buy a house, but well outside of where we live, miles away. I barely see her, and it's pretty sad because she lives so far outside of where we grew up. People are not buying houses, and it's going to get harder and harder and harder. And those that are buying houses are buying them on the fringes of our city where there is no public transport, and we cannot afford. We know, we looked at this 10-year budget, and we cannot afford the community assets, let alone the awesome projects that are underway, like the Eastern Busway has been delayed, the last points of that. The issue we have here is providing housing opportunities for people. This is not forcing people to live in anything, but it's giving them opportunities to live somewhere. I'm on the same mind of Councillor Henderson. I'm concerned with the first part of 4 around the mixed housing suburban. If we are going to, and I know what is coming, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't protect heritage, but I know there's going to be still a lot of heritage protection, and many will argue that is a good thing, and I think that is a good thing that we protect some heritage. But the fact is, in the other areas, if we relegate to mixed housing suburban, we will be not, I believe we will be ultra vires, I don't know what the word is, but I don't think we will be actually doing what we're supposed to do on the MPSUD. I know that's going to come to us in the next few months, but we keep talking about maybe pushing back on this, and I got told off for mentioning the politics of it last time, but the government supports this, but also the National Party support this, and they want it to go faster and stronger. So we don't have a decision here. This is a cross-party political thing and central government telling us that we have to provide more housing options. So the issue is that we could ignore it, which obviously we're not, or they'll do it for us. And that's happened to us over and over again in this history. And if in 10 years we do look back, and I'm going to be concerned that in 10 years we do look back and that we've created a sprawling city where young people cannot live. And young people are going to continue to try and buy properties, but that may be in Australia where housing is far cheaper and there are far more options around cities and around public transport than we are providing. So I just want to be careful here. I know that the discussions, a lot of people think this is going too fast, but just go talk to some people who are in dire housing situations, whether that's trying to get into a Kāinga order house, whether that's trying to afford the rent in Auckland, or whether that's trying to somehow magically buy a house at some point in your life. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mulholland.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I'll carry on discussions and as everyone's having a bit of a say. My concern is that essentially, Chair, that government are laying this on us. And it's great to listen to my colleagues. I always enjoy that because it does change my mind quite frequently. Not saying that I can't make a decision, of course, but, I really, that's what I really enjoy about the debate. But I want to say that I feel it's being forced upon us by central government, and I think the team do an incredible job. I've seen a lot of intensification. In fact, since being a councillor, it's the thing I have to deal with the most. I thought it would be roads and rubbish and so forth. But no, it's intensification. So I think we're doing a really good job. Not that I agree with all of the intensification in my area, but anyway, I also take the point that people can't afford homes, but I had to live on 2-minute noodles and women's products for a long time to afford the deposit for my first home in downtown Hamilton. So, yep, it's a hard slog and you have to give it your heart and soul. So I hear what's happening and I see it too. So I feel that it's being forced upon us again, somewhat similar to the sort of Three Waters principle, but that's a view. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments on this one, members? Look, I think we're just about there, but this is, as the words have been changed, this is our preliminary approach. We're working this up. We're looking for the evidence. And look, as we spoke of earlier, we've got to make sure that whatever comes out of this is an enduring and quality outcome. We are talking about the form of Auckland here. And we've given the initial direction on the walkable catchments, city centre, metro centres and the RTN station areas and the qualifying matter of special character. But I can't help but think people, even once this is landed, and we heard, and I'll take you back to the presentation on the housing capacity assessment that we had at our last meeting, there's actually some 900,000 dwelling units made feasible by the current plan now. While we will do this work, and I think it's it's a good move overall. This is actually not going to build houses. People don't live in planning provisions and they don't live in consents. They actually live in physical houses. And one of the greatest challenges in Auckland now is actually developing it's the constructability, the resources human in that area. That's one of the enormous challenges. I'm not discounting the MPS UD by any means, because there is evidence that since 2016, people do want to live in proximity to rapid transit, to city centre and metro centres. They do want to be connected to their friends, to jobs, etc. And that's something that we've learned, and those first decisions are definitely, I think, reflecting on market demand that has changed dramatically since 2015-16 through to now. But let's do this work, but let's do it well. And if we run into any roadblocks or barriers in terms of the capacity of our staff to do this well, we'll have that signalled, well telegraphed to us early in the new year. At this stage, we're tracking reasonably well, but we do have a few political concerns about doing it as well as our communities expect us to do it. But I'm commending these for absolute support. There's a long way to go on this and a lot of discussion around this table to be had before we get anywhere near firming something up that can show us the yield that is going to come out of our response to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. Councillor Simpson.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I don't like this at all, to be honest, if I was really fair. I'm with you. I believe we have capacity within our own Auckland Unitary Plan, but it's being foisted on us, and I suppose I'm not sure how to vote, because there's a part of me that just says no. But there again, we have to do it. So what's the best of a bad situation is really where I'm coming to. And I think at the end of the day, the final decision is the final decision. So I really support the last recommendation that's just been put up, the amendment, noting how challenging it is, but I really do worry about the rest. I do, and I'm very tempted just to probably abstain. Yeah, well, you've got to endorse, and that's what you want to do. But I'm going to abstain just because I'm not comfortable with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. And Councillor Cooper, your call.
Just quickly, so I do support this because as everyone said, we haven't identified a lot of the areas because we're just determining the way it's going to be approached. And so we'll have another ability. We've got lots of steps in plan changes. Many steps. And so for me, this is kind of giving us something for our staff to go away and work on. And we keep talking about there's a hurry. If we don't give them the direction, then they can't get on with it. So I've no doubt there'll be some changes, but it might be that it is identified. Actually, we have met a lot of these standards that we're talking about already. We've got a big bunch of 440,000 dwellings that the unitary plan gave us. And so I'm hoping in some ways that though there'll be some more intensification with some of the qualifying matters, we may already meet meet a lot of this without causing too much ruckus, I hope, but also meeting the needs of giving people housing.
Thank you, Councillor. Are we debated? We finished? We are. Thank you. Good conversation, good debate on that one. And of course, this has been well informed by a lot of discussion at workshops as well. And grateful to the local board chairs or their alternates being part of that discussion that's led to these recommendations today. Put it to the vote. Sorry, Deputy Mayor, we will go back to you. I did say I was going to put it to the vote, but we have had some connection issues with the Deputy Mayor, and he's definitely stayed on the call all the way. So I would like to go back to him with your consent, members. Are you comfortable to go back to the Deputy Mayor? Deputy Mayor, your call, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I really apologise for my connection problems. It's the first time this has happened.
That'd be the last two. I was going to be very, very quick. If we don't stay at the table and carry on the discussions we're doing now and be showing good intent here, this will be done to us, which will give us a far worse outcome. So I'm really important. Let's stay in the tent, let's keep on with the mahi and get on with it as best we can and illustrate and show with facts and data our concerns and constraints. But let's keep there, otherwise we will be done to. Cheers.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Hear to that. And we'll now go to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
Chair, sorry.
Sorry, there'll be
You
things
first.
that some of us wish to note, so for...
We let Kalinda know.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
can we let Kalinda know?
On that, oppose A4. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Now, members, we will go to item 10, and this relates, of course, to the very important stage of having a discussion with Aucklanders. So I'll move, welcome Ross Moffat, Principal Planner, and Erin Shields, Team Leader Planning. And this is our pre-notification engagement plan on the intensification of all parts of the MPS, the parts we've just discussed in the last, those discussed at the last meeting. So I'll move the recommendations, which are A and B. Councillor Dalton? Councillor Dalton, would you like to move? Do I have a second, please? Sure. Councillor Fesso-Collins. I'll go to Councillor Fesso-Collins. So moved by Councillor Dalton, seconded by Councillor Collins. And this is on page 48 of your agenda. I'll hand to Ross. No, it'll be Erin. Going to Erin first.
Good afternoon, Chair and councillors and local board members online. We have a very short presentation, but it's quite an important piece of this jigsaw, and this has really been referred to in the previous item about how we progress from here and what we do as an organisation in terms of the development of the plan changes and our engagement. So once again, I'd like to just introduce Ross, who's our Senior Policy Planner, who has done the lion's share of the work on this report. So I'll hand over to Ross.
Welcome, Ross.
Thank you, Aaron. Kia ora tātou. Yes, this item is very much about our pre-notification engagement. We have covered some aspects of it in the previous item, just towards our intensification plan change as required by the MPSUD by next August. Just jumping to the first slide, I didn't want to go through a lot of background, but yeah, just something I wanted to highlight there is what I think John had previously highlighted and others is that given the significance of the matters in the MPSUD and obviously their interest to Aucklanders, we believe, and I think it's best practice to actually engage with Aucklanders and give them the opportunity to give us feedback about our preliminary response and proposals on the MPSUD before the plan change is formalised and notification happens. Obviously giving that step, one that we don't have to do, but we think is important to have in there, it lines us up a particular process and a timeline that is quite challenging. But we think there are benefits to that, and if we could just get to the next slide, please. So the overall approach and what are in the recommendations here to engagement is that in the next phase that we go through a process of briefing and engagement with local boards and mana whenua in particular on obviously just what the MPSUD is, what our work to date is showing, what we're planning to do in terms of the process and the analysis and the time frame that will take. So we actually engage on that, but we also take preliminary proposals, if you can, initial preliminary proposals to those forums, the local boards and obviously our mana whenua partners. Before we engage, and certainly we'll bring that back to Planning Committee about the proposals before we go to engagement with the rest of Auckland and Aucklanders and our key stakeholders, and I'll talk about key stakeholders in a moment, as that came up, I know, earlier today in our public input section, a request to involve key stakeholders in that process. But our engagement would be around our preliminary response, and it's worth highlighting that there are aspects of our preliminary response that we don't have much discretion over. They are givens, they are directives from the MPSUD, for instance, the fact or the position that we look at 6 stories at least around Metro and City Centre and RTN stops, for instance. That's a given. We don't have discretion over that, but we do, for instance, have discretion on other matters that we are interpreting or applying in a particular way. And you would have heard of that in the last couple of items, and certainly last month with recommending approaches to things like just walking distances and walkable catchments, things like the treating the qualifying matters and special character areas as a qualifying matter. Those are matters for discretion, which I think are appropriate certainly to put to Aucklanders and stakeholders. What is their view on that? So we need to be very clear about what is information, if you like, and what is available for feedback and therefore subsequent potential change, so be it on the basis of feedback that we receive. So our intention in this approach is to bring the feedback back to council and our partners, mana whenua and local boards, consider that feedback and suggest and talk about ways that we might want to improve or change the approach, which would then become the intensification plan change. And hopefully get that across the line. All things going well, and of course we talked about risks, but by the 20th of August next year. Just next slide, which will probably be the last slide. Slightly small to read, but I thought it was important to, I guess, take you through the implications of what this actually means in a more detailed, specific sense for our audiences and partners, as well as the different phases. Now, this is a bit of a recognition of the IAP2 spectrum of consultation, which is in participation. It's quite important to be quite clear about what we're talking about and what the decisions are available to us through the process. Sorry, it stands for the International Association for Public Participation. And I think at one stage it was council consultation policy that we follow that approach, but it's a spectrum that goes from whatever decision or statement that we're trying to seek feedback on, whether that's just simply an information thing, right through to a spectrum of empowerment. In fact, we're actually giving decision making over to some group or body. So in between there, you've got consultation, you've got informing and some other aspects. Collaboration. But just in terms of that spectrum, it helps us with framing our engagement planning. So just in that first phase, preparing our preliminary response between October into early New Year, local boards, mana whenua, we're certainly looking to inform them about our process, about the MPSUD, but also involving them in the development of our preliminary response through to the public engagement phase next year. In terms of key stakeholders and wider community, we're seeking to inform, and I think fairly soon we'll be up online with some key messages and information on council have your say or our Auckland and those sorts of things. There's a communication and engagement strategy to plan to develop. But for key stakeholders, it was talked earlier today about the LTP process, and we have a list of key stakeholders. I think we do need to create and identify that list afresh for this process. The one for the LTP process was a regional stakeholder list of about 150 groups, none of which included any particular residents group or association, just as an example. So we do need to develop a fresh list for key stakeholders, it may include many similarities. So we are seeking to, and not just inform, but I suppose engage, find out what people's issues are, and explain how we're going to be going about doing the work. So when we get to our engagement on the preliminary response, it's certainly informing about what that response is and communicating that and in our areas for discretion, but then obviously consulting, asking for feedback, and receiving that for consideration at the next stage, where we do prepare the plan change and take that feedback on board. And we're going to involve local boards and mana whenua in that discussion with yourselves, and certainly inform stakeholders in the wider community about what that feedback was. So it's sort of closing that loop. So we get to the notification step, which of course is through the RMA Schedule 1 process. There's submissions. The hearing process will roll on as we know it from then on. So there was obviously the formal feedback and consultation phase for submissions at that point. So that's the proposal, and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ross. Thank you, Erin. Questions from first question, Councillor Simpson, please.
Thank you. And listen, I think you've done a great job, so thank you very much around this. I'm just going back to the resolutions that we will pass, hopefully, around this, because I really support the direction. If we're going to do this, let's get just like we did in the unitary plan, let's do the pre and then the proposed, or the draft and the proposed, whatever it is. And I just wonder if I've got two questions. One, when we talk to local boards, is there an absolute condition that local boards then talk to their communities in this plan? Because when we talk to local boards, that's sort of 7, 9, 5 people. I want confidence that they or the organisation has got some support to go out to those communities and help feedback, so it's just not the local boards. And the second thing, if you had to look at B, do you think that B is written in the best way it should be? Because we talked about the key stakeholders, and we know we've got the list of key stakeholders, but I'm kind of thinking, we note that a more detailed plan for involving local boards, local communities, mana whenua, key stakeholders, and with Aucklanders. Is that kind of a better way of doing B?
So the first point around the local boards having to engage with their communities, maybe is that I don't think they would necessarily need to in the first instance, but they would want to understand what their community's feedback was through the public engagement, to then maybe revisit their view. And some may wish to reserve their position on what proposals they see early next year until they have heard from their community. So I suppose it could be either or both. I'm sure that many local boards will be in a position to want to be involved and give their viewpoints as elected reps at workshops, if that's what it comes to early in the new year on proposals, knowing what they know and knowing their communities already. And my second question around... Oh, yes. Yes, I'm fully... I might have to see it typed out there again as a potential...
So Councillor Dalton and Collins have moved and seconded, but I just kind of went through the...
Yes.
Just for ease, so local boards, local communities, mana whenua, key stakeholders and Aucklanders.
Yeah. Sorry, through the chair, it's deliberately worded to talk about involving, which again to that IAP2, but even putting that aside, involve is more than engaging. Engaging could be much broader. It could be just inform, consult. But when we say involve, and I think you probably all agree, we're saying local boards, mana whenua have a different status, and they should be involved in actually developing these draft proposals. But other Aucklanders and key stakeholders are in a different category, and so it gets a bit muddy.
I'm getting tired. I understand. Yep. Thank you for that clarification.
Up that one there then. Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, children don't tend to care much about planning issues. My kids have stopped asking how my workday's gone when I get home. But my question is, how are we giving a voice to future Aucklanders? Because this is a generational change potentially, and we need to take into account not just the future people that have a huge stake in it, but also current ones, sorry, but also future Aucklanders that may want to move here and buy a house and all the good stuff.
Through the chair, yes, you're absolutely right. Through the identification of the key stakeholder groups, but also through our whole formation of our communications engagement plan that we're obviously going to be tuning our minds to, we will need to pay particular attention to young people and also other, well, you might call them hard to reach communities or other aspects of our diverse communities to do as good as we can around getting the information across, but making it as palatable and as hopefully as interesting and perhaps compelling as it really is for their futures. So I think we need to turn our minds to how to do that at the next phase when we're developing the detailed plan for how to go about it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. It was just clarification around local board involvement, because I'm just thinking back to the unitary plan when doesn't matter if you're a local board or governing body, it is the council's proposal, and they're not in a position to make submissions, my understanding, but they can. Last time we attached local board views onto it, so I think we've got to be a little bit careful around, you know, I mean, this is our proposal. In the early part, I think it's really useful to have them well on board putting this together. But can you just remind me, do they have to be mindful about their involvement, particularly, well, I don't think they can make a submission, but sometimes they do individually, don't they? And they might have already, and there's that. So can you just remind me around that, you know, we are not separate entity. We are 170 elected members, and it is our plan change that is going forward for public.
Through the chair, local boards are not able to make submissions on plan changes, but we engage with them prior to and also following the receipt of submissions. We seek comment from local boards, so we can certainly weave that process into our involvement of the boards.
Just need to be really clear about communicating that as well, because it's a long time since the unitary plan, and just reminding all of us of our role.
Yeah, through the chair, if I could add, that first stage, which we're looking at October, is really an information broadcasting type process with local boards to not only explain what the MPS is about and our process through this year, but also how they are involved and when and where that might happen. So to give them the best footing to engage with their communities when that happens in the new year.
That's the other question. I just need to understand, because I mean, I thought it was a whole of council process, right? On the consultation, not local boards have their process to consult on it, because it is actually not a local board function to manage a plan change. And so I think that's what I do think that mucks communities up. You know, that if we're going to go out into our public, it should be the ward councillors and the local board together, not separate local board engagement. You know, this is where people get confused, and some people just can't help themselves when we're consulting to put their view in, you know, and I think we need to be really careful on that. And so I would ask that it always ends up with local board engagement over here, but it is a whole of council thing, this. It's not a local board function to go out and consult with the community about a plan change. We've got a process for that.
And through the chair, we had anticipated that the ward councillors would be most interested in attending those events, whatever they are, with their local board members as well, to show the co-governance that exists. Yeah.
Thank you. Going to Councillor Casey now, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just following on from Shane, with regard to invisible communities, as you mentioned yourself, just to invite you to contact the 6 demographic advisory panels for 2 things. One, to find out from them who the key stakeholder groups are for them and add them into our list. And 2, find out from them the best ways to reach out to their communities to get the information that we need. So that was the first one. The second one is really to my colleagues, and it's just my absolute terrification that this is going to get mixed up with the election. It's going to be a political hot potato. If we're notifying in August next year, the election's just round the corner, and it will just be like the unitary plan all over again. That's my big fear. So we should be really lobbying to change the timeline on that for that reason. Or for lots of good reasons, but for that reason in particular.
Okay, we'll just keep an eye on that one for now, okay? At this stage, we're not lobbying to change it, but look, it's not dissimilar to the last time. It's actually very similar in terms of how the plan change for the Auckland Unitary Plan, or the introduction of the Auckland Unitary Plan, is lined up. These timelines are very, very similar.
Remember the blood on the floor during the unitary plan.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you for the guidance that you're giving us on this. One thing that I would really like to see specified is, as the city with the largest Pacifica population in the entire world, why are we not actually specifying Pacifica? Because for me, amongst my Pacifica friends, they've got very strong views on family living arrangements, space, land and around, all sorts of things. And I think given we talk about the Aucklanders of the future, but a lot of those are going to be of Pacifica descent. And I don't want to do an amendment because I hope that it's just something that everybody might agree, but I would like to see the Pacifica community particularly included in that.
We just checked that though, because the reason mana whenua, we've got Aucklanders in there, and that's an inclusive Aucklanders, but mana whenua are referenced because there is a statutory requirement.
I understand that. I totally understand
that.
I understand that.
But I think at this stage, they're sitting in behind this is absolute acknowledgement that the Pacific communities are significant in terms of their number in Auckland, and Mātā Waka are actually very significant as well. Those that are not linked to
I agree.
Mana whenua groups. In fact, that's most Māori in Auckland, and we're not breaking that out either. I just feel like if we start identifying Pacifica, and if I come to the North Shore, I would have to say in place of Pacifica, it's actually probably Korean and Filipino, you see.
Well, that's my view. I feel very strongly that we should have Pacifica up there. That is one of the unique characteristics of Auckland, and it's one that we regularly overlook, and I just think it would be good to be included.
Thank you. Councillor Mulholland?
Oh, thanks, Chair. Fabulous. Just an observation. I don't like seeing blood on the floor as outlined by sorry, maybe I'm tired. I was up at 5 a.m. Councillor Casey. That just sounds horrific to me, that people will, yeah. Really seriously, I would also like to support that the staff, if we are able to, can you please consider those timelines, because I just visualise that and it doesn't look pretty. I just wanted to also thank you for the work that's done on this. The other question I had, look, the blood on the floor is really I'm really sorry, but that did throw me, because I just imagined it probably does happen. But anyway, thank you for the work. Yeah, I think 5 a.m. was a bit early. Thank you.
The other point I'd just like to make, members, is we're the ones, it's this council that's been having the workshops. We've had 9 now, I think, multiple meetings. We're the ones that have the MPSUD. It was delivered to us to act upon. And if we were to defer, it basically lands with potentially a number of new members who are not abreast of this. They're coming to it quite cold. And I think it's a better outcome is to actually land it before the election. And that might be difficult, but we just need to rise to that challenge and put it across the line. If, again, it's of a quality that is worth putting to notification. But we're a long way off that at the moment. Now, we've finished the questions. I'll close the questions. Thank you, staff. Thanks, Erin, Ross, and John. Is there been quite a lot of points put forward in the questions? Are there any other debating points to make on this engagement plan? Support it? So we put it to the vote? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Please don't move away yet. There's not far to go, but could somebody move the motions for the forward work program of 13?
Yes, thank you.
And I've got councillors Mulholland and Henderson. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. There's no extraordinary business, but just before we close, members, I'm really grateful for the discussion. Oh, the summary. Sorry, the summaries moving with Councillor Afeso and Councillor Dalton will be the second. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Declare that carried. Before you go, members, we've got the departure of a key staff member, and that's Alistair Cribbins, I should say, at the back there. Come, stand up, Alistair. Alistair is on his way from us, and he is heading towards Wakakotahi. So he will put them straight. Alistair is our principal transport advisor in David Hawkey's unit, the Growth Transport and Infrastructure Strategy unit, a unit that I have a lot to do with. I really rate that unit highly. It's our check on Wakakotahi, it's our check on Auckland Transport, and there's some really talented individuals in that unit. Alistair's been one of those for a long period through some pretty demanding focuses like ATAP, the Auckland Transport Alignment Project, that was of Alistair's making, and some testy times with the Ministry of Transport there, Alistair, and you got through it. You've also been working on a unique body of work on micro-mobility, and we'll see a bit more of that. And of course, you've been our go-to person in transport strategy on the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. Alistair, we wish you a massive good journey on the Waka at Wakakotahi. Thanks for everything you've left in the City of Auckland on your watch. It's immense. Thank you. A round of applause to round off the departure. And we close the meeting. Thank you all, members, and thank you to the staff.